everybody wants to be a part of this because it's gonna be something special. I think being able to represent Team USA and go out there and have the whole country behind you. It's gonna be pretty cool. The whole main reason we're here is to win this thing. It's not. I mean, all the other stuff's great. Being able to play with each other, get to know each other a little bit more. But there's only one thing on our mind: is trying to win this whole thing.
March 24th, 2023. Good evening. So, what do y'all want to talk about? It looks like Eric's choking over there. This is terrible. This is awful. A little bit of choking going on.
I hadn't I had not seen that. That was my first that was my first opportunity to see that, just like everybody else.
Mhm.
That was something.
Mhm. I think the Price is Right, failure music at the right moment. I think that's what added.
That really got me. Yeah.
Wow. I just felt over it. I may replay it again tonight, and I will. I will 100% replay that. It was worthy. I felt good about it. I wish my editing skills were a little bit more than rudimentary, but I did the best I could. I
thought you did fantastic. The only thing I would have done is, instead of Price of Right, I would have done Press Your Luck and been like, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
Just awful.
Oh,
All right. So we'll have a little bit of fun tonight. I may roast a fish boy a little bit here as we go along. Hockey Bar Collectibles first off the block tonight. Eric, gonna miss you tonight. Unfortunately, I can't join in the fun. Hope you enjoy your Gordie Howe Pog and mystery envelope.
Not a pog.
Now, you have the mystery envelope?
I do.
Okay, so let's get into that here. I'll read a couple of comments first. We'll get started, and then we'll let folks kind of roll in a little bit, and then we'll do the mystery envelope, because I'm kind of curious what's in the mystery envelope. I don't know the answer to that question.
It's a bomb.
Probably. That might be it for you. Well, that'll be a very explosive conclusion to this live stream. So I think it'll go. All right. Hockey Hog 99 says, Carlos, what do you think of the EDI channel shooting hard on AIH? I was amused. What do you think of AIH taking a run at you today? If that's what constitutes a run, meh. That is my answer. I did see a posting. I was tagged in an Instagram. Good for him finally figuring out how to tag. But then I was like, okay. I treat it the same way that I treat a YouTube comment at the bottom of the screen. It's like, thanks. Thanks for the engagement, bro. What do you think of breakers being caught dipping as of late? Has that been going on for a while? Like, there's been the whole you dip thing with Sports Card Radio was based on that, wasn't it? Like, that was literally what precipitated that. It's been going on for years, but also specifically as of late, I think more people are paying attention to it. I don't think it's actually more prevalent than it was before. It's just less people were paying attention before. Brendan Ryan, I have my moments. The content gods are very generous this week. You are correct, sir. 100% correct. Thank you, Neil. Ozzy Cardad, good evening, morning. Thank you. Absolutely. Same to yourself. So yes, I had a little bit of fun. I did enjoy the World Baseball Classic, especially that championship game. It was very illuminating, very enjoyable.
The ending was spectacular.
It really was. For some reason, I can't quite put my finger on it. My stance on Shohei Ohtani has softened a little bit, just a little bit, just a smidge. Let's see here.
Okay, I'm surprised you didn't start collecting immediately.
It's true. It is true. Hockey Jan says, Carlos, did you know you're a soy boy, and why do you love Chinese food so much? Delicious. I love salt. The answer to your question, Hockey Champ, is I love salt a lot.
Oh my God.
I did laugh though, because this kind of plays into the thing as well. And I'm like, these are the insults that are supposed to move me? Really? I've heard worse from better. And why? It's like salt, my friends. Salt. Lots of salt. I actually did have and if anybody had paid attention, I did have a logo on my Instagram months ago when the whole thing came in, kind of poking fun at that as well. But only people that paid close attention would have caught it. But yeah, I don't respond to insults from irrelevance. If you need Sports Card Radio is huge in this space. And if Sports Card Radio is the only reason you're relevant, then I'll talk to your manager. I don't need to talk to you. Defects of Life. Time to add trout roll to sushi menu. See? Defects of Life took care of it for you. You were hoping for a sushi reference.
I think if there was not a sushi reference, I'd be greatly disappointed.
There you go. Listen, this week we're up on Shohei Ohtani. Does that mean we're going to hashtag this? Probably not. No. I'd say his stuff is already very expensive. But we have softened our stance on Shohei Ohtani just a little bit. We appreciate him just a little bit more, bro. Just a little more. Mm-hmm. Eric, what do you think the scripted sales happening on YouTube, that is all a work? That is a very, very odd sentence. I think I know what he's getting at. So let's backtrack a little bit. Let me start with this, and then I want Eric to take it away. Anything that is on this platform, let me make an open statement, and then we'll play it off this. Anything that is on this platform that is edited, you should take with a grain of salt. I don't care who's providing it. I don't care who's producing it. Anything where there's attention required or somebody's trying to get attention to it, you can assume there's certainly an element of staging, or just scripting it, or both, or just flat out fabricating it. Or maybe it's just a combination of editing to make things look a certain way, create a certain narrative. So you can have something where you're representing it legitimately, but you make it more dramatic than it actually is. That's editing, what editing can do for you. Or you just make something up. That's the complete opposite end of the spectrum. So what do you think of scripted sales happening on YouTube? So this would be like show vlogs, and somebody like stages like a buy or sale or something like that.
Well, my first issue is this a pump? Is this trying to, move cards that they have and getting people excited about stuff? And, so is there someone trying to deceive the hobby by doing this to benefit themselves? And if that's the case, then obviously that's, completely inappropriate. And, is it done for some sort of entertainment? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would actually treat all those regardless. Honestly, I would treat the majority of the content on this platform as entertainment. There is informational content out there, but I wouldn't take any piece of information just at face value. I don't care who's providing it. And I've said in videos where I've done them, I'm gonna go, no, if you want to double check, fact check something. If you're not sure, go double check it. I try my best to research. When I'm doing a thing where I'm giving some facts or whatever, I do my best to research it. Does that mean I nail 100%? No chance. I guarantee there's some stuff I missed, or some stuff I didn't quite catch right, or I misread. But if that's the case, that's where you doing your own little bit of research on top of it will help you. You'll catch the parts that I got right. You'll catch the parts that I got wrong. And that applies for everybody else. So it's like, if you do that though, then the rest of it doesn't matter. Yeah, script it all. Like, there's a place for scripted content in the platform too. What do you think a lot of those channels do when they do the clickbait stuff? It's like $1 million on this table or whatever. It's like, is it? Is it 990,000? Is it 800,000? We're rounding up, like, or is it just staged?
Every single reality TV show is scripted. There is the only reality TV is like the news, and even then it's scripted too. That's a whole nother debate. But the point is, whatever reality TV show you like watching, Survivor, or throw everybody in a house and let them live there together for it's all scripted. And that is the way entertainment is done now. Mm-hmm. It makes you think that it's real, but it is not.
Yeah. And Hobby Champs is correct here. But let me take Zach's comment here as well. But let me ask a question to the chat too. I want to pose this question to you, the chat, as well. And this will be maybe a good education piece or a good conversation for us to have, because I think it's relevant. So Hobby Champs says best thing to do is ignore sales made during content. They're irrelevant, which is fair. That's very true. Zach here says, did people not know that some of these deals were scripted? Question mark. I'm only half kidding. But let me pose a question to you. So here's a question. Serious question. We can be serious sometimes. But here's my serious question. Let's say you watch a show vlog. Somebody is showing a deal they're making. They're buying whatever, this card, or they're trading or doing whatever, and that kind of a transaction. Okay, cool. So when you do this transaction, you go and you buy these 3 cards from the seller, and you guys agree to $1,200. Just making up a number, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, cool. You see a back and forth and the whole negotiation. And in the vlog, this whole negotiation, everything takes about 2 minutes. Okay. Could it be staged? 100%. But let me pose a serious question to you. Does it matter? Because number one, you shouldn't be taking any of those comps. They're kind of irrelevant to Hobby Champ's point, which is 100% true. But let me ask you a separate question. Let's say the transaction, in fact, did happen exactly as outlined in that video. However, it's not that simple. You approach the dealer on day one of this show. It's a multi-day show. You approach the dealer on day one, you're interested in these cards. You go back and forth with them. At one point it's 4 cards, at one point it's 3 cards, and you're looking at this card. It takes you the full day. You go back and forth with them, you come back the next day, and you finalize the deal on day 2. And after a bunch of iterations, you finally conclude with these 3 cards for $1,200. It is the 3 cards, it is $1,200. That is legitimate, but it took you 2 days to do it. And you say, hey, I do a vlog. Do you mind if we do a little quick back and forth negotiation and then we come to the same total? And the dealer says, okay. And I'll shout out your shop or your Instagram, whatever. Okay, so you two did come to that deal. The numbers are right. The cards are right. But you staged the actual transaction. You staged the actual negotiation. You already had the result. You guys, played it up a little bit, hammed it up for the camera, but the result was the same. So here's the question. So is that a fake? Is that fake or is it staged? It sounds to me like it's staged, but it actually did happen. But at the same time, so how do we treat that? Do we treat it differently from you spontaneously walking up to a dealer and in real time negotiating, quote unquote? If you take it with a grain of salt and treat it as entertainment, does it make a difference?
I mean, that's why you're watching this stuff, right?
Yeah, but that's my question. I'm asking the chat too. Does it make a difference to you if the details are accurate, but the transaction that you're watching, you had already come to the terms and you just said, hey, would you play along? We'll record it for the camera. You kind of act, you hem and haw, you do this whole thing, and then in the end you agree to the same terms. But the cards actually change hands. As opposed to the alternative where everything is staged, the cards never change hands, there was no money, you go see the dealer at the next show, the cards are still sitting in the showcase. That's a different thing entirely. But I'm talking about where it actually happens, but it's staged. We're staging the transaction versus we're staging everything from top to bottom. That's my question.
I definitely think there's a difference. Because, one, if you are interested in buying, selling, investing, whatever you want to call it, you're getting information about comps that aren't accurate in one, and the other one, the comps are accurate. So, the information is still true, but on top of that, there's entertainment value. The other one, it's just entertainment value, and you're being lied to.
Yeah, for sure. But what I'm saying is, as a viewer, my question is, do you care about the difference? Because some people do. So the answer might be yes. So I'm just asking the question. I'm posing the question. For me, I have to take it as I have to take it as a grain of salt because, unless I'm there and I know for a fact you walked away with the card and the money changed hands, I can't assume. I don't know. I'm not using that as a comp for anything. I don't care what you say you paid for it. I don't know. You could be making the whole thing up, or again, you could be doing a dramatic reenactment for our benefit for the sake of the vlog, but the transaction did happen. That's always why, like I said, there is a difference between the two things. So good evening, Tom. Philly Joe, Survivor isn't scripted. Fair enough, Philly Joe. I appreciate you.
Boy, I think I hit a nerve on that one.
My favorite is giving away what happens in the video in their thumbnail. Yeah, that's fair. I get you. What? Real Housewives isn't real? I know. This is scandalous.
I've upset some people tonight.
This is serious business, man. If you take on Big Brother, we're gonna have words. We're gonna have words, sir.
No. Big Brother's real. Everything else.
Settle down. It's a Hollywood equivalent based on a true story. Yeah, 100%. So Hobby Champ said, I still doubt the Kurosawa. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. So speaking of curator and DAPS, right? Could have been made behind the scenes for much less, but they showed us a 20,000 pump the market on it. Now, you see, I agree with that. And I also would take it a step further and point out to you that if you ever watch that original vlog that DAPS did on this whole thing, he's sitting there again. That's why I gave the scenario I gave you guys a couple minutes ago. He's literally having a powwow with his homies, and Curator's having a powwow with his homies, and it's this whole dramatic thing. And I'm just like, guys, really? Just make up your mind on a goddamn number, stand there and talk to each other and come up with some conclusion. I don't care. I don't think the card is worth that anyway. So make it 100,000, make it $1 million. I don't give a crap, whatever number you like, whatever makes you happy. But the thing is that it is like when I watched that vlog, I 100% saw that it was played up for the cameras. Whether the transaction happened or not, the fact that then subsequently, after you make a sale, how often do you see a dealer sells a card, right? And then agrees to do a series, and we talked about it in the live stream back then too. Then follows it up with making a bunch of content related to the cards and the superfractors and the Star Wars superfractors and everything, talking about how they're undervalued and all that. It's like, what a coincidence after you sell it for a record price that then you want to spend all your time talking about it. It's like, guys, These cards should be worth even more. And Daps literally, I took a clip in one of my last videos. If you guys check it out, I took a clip of Daps talking to his homies with his camera looking at him going, it's like, dude, this is $100,000 card. And I go, based on what? Right now, you're the only idiot who's willing to pay $16,500. So who's the next idiot that you're going to sell this to 6 figures for? Like, based on what? What are we even talking about? You're making it up, Brody. You're making it up. Good evening, Jeff. Absolutely. They aren't legit comps to me. That's fair. Yeah. We don't know how much business they're doing. They get good deals because they have an ongoing buying relationship. Yeah. And that could be 100% true. 100% true. People always talk to hobby as an escape from reality, so it's not far off to be scripted. Yes. Like, again, if you watch the videos and just take them as entertainment, then the majority of the stuff isn't going to bother you because it's like, okay, well, look, make it up. I laugh because I go, you may as well have made it even bigger numbers then. Make it even bigger as numbers to make it entertaining. And I'll show you guys since it came up this week. I'll pull up the Daps video on like the thing where they talked about where apparently a great curator gave away that this was staged, and I was like, no kidding. I went and watched it today just to watch it. I go, so he needed to tell you it was scripted? If you watch this shit, he needed to tell you? I got questions. Carlos, do you think Jeff Wilson submits his public sales to self-proclaimed game changer card ladder? No. That would be great, though. I would love that. I would appreciate it. I wonder if they would let it through. This is fake. Scratch. I don't know, man. Some guy spending $50K a month is going to get a better deal on a $1,000 card. Yeah. No, you're 100% right, Zach. That is fair. That is very true. Mod called. Eric and Carlos, good points. Definitely doesn't influence how much you pay. Yeah, and it shouldn't. No, do your own research, do your own digging, find comps, find verifiable comps. That's the most important thing, because we can talk about private transaction. Oh yeah, I made a deal with this guy for that card and I paid him $1,000. It's like, well, there's one on eBay for $200. Why? Why would you do that? Like, that's stupid. Like, are you an idiot? So that's why I say, like, take it with a grain of salt. When you're watching the video, a recorded video, a edited video, take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. You'll be much happier. I guarantee that. Just take it as entertainment. Just leave it be at that. The hobby is a better place when Daps and Fake Curator are on this content sphere again. True. They do enjoy their stuff, so that is the thing. Will here, good evening. Carlos, you and AI should not bond or you reach above the great manipulator. No. Because he's a wuss too. Like, he overdoes it. He overcorrects. I make fun of the curator for being ridiculous, but then I don't make 47 videos on it. Get a life. He is making shit up. Like, he 100% is making shit up. But beyond that, like, you don't need to make 50 videos on the same thing. It's like, we get it. He's making shit up. By the way, it's not even working. In a lot of cases, it's not even working. And he's like a Bond villain who gave away his plan before he even started the plan. He sucks at this. He's not very good at it. So I'm like, why are we so concerned about it when he's not very good at it? 540 flips. Bubbles. Only Jason Robertson or 100K. He's got the pump emoji too.
Yeah. Who do you... 540 flips. Who could that be?
That's about, I think that's the Bobbles and Choo Choo.
A
lot of trains going on. I got suspicions.
There's a lot of people out there looking at Jason Robertson, I guess. I thought it was just Bobbles, but it looks like there's more.
I just assumed it was Bobbles and Luke. I just assumed it was Bobbles and Luke. That's what I thought, but it might be more people.
I can't imagine, but wow.
All the fake curator content is about being scripted and smoke and mirrors. Yep. Hobby Chaps. Her rules may explode from you agreeing with him on some stuff. He can't figure out how to rage farm it. The thing is, I don't agree with anything he says. I look at great curator stuff on its own. So that's the thing. Like, I don't listen to his argument because, again, he's like an obsessive stalker fan. I'd rather just look at the content and go like, yeah, his shit's fake. Here it is. Here's why. Okay, we're good. But I'm also not raging about it. I don't care. Like, I genuinely don't care. He can do it as many times as he wants. He can do it for the rest of his life if he likes. But if somebody asks, oh, is he making shit up? Yep. Yep. And this is why, and this is how, and this is here. But aren't you upset about it? Why would I be upset about it? It's very transparent. It's very clear cut. You ask the question, I answer the question. That's it. Bro, I sold 9091 score base for $1,000 each. Trust me. Hashtag seriously. Hashtag big if true. Hashtag Vince Russo voice. Love it, Bob. Good evening.
Well, if Bob Jackson says it's true, then I have to believe him. So I will be definitely in the market now because of this information to purchase as much 90, 91 score base cards as I possibly can.
My other question is Canadian or American? This is a critical distinction. I need more information, Bob Jackson. I need more information. Jason, who? 540 flips his bubbles. So you're saying I overpaid for the one-of-one Boston Strangler I bought from Eric. You bought it from Eric? Did you make sure it was printed on both sides? Got issue. Rebels for 10 minutes about something I could spend in 3 minutes. Fair enough. Fair enough, sir. Fair enough. So let me quickly touch on the video du jour, the one that got them all in a tizzy. That apparently is a scandalous thing. It made me laugh because it's like, okay, but let's do the opposite of what the folks were talking about. Let's actually give useful information instead of just whining about nothing. Okay, so here is the DAPS video in question. I actually watched it. I watched it earlier today too. I hadn't watched it before. I heard about it, and then I said, okay, let me watch it. Fine. So it's a Dallas Card Show $3,000 pack work. By the way, that's bad math. Just so we're clear. The whole premise was they opened up some packs of Prism. They were going to do a pack war, and the winner of the pack war would win these slabs from the 4 people participating in it. So it was DAPS, Great Curator, I want to say Prism God, and Mojo Sports. So 4 of them. Well, if there's 4 of them and each of them have $1,000 slab, it's a $4,000 pack war. We didn't even do the math right on the title. We got it wrong on the title. Anyway, whatever. So they're doing this thing, right? But here's the thing. There's 4 of them, and they're staging this thing. Curator basically said they staged it, and they're screwing around. People freaked out about this. Okay, cool. But so the winner gets the slabs, but the only winner is somebody at the table. So why do I give a shit as a viewer? What difference does it make to me? You may as well have made it $10,000 each slab, $100,000 each slab. Somebody could bring a 52 tops mantle and drop it on the table. I'm not winning it, so why do I care? Stage as much as you like. Have a battle to the death for it. Like go to medieval times and joust for it. Like
Great Thunderdome.
Yeah, like do Thunderdome, do medieval times and joust for this thing. Like amuse me. If you're gonna stage it, amuse me. Give me more than 4 idiots sitting at a table pretending to be freaking out about winning this pack war. Like, as entertainment, it falls short. Let's just put it that way. As entertainment, as a critic here, I'm saying this falls short. But there's also 2 other things I want to bring to your attention. 2 other things specifically. All right, so DAPS has presumably, allegedly, 44,000 subscribers. That's not true. This thing has less than 1,000 views in 5 days. That doesn't jive. Like, there is a discrepancy between views and subscribers, always. That's true. But, like, that gap is way too big. That's first. Second, 1,000 views, Eric. 26 likes.
Oh,
That's weak, man. That's real weak. And this is you trying to get attention. And you've got these other guys who presumably would help promote the video, and you can't rack up 26 likes? I make fun of you and I can get 26 likes. I can usually manage that. By the way, you guys should hit the like button. Eric pays for it.
oh no! Don't start that crap.
Do it. It's very important.
No,
So anyway.
there's nothing to like here. There's when people hit the like button on this show, they're lying to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing to like.
Mm-hmm. There's so much to like.
There is nothing.
Such as you paying. Such as you paying.
There's nothing to like.
I like when you pay. I think that's great. I enjoy it.
I'm going to be living in a cardboard box soon, thanks to you. And
You might have to. You might have to.
And the
All right,
5
there's one-
other shows.
There's one more thing I want to bring to your attention about this that I think wasn't mentioned in the other ones, and I think is the most important thing. All right, 26 likes, 1,000 views is pretty weak. And I'm rounding up, by the way. I've got it 984 here. It might be 1,000 now, but 984. Okay, cool. 26 likes is pretty weak. 4 comments. And 2 of them are like coming off of AIH's stuff. And one of them is the Great Curator. No one cared. Literally no one cares. Okay, so here's my response. Here's my question. Okay, so then why do I care? They staged the video and it obviously didn't work. You barely got any views. You got no engagement. You could say like, oh, but they deleted, negative comments. It's like, there's 4 comments. Usually there's a couple of folks that'll defend it. Like, people don't subscribe to this shit. Somebody had to say I like the video. And he didn't even have that. The only comments on there was Great Curator. Gotta love how he walks around with the Star Wars card after he spent too much time on it. That would constitute a negative comment in my opinion. So there isn't one single positive comment on this thing and 26 likes. That's all you can manage on this with 44,000 subscribers.
I guess people would. I guess 43,000 and whatever the rest of the numbers are, we're busy this week.
Yeah, but that's my point though. But like, here's the point that I'm trying to make here. So if I look at that, I go, okay, so then why should I care about it? Is that worthy of much in-depth discussion? All I did was pull it up and go and look right at it. Okay, here's your views, here's your likes, and here's your comments. No one seemed to care. I would argue that the folks making videos about it probably drew more traffic to that video than the original run, because it didn't seem like anybody cared. So I guess it didn't work. Maybe you guys should have gone to Medieval Times. Like I suggest, I had a much better idea. Go to Medieval Times. So anyway, let's see here. Bob Jackson says, bro, Eric is the best bro. Trust me, bro. Hashtag Kusaro voice. Hashtag scholarship. Hashtag big facts.
Now I know he's lying.
American score, not Canadian. Gotcha. Thanks, Bob. Bob, this is live, not Memorex. Love it.
That's Kelly Big Rings in the house.
Saw a YouTuber get called out for using recycled content or content that other channels covered. The creator's defense of this made it seem like they must create a video. Why must they create a video? I'm assuming you mean create video, their own content is what you're talking about. Otherwise, I'm not following you. But okay. Carlos is patently clear. Just jealous you're not a member of the curator army.
Ooh, they're on to you because you were saying that before.
I couldn't afford, but it's like a Doge, man. That's expensive.
Yeah, you were very upset. I had to calm you down a little before we went live because you were very emotional.
Well, it's only the Fish Boy slander that made me feel better.
That's true.
I felt so much better after that.
I did bring you out of it.
Picturing that scene from Cable Guy Medieval Times. Love it. Okay, let's scroll through here. If you like Eric, like the video. Or if you don't like Eric, like the video. Either way works, man. I like Eric's money. Hey, there you go, Orlando. That's the spirit. Eric's Becca check finally came in this week, so let's hit the like. There you go. Thank you, Ozzy Cardet. Is there a way to see the dislikes nowadays? There are, I want to say there's some browser extensions that I think can let you see that, from what I understand. You got to be careful with browser extensions, though. Be very careful because some of that stuff's no good. But I think you can. I think you can still find some out there. Seriously, what happens if you hit the dislike button? Nothing really. I'll be honest with you. I think YouTube treats it the same way. Here's the thing, though. Like, I actually have information based on it. Well, we all dislike you. But I had the old videos that were the ones that went viral, the ones that had the million views, whatever. They have like 3,000 dislikes. Like, it's a ton. And guess what? All they did was have 1 million views. So, like, it doesn't matter. I think YouTube treats it the same. I actually think the lack of comments though hurts some of those other videos though. If you're going to do a video, Carlos, please stop making Eric pay for every like. I would hate to see him in a cardboard box. It's okay. I'll start charging Eric triple for every dislike. It'll make him feel better.
He wants to see me in a cardboard box. He doesn't care.
The rolling truck in Manila is too extravagant for you, Bougie Eric.
Oh.
Dislikes are interaction. Interaction seems positive by YouTube. Yeah, which is really weird, but honestly, that seems to historically be the truth. I don't know why. I have no answers for you. If you aren't releasing a Rage Farm vid for every like on Dab's vid, or even hobby content creator, that's true. That is true. Well, Rage is very profitable apparently. But the reason I say that I'm sitting there like the obsession is weird to me. If you want to say the great curator is making shit up, he is. If you want to say he's trying to manipulate a market, yeah, we have documentation of this. Yes, that is correct. But getting angry about it is just weird, because I'll be honest, I don't think it's working very well. I showed you, I literally showed you the video. This warranted multiple videos from these guys talking about it and freaking out about it. I'm like, no one watched it. No one cared.
My favorite curator video of all time is still the one when he went to Toronto.
Was it the expo? Yeah, he couldn't figure it out.
Sat way in the back and made no money for a week.
Yeah, we put him in the kiddie table.
Yep. Yeah, that's still my favorite.
I was at the show. Like, I should have done a show vlog in that area so that you guys could have seen, like, it was empty over there. It was a ghost town. Nobody was there. No one cared. So I guess his fame didn't carry over to Canada. It didn't cross the border.
No.
So I'm like, so then why do you want me to freak out about it? And by the way, I'm going to give you one more point, like in this thing. So I guess he started doing videos again, like actual videos, not just the live stream thing. So he does the live stream thing with Merle, right? The live stream thing with Merle even though he's been at this so long, even though he's got all the videos, he's done the back and forth with folks with Sports Car Radio and everything, which in theory should increase, promote him a little bit more and bump it up and, do all that. His live streams basically do what ours does. And all we do is just talk about nonsense for hours. And I do a terrible job of promoting this live stream. So I'm sitting there like, all that, and you can barely, you're basically around the same views that I get, or maybe sometimes less, sometimes a little more. And that's the best you can do. That's bad. That seems bad. Because I'm not trying real hard. I'm sorry. Clearly. But I don't know, man. The dislike is also proudly sponsored by Eric. Very true.
If I remember correctly, it's rule number 6 that says "Thou shalt not effort."
No, like, what do I gain out of it? I've had this honest conversation with folks here in the chat, and everybody's like, what do I get out of it? If I go through like a lot of effort, let's say I double the views, double the watches, that'd be amazing. Cool. What do I get out of that? The stream isn't sponsored. Anything I do that is done is on the other channel. And that's a separate arrangement. It doesn't help me here. It doesn't do anything for me here. That's why I say, like, why would I care? What difference does it make? And I've shown people what the live streams make in the past. It's literally, it's less than $1 an hour. All right, so I double it and I make $2 an hour? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. That like button money is critical. So let's look here. Eric, what are your thoughts on 1994 Sylvain Turgeon card with Patrick Kane in the background as a spectator? We have talked about that card before. Do you have any specific thoughts on it, though?
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about. I think it's really cool. I've heard Patrick Kane be interviewed about it and tell the story about it and being there with his dad. What I've always found interesting is I am shocked that there are only probably 5 or less cards in all the cards that have ever been made where you can pick out a notable person in the crowd. Think of every baseball card, every football, every hockey, basketball, with you can see all the fans in the background. How many hundreds of millions or whatever cards have been made, especially since 1990 to now? Sets of 500 and something cards in one set. That's 525 opportunities that in 1994 someone grew up that were in that background to do something notable, good, bad, indifferent, whatever. The fact that you can only think of like 5 cards that have people in the background that are notable has always surprised me. I would have thought we would have had like 100.
I would also think, though, it depends on photography, because a lot of the pictures don't really capture much in the background like that way. So you're not going to get, it won't be the full amount of opportunities that you get. Let me read a couple of these comments and read through a little bit. It worked when he was pumping the PMGs, though. I think that's fair, Joel. The only thing I would say to you, though, is that a bunch of people were pumping PMGs around that time. Because one of those things, like, maybe we're giving a disproportionate amount of credit, because I saw a lot of folks talking about PMGs around that time. Now, that could be one voice and a bunch of voices trying to create that noise. So, but just be aware of that. Like, you're going to see that kind of traffic. That's the reason why in the last couple of videos where I talk about, and I know not everybody cares about the wrestling thing. I get it. I understand. But he has hitched his wagon to try to push wrestling now as the next thing he's going to try to push. But that's going to require also him to solicit other people to also do that. So collectively, it would get the word out and try. And the market's thin enough. And I'm actually going to show you guys tonight. I'll show you. There was an auction that ended in golden this week. There was a strong sale. I know there are people. So the thing is that I believe it's legit, because I know there are a couple of folks that have really deep pockets that would try this. But it's not going to go across the board. It's going to work for certain very specific cards, certain very specific characters. It's not going to carry over to the entire genre. And I think some people will try to be like, oh, obviously the genre. It's like, no, man. I think you're going to be shocked how it's not going to carry over. But for that specific example, or those specific examples, I can totally see it because I've seen it. I've seen enough data to suggest to me it's possible. I don't understand what the great curator is trying to do. Nobody does. Well, except try to make some money.
Yeah, he's trying to pump stuff and make money. He's trying to get people interested in different cards. One minute it's Star Wars, the next minute it's Pokemon, the next minute it's something else. He's trying to move the market.
Disney is going to be one of the soon ones. Hey, Brad, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. All right, I'll let him figure it himself out. He's not hearing the auto. Brad, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. He's staring off in distance. He's not ready yet. That's fine. So good evening, James. Eric is a double agent for Beckett. He's not a very good double agent. Like, he literally said he's working with Beckett. Can we move on for the relevant curator? Yeah, we're moving on. Carlos, I like this suggestion from Bob. Carlos, an idea for a segment. Viewers submit card photos for Eric to react to on live stream. I could see this potentially being very amusing. Brad, what do you think about this idea?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You just
Okay.
have to... Sounds good. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you guys?
Doing
And
well.
Eric, my buddy.
How was the trade night?
It was rocking. It was awesome. We had I don't know, probably 75 to 100 people in there, and yeah, it was really good. It was. We had some guys bring their own tables in and everything. It's an instant pop-up card shop. It was awesome.
Now, this happened at your store, correct?
At AMG Collectibles, yeah.
All right. Were you allowed? Did you have to stay within your store, or were you allowed to move out into the mall?
Yeah, we're allowed to. I mean, we have a couple people set up outside the mall. The mall doesn't care at that hour on Friday night. We're not in a. We're more like a. It used to be a mall. It's more like a professional center now, per se. Like,
All right.
there's a big gym there. There's there's dentist office, doctor's offices. So we're more like a destination. So at 8:00, she's pretty much a ghost town in there, besides us. So.
All right. That's pretty good. That should leave you some
That's
space.
fantastic. The fact that you can expand out, because where are you going to put 75 to 100 people and tables? So the fact that you're allowed to go out into the mall and use that space is fantastic. That must have been a blast.
Yeah, no, it was really good. Tons of kids. Not as many, you know what? I bet it was probably 20, maybe like 15-20% kids, and lately it's been like 50-50, but just a lot. March break, everything just finishing up. So
Nice. So we have some serious clicks in the hobby, and I, for one, have allegiance with the Carlos and Beckett Eric army. Now you're Beckett Eric.
No.
You tack on army to the end of everything. That's the way it works, man. The Menendez brothers in the background of Mark Jackson card. Yep. Young Dolph on the John Moran card. Absolutely.
Right. So I mean, I said 5. I said or under, and yeah, those were some of the ones I was thinking about. So like we're up to 3. So it's right where I, if anyone else can think of any more, please.
There probably will be some cameos. I'm sure there's some for sure.
But I'm telling you, there's 5 or less.
Who did you say, Eric? Sorry, I just catching up a little bit.
We were talking about Patrick Kane on the Turgeon card.
Yeah.
And now we're talking the Melendez brothers and
Young Dolph on a John Moran card. Yep.
Yeah. So and the fact that in all the years the cards have been, made, and more modern ones, of course, where you can actually see the fans and the audience in the background for all these different sports, it shocks me that there are 5 or less, that there's somebody notable in the stands, good, bad, or indifferent. I mean, you got to figure how many Patrick Kanes went to a hockey game, to a basketball game, a football game, as a young kid, idolizing that sport, and then became a participant in that league. I can't believe there's only one hockey card with a future hockey player in it. So I've always thought that, we should be talking like 100 of notable cards of, hey, look who's in the background here, look who's in the background there, and just 5 or less.
That also necessitates somebody actually having parents with enough money to put them in the front row. Like you actually, like, in order to be in the shot, it's like, are you going to catch them in the upper deck? Like if they're hanging out up there, you're going to catch them in the, what angle do you got?
And let's be realistic. If you are a professional athlete, there is a very good chance that you did come from money, especially in hockey, where you had the parents that, were able to buy you the equipment for whatever sport, that drive you to this place, that place, sign you up for this team, that team, travel in teams, club teams, AAU, whatever the hell it is. They've dumped thousands and thousands of dollars into your youth development to get you into the pros. So it's really not that unrealistic to think that a professional athlete today was probably sitting in the first few rows on the glass or up, on court side as a kid.
Well, it depends though. It could be that the parents scrounged the money, got enough money to like Brad. Equipment is super expensive, like
Oh yeah.
super expensive. Like, and if you travel or do anything, like, guess what? That might be the money that's left. You can have the equipment. We're not taking you to the game. You can watch it on TV. We're already paying enough money for you to actually play.
Listen,
So real quick, I'll grab a couple of these comments here. Hang on. We'll grab a couple comments here. Brad, what are your thoughts on people dipping on bricks? You dip, Brad?
Simple.
Yeah, it's it's theft.
Get rid of the dipping and just say, what's the thought about people stealing?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like when people say, oh, is it a reprint card? No, it's a counterfeit. Like that's what it is. It's not a reprint or whatever. It's like people dipping. They're just thieves, scumbags.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Sorry, I just get aggressive on that one. I hate that. I hate thieves.
No, I get it. It's good. All right. So Kamikaze here says, down goes Bama. There you go. Brad, are trade nights for cards? People truly want to be a part of it, or is it people's junk cards? Well, I don't think people's junk cards are gonna get much traction in trade night. But what kind of variety? Let me ask this question to you, Brad. What kind of variety do you see? Like, you see a bit of a mixed bag, different sports, different categories. What do you see there?
Yeah, all different sports. Like really, like we have guys that specialize in soccer. We have the guys that are doing their Pokemon deals. We have guys, Rodney and the guys we're in tonight with all their baseball prospects. Obviously hockey.
How many Alex Manoah cards did you try to pawn off so you could get your hands on the McDavids?
Yeah, I actually bring Alex Manoah with me tonight, so I headed in my box because I bring a box in.
Sure.
Because I just to partake in the whole.
Please say it's in a Pelican case because that would make me so happy.
No, I'm old school cardboard box. I don't. Yeah.
We should get you one of those little Pelican cases. That'd be fantastic.
I have one, but I feel like I don't know. I get the purpose of it, but no, I'm old school. I carry my box. The top falls off. I'm just like,
that boy.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
There you go. All right, I get it. Albert says all the modern ones are disco balls and zebra skins. Yes. PK says, I love Sports Card Dad, but man, 2023 years the year for him. Shove every possible sponsor down people's throats, make reaction video to everybody else's content, and get crazy defensive to anything and everybody. Yeah, I haven't been keeping too close tabs, but I did scan through the stuff, and I saw that he had. I haven't seen the video yet, so I'm going to reserve judgment. But I think he's poking another jab at the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame thing again. I'm like, dude, let it go. Speaking of let it go. Move on. Find something else to talk about. There's got to be something.
That I don't know what the future holds for me, whether doing this show or getting my own in 10 years or whatever. I never want to be a part of it. I just think it's so utterly ridiculous. And the fact that some people care so much about it, I'm just putting it now, no matter what the future holds for me, I never, ever want to be in it.
Just do the Kurt Schilling thing and demand that they don't vote for you.
I want no part of it. It's so ridiculous. I'm sorry.
So BB from AZ says 1990 Hoops Grand Hill card has Paul Abdul in the background. There you go.
I didn't even know about that one. See, so we're up to like 4 now.
That's a pretty
good reference. I remember, at first when I read that comment, I was like, man, that's cool. I don't remember. And now I'm starting to feel like maybe I do something with Paul Abdul. Like I'm
sure there's an old school vlog out there with somebody talking about cameo cards, because I call them cameo cards, like a cameo in the background or something. I'm sure there's been some, but you got to be it's really niche for you to spend time looking at it. We know the famous ones, but I'm sure there's got to be some other ones
that's a fun. That would be a fun, like people talk about PCs all the time.
Yeah.
Like there's a great PC that's affordable for anybody that could have like cameo cards. I like that.
Yep.
I collect cameo cards but players that are in other people's cards.
Yeah. So James has a fair question here. Interested in the thoughts on Upper Deck changing the format on Flagship, conveniently along with Bedard, because now Flagship is going to have 1-of-1s. So that's supposed to be the new chase. So you can have a Young Gun 1-of-1 now is available as an option in this new configuration.
I never heard that.
Connor Bedard 1-of-1. Brace for it, Eric. Brace for it, Brad. The chase is on. So now with this revelation, Brad.
That's fine.
So how many cases are we going to be opening?
And how much are they going to? If there's a Bedard 1-of-1, imagine how much those packs and those boxes and those cases are going to cost.
The problem, though, is that, just to be fair about this, though, like 1-of-1 notwithstanding, it will be a chase. There's only one. So at the same time, though, they're going to print a lot. And Bobbles was making the point earlier, where if you're going to add this, you can almost guarantee they're going to reconfigure, and I bet the print run's going to increase. So therefore, there's actually going to be ample supply. So I'm sure it'll get a bump, but like, how much will it be offset by the increase in supply? So demand, yes, but supply, yes. Supply, very yes.
I hope that some 5-year-old gets it in a pack for Christmas, immediately bends it in half to make a tent for his G.I. Joe figure on Christmas morning.
So much anger. What's you've already decided to hate on Bedard? I don't have any opinion on the guy.
I hate on the ridiculousness that a 1-of-1 Bedard is going to create in the hobby. So I just hope the 5-year-old gets it and bends it and puts it there and has his little G.I. Joe sleep in it.
Oh, you're so good. Did you see what else Upper Deck is doing? My uncle sent me this today. I don't know if you already discussed it, but so instead of 24 packs of 8 cards in a box, which is 192 cards,
okay,
they're going to, this is for hobby, there'll be 12 packs of 12 cards, 144 cards, with every pack averaging 3 inserts instead of 1. So in a box, you'll still get 6 Young Guns and 4 canvas cards in a box.
So that's basically the Prism configuration. Because isn't Prism 12 and 12 thereabouts, something like that?
Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah,
I feel that I could be mistaken. You know, feel free to fact check me, folks. But I feel like that sounds like how Prism usually does their business with like 12 and 12 or something like that.
So it's kind of, it makes sense too. Like Upper Deck, to me, they're listening because you know what? They're dropping. You're getting 50 less base cards, but you're getting more insert cards. Like the days of people still do like base, but it's very minimal, right? So,
right. Okay. We'll see. I'm curious now. I like the 91 UD Tom Selleck over Frank Thomas in the background.
No, I don't know if that one actually counts, but what would be cool is if it was a Frank Thomas card and sitting in the stands behind home plate was Tom Selleck. Now that would be something cool.
There you go.
Because Magnum is awesome.
Now you know what card to chase. Hobby Champ says, fun fact, I was the first person to ever sell those 94 Kane cards. A family friend told me about it and bought hundreds for a quarter to 50 cents. Listened to them all when he was drafted #1. There you go.
That's awesome. Good for you.
Also, the odds of being the person in the background doing the photo in one game, one moment out of 82 games is probably pretty low. Yeah, because they're going to select different photos, right? That ends up being chosen photo of the player of the card. Yeah, the odds are pretty astronomical. I'm a big fan of Ryan Walter, and he happens to be in the background of the second year 1980 card of Wayne Gretzky. That's obscure, but fair enough.
That's good. I love that.
Bob Jackson says, you like collect cameo cards? Word up. He knows. We have one of those few big shows weekend hobby hangout in Sydney, but our collectors are mostly low-key, so not expecting stage videos. That's outrageous. You're telling me, Aussie Card Dad, help me out. You're going to do this thing. And we were talking about stage videos and DAPs and Great Career and the whole thing earlier, Brad. But it's like, you're telling me, we got Australia. You're telling me we cannot have kangaroo pack battles? The kangaroos could fight, and whoever has the winning kangaroo gets all the cards. Or koala bears. Or both. Or giant spiders fighting to the death. The possibilities are endless. We are missing opportunities here. This is stage content that people want. This is stage content I am making 12 burner accounts to hit the like button on. I'm making all the like button accounts.
You know what else you could have? Just back from PSA today.
What the hell is that?
This is the Gifted Gopher.
Oh,
signed by Gary V himself.
Wow. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that one, but fair enough.
You're mentioning animals. I had to pull out the Gifted Gopher.
I was not expecting Gifted Gopher tonight. I did not have that on my bingo card.
I give up. I'm out of this hobby.
There are too many Connor McDavid. So you're saying, Eric, you're saying that it makes you feel sad.
I'm done. I give up on this hobby.
Did that moment make you feel small? Did it make you feel sad?
It's just so stupid.
All right. I'm going to put Eric in the corner while he's debating his lot in life. All right. So there are too many Connor McDavid autos out there. Nothing special about those cards. 3 hits per pack 2, less packs per box. True. Kids don't play with toys, Eric. They have cell phones. That is true. It's true.
I said he was 5.
Yeah. Sports Card Hall of Fame. Sounds like some weird ego thing with someone with cough, small hands. Well, I know who I'd vote for. I have a theory when a Air movie came out, the Jordan rookies will skyrocket to the moon. That'd be a hope.
Already skyrocketed to the moon.
Yeah, that's why Bob says again.
Yeah.
That's Maximus. Yep. Yeah. Cameo cards and Goofy's player face cards are classic picks. Fair. 75 Topps A's do it again card. MC Hammer's brother. Okay. What if the kangaroos jousting on those crossbike thing they're going? See, now you're thinking. I like what you did there. That's what we're talking about here. You see, Eric is so excited. We may restore him to full size at some point. Not yet, because I'm kind of enjoying this. By the way, I found out the StreamYard could do custom layouts, Brad. That's why this is happening. I found out you could do custom layouts in StreamYard. Aren't you enjoying it? Like, isn't that great? We literally put Eric in the corner. I feel that's the right thing to do.
Not the first time, not the last.
Yep. But now it's sanctioned by StreamYard. They gave us the tools. We have the technology. Eric, Brad, Carlos, what are your thoughts on former NHL goalie John Garrett retiring from broadcasting? I'm indifferent. Gentlemen, go on.
Indifferent.
I didn't know he was broadcasting.
That speaks well of us. All right, some great Chris Bosio and Hamlin cards. There you go. PK says, with the new PSA change to serial cards, should sellers have to disclose to buyers they crack the card out? Some people make good money cracking sevens and then selling raw to gem hunters. That is an interesting point, PK. I think that's a fair comment. So the idea was that PSA is now going to keep better track in the sense that if you've got a serial number card and they've tracked it in their system, it means that if you try to resubmit it, basically they'll just give you back the same grade. So in effect, kind of reduces the advantage of trying to resubmit it for crackout. On the one hand, I could see why that would be an advantage. About disclosure, that's an interesting question. Brad, I want to get, what's your take on this one? This is kind of I like the way that PK put it. I know the PSA's policy is going to be a thing, but at the same time, like disclosing it, couldn't you look it up? I wonder, you know what would be good? And this is, I don't know if they do this. I wonder what would be good if they were able to allow you to somehow see which serial numbers have been already submitted. Because if that's the case, you could look it up and that would save you the trouble of having to disclose.
Yeah. I always think buyer, it's up to the buyer. You know, if you're a seller and you're selling a card as is, it's not you. If you crack it out, why do you have to disclose that you cracked it out?
Yeah, I think it also works the other way. Even if we didn't have the serial number thing, what if you had resubmitted it 10 times and went from a 7 to an 8? You wouldn't disclose that.
Right.
So the fact that a serial number is involved, does that really change anything?
Yeah.
All right. Eric, I'll allow you back in.
All right.
What are your thoughts now? What are your thoughts on this one?
I can't believe I'm saying this because it sickens me to the core, but I agree with Brad. It's like, well, who cares? It's a raw card at a show. I'm going to give you this much money. That's what I want. I'm taking it home. I don't care what happened to it before it got in my hands. I'm looking at it. I like it. It suits my needs. I'm happy with the condition. I'm happy with the price. Let's go.
Yeah, what I would say is, so maybe what I would add here is kind of in the vein of what Eric's talking about, is I would say if you're buying a raw card that has been cracked out, they don't really have to disclose it. I think, though, you as the buyer should make sure that you're paying the appropriate price for the condition of the card in your hand. And I would offer no premium, because in this case, I'm buying a raw card. So in that case, you know what? I don't care. I am buying a raw card. That is what I am purchasing. And if my intention is to resubmit it, well, then I better make sure I do my diligence. If I find out that I can't submit it, maybe I should send it to SGC. Maybe I should send it to Beckett. Maybe then I send it to somebody else where that wouldn't affect you. If that's the case, then you got to do some digging and find out.
Yeah, I mean, if he cracks open a 10 from PSA because the guy was going to send it to SGC because he likes the tuxedo, but but before he did it, he offers it to me. Am I supposed to pay him PSA 10 prices for a raw card in my hand?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yep. True. We can have the ultimate royal deadly animal rumble. See, how's a card that you're thinking? This is what I want. This is proper content. I'll try to work it on the next show. Thank you, sir. This is proper content. And under the right circumstances, we could have drama. We could have drama and content all together.
I just thought my favorite prank video is the guy that punches the kangaroo. And I shouldn't say that about animals' rights. Did you guys ever see that? He has to save his dog from a kangaroo that was attacking it.
Okay.
And anyways, I just thought about that. It's the funniest video I've ever seen in my life.
Those kangaroos are no freaking joke. They accuse
No.
as hell.
Well, Ozzy Cardad is filling us in here. The male red kangaroos that do actually box, they would probably win heavyweight titles. They don't hold back.
Have you or anyone else in the chat seen that one kangaroo, especially with all the muscles? It looks like he looks like he just lifts in the gym. He is ripped, cut up, ripped.
So you're saying that you will fight the raccoon because now you have familiarity with your foe, but you will duck the raccoon. You will duck the kangaroo.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere near a kangaroo, especially that one that looks like it's been on roids since birth.
Just saying.
I can't believe how cut up that kangaroo is. It is jacked. It is nuts.
Well, at least now we know Bougie Eric is ducking the kangaroo. He's not taking the fight.
I am not fighting the kangaroo.
This is disappointing. So this one here, Eric, heard a great Mike Milbury interview with Spinning Chicklets. Are you a Mike Milbury collector because randomness?
Yeah, I just saw Mike a month or so ago, actually, and I'm looking at the top of my computer screen. One of the tabs is the Mike Milbury interview. It's ready. It's all queued up right to where he comes around halfway through. It's all queued up, and as soon as I get a few minutes, I plan on listening to it. But I'm looking at the tab on my computer right now. I just haven't listened to it yet.
There you go. I like it. So here, Hockey 99 says, Brad, what are your thoughts on Fanatics having priority over Upper Deck at the printing presses? Now, to be clear, that is my theory. My standing theory. I don't know if he's referring to my theory, but I've stated that I believe that there is some kind of shenanigans. You want to talk about shenanigans? I think there's some kind of a deal that Fanatics and or Panini, I feel like they have priority in the suppliers, because Upper Deck has struggled so much to release stuff on time. And they've had to go outside, obviously, to Italy to suppliers. There's a supplier, I think, in Canada they do some business with as well. They've had to go find additional suppliers to try to actually... The amount of product that Upper Deck is sending out, they don't make as much product as Panini and Fanatics combined. They just don't. And yet Panini and Topps is able to release product. You're seeing it on the card shop end, Brad. Mm-hmm. How many Panini and Topps products... Sorry, how many Panini and Topps products... Yeah, sorry, I got it. Panini and Topps products... do you see for every one Upper Deck product? The ratio is huge.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't even know what that is now.
It's one-sided. And the thing is, like, and with Upper Deck, the question is, okay, they got this product. I made the joke about it with the wrestling cards that I like, because that's a small niche. There's not that many products in the first place. Well, Panini has said, they've got 2 products coming out, and right now both of them are supposed to be hovering right around when metal's coming in. It would not shock me both of those beat metal to your card shop. It would not shock me if both of them beat it there, and we're still waiting for metal. And that's and that happens in hockey too.
Yeah, and I don't even think that many people realize, but Panini in Canada, like I don't get any Panini boxes anymore in Canada from a distributor for our store. We get Topps, we get Upper Deck. I don't get any Panini because I never bought any Panini on the secondary market from the distributor, which I just refused to do. I just was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to buy a box that was $200 for $1,500, bring it into the store and sell it to a customer for $1,700, and at those inflated. So we don't get Panini. That's why I'm hoping Fanatics is going to. I'm quite confident Fanatics is going to change all of that. So
we'll have to see.
Yeah, I just wanted to show that real quick.
So you're saying that you collect Mike Milbury, but not his cards?
That's correct. I only collect Mike Milburys. So that was about a month ago.
Interesting. The kangaroo grabs dog and guy punches Roo right in the face. A lucky guy got away with his dog, to be honest.
That's it. I just sent that clip over to you guys. I think it's true and it's hilarious.
Yep. I think if you submitted a card and it was returned as not authentic, altered to minimum size, and that should be disclosed. I think that's fair, Carlo. I think that's reasonable. If there's like some kind of an existing issue, it would probably be good form in that situation to like, hey, mention that because that's disclosure. Because in that case, in a raw card, the person may not know that there's some kind of an alteration or issue. If you submitted it and you crack it out and it was in like an authentic slab because of some issue, it would probably be good business long-term to make sure you say something. Don't just like leave it and just hope that they don't notice.
So what do you think on that? I think especially for the authentic and altered, but for a min size card that comes back. So tonight we submitted a Bobby Hall rookie, beautiful card that came back from PSA as min size. So the guy's a collector, a friend of mine. He said, what should I do with it? He goes, I want it for my collection. He goes, I'd like to get it slabbed. I'm like, well, PSA is not, because it didn't meet their minimum size requirement. And he said, maybe I'll take it to a competitor and get it slabbed. And I was like, sure. You know what I mean? Like, is there anything
people do
wrong?
That. Like sometimes if somebody gets like a min size, they'll send it to another one to try and pass it. And if they slab it, there you go.
So if it's slabbed, right?
I'm sorry, can I interrupt? PSA won't just give it authentic. PSA doesn't do that.
You can request. You could, yes, on certain. It's still up to the grader, and you can request that. But to me, when you request that, if the card looks really nice and it's in an authentic, like there's probably something wrong with it.
Well, yeah. In this case,
There's
didn't-
nothing wrong with the card. It just didn't meet PSA's minimum size requirement for that card, which happens a lot with 51s. I mean, a lot of O-Pee-Chee hockey are min
Well,
size.
yeah, they're all cut up
Right.
wrong. Yeah.
So, but the other companies out there will grade them. So if you do that and you go to disclose it and you want to sell your card graded by another company, should you have to say, oh, was a PSA min size?
No, the thing is, like, look, the way I would distinguish it this is if one of the other graders, not just a random, off the wall grader, but if like you send it to PSA and then it gets min size and SGC grades it, you sell the SGC card. SGC is the one who's willing to stand behind it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Like I can live with that. I think if you cracked it out, or sorry, if you got min size and you're selling it raw, I would say something, but it's to each their own. I don't think that one's as hard as fast. But if it's altered or something like that, then honestly, I would think it's probably you should disclose it. Min size, there's a little bit of interpretation, a little bit of room in there because it depends on who's measuring and how they're measuring it against. There is a little bit of latitude there, I think. But an alteration or something like that, or not authentic, I think that's probably something you need to say something about.
So we had a little test. We have a test going on with one card right now. A friend of mine, he sent it into PSA twice, came back min size twice. Sent it to BGS, came back altered.
Mm-hmm.
Sent it to SGC, came back min size.
Mm-hmm.
Now he sent it to another grading company to see what he's going to send it all the way around the circuit to see what happens. So
I'll give it a try, see what happens.
there's a new grading company it's off to.
Those kangaroos have a 78-inch reach and are great kickboxers. There you go. James says, Q, crappy hockey jersey era 2. Yes, Fanatics has taken over the hockey jerseys. That's true. Zombie Collector says, A-dub, let's go. Good evening, Zombie. I'm sure Panini and Topps have large print runs, which means more profit with printers. Why make 10 small products when you make 2 to 4 large ones? Yeah, I'm not blaming them for it. But I'm just saying it puts Upper Deck in a bad spot because they're stuck having to explain to everybody why they can never get their product out. Where they just look, the perception is the other guys are getting their product out. Why aren't you? And Upper Deck doesn't have a good answer for that. It's not a good thing for them. It hurts. It hurts perception for the brand. In my opinion, I would like the graders to find a way to have 2 pop reports as regular and maybe a crack and resub pop. Okay, no, that's fair enough. Mm-hmm. Zombie is trying to speak slanderous words. We only speak fish boy slander around here. Settle down, Zombie. Thoughts on Justin Jefferson auto raw card out of 49. 3 sales in the last 2 months ranging from 220 to 265 at auction and buy it now. PSA 10 auction ends for 260. You can still value the slab cards the same as raw. It's tough because here's the thing. Technically, yes, but at the same time, like the market has clearly changed. If you're doing raw sales from the past 2 months, that's 2 months ago or over the last 2 months. If the PSA 10 auction now is 260, the other stuff technically should fall in line, but the market is kind of what has to make a decision on that one. To me, I would then scale it back down. If you're saying the 10 is now 260, well, then the raw ones, I'm paying less. I adjust it accordingly, right? Because I can get a 10 for that price. Why would I then pay the same amount for a raw? It only makes sense. So from a buyer standpoint, I wouldn't blame them for like offering less or adjusting accordingly. SGC will now min slab size cards as authentic. Good evening, Lou Rock. Brad has more friends than a mayor. How do you do it? Well, ask Eric. He has thoughts about Brad's popularity.
Yeah, it dumbfounds me. This is the biggest jerk in Canada. All right. How in the world he knows so many people, has business relationships with so many people? I have no idea. If you guys even knew what this guy was like in real life, off camera, you'd be sickened. Absolutely sickened. This is one of the worst human beings I've ever come in contact with in my entire life. And I used to work with drug addicts.
Hold on, I fix it.
Oh, that's
keep talking, Eric. Go on.
I really can't stand Brad. He is the absolute worst. And if I have to deal with him anymore, I've got to end it all.
StreamYard, Brad, I'm really appreciating what StreamYard is doing for me here.
I love that.
I'm really appreciating it right now. I'm enjoying it. I think it's fantastic. By the way, I named this layout Bougie Eric. He's got his own layout name and category in my section here.
I'm getting sick and tired of the way I get treated around here.
And all of you who appreciate the way he's treated around here can hit the like button.
God damn it!
That's awesome.
Yep. Sounds good. All right. So there you go. Put you back for now. All right. Brad, Which has been more popular in your lifetime? Vladimir Guerrero cards as they come out in the 1990s or Vladimir Guerrero Jr. cards? I have a question. Where does Hockey 99 come up with random, like, what does this have to do with anything? All right, I'm skipping it. Brad, have you considered entering politics? Moving on. Skipping it. We can see the red mist forming over Eric as he speaks. I know. I appreciate StreamYards as making my life easier, giving me more options, as if I needed more options. Guys, did I need more options? I did not need more options, but I have them, and it makes me happy. It makes me so happy. It's like they sat there like, what could we give Carlos so he can fuck with everyone? Yes! I approve whoever's approving all these things. All right, so let's do two things. Let's set it up. So for those of you who join in later on, I'm going to share a little video that I shared off the top to cover. No, I'm getting that. Stick with me. I want to build into it. So first, I'm going to play a quick little video that I played off the top of the show. Brad, did you watch the beginning of the show?
No, I just
you should have. But I'm going. Lucky you. I'm going to give everybody because we're just past the top of the hour here.
Okay.
Eric, while I'm doing that, I'm going to take myself off camera, and while I'm doing that, you can be getting your special, possibly bomb package, mystery package. There's a mystery package from Hockey Barn that he sent to Eric that he asked to open up on the live stream, and we're going to do it now. So after I'm done shaming Fishboy, I'm going to come back, but while I'm doing that, get your ticking time bomb. I mean package. All right?
Okay.
So I'm going to take myself off. I'm going to hit play, and when I come back, you better start grabbing your mystery package. All right?
Okay. I'll grab my package. You got it.
That's something he's always wanted to do, and now he finally has the permission to do so. Why do you think we put him in the corner? Just saying. Throwing it out there. Look, between that and the chocolate sticks, sir, you're in double secret probation. Settle down. All right, I'll be right back.
You already got it?
You know, everybody wants to be a part of this because it's gonna be something special. I think being able to represent Team USA and go out there and have the whole country behind you, it's gonna be pretty cool. The whole main reason we're here is to win this thing. It's not. I mean, all the other stuff's great. Being able to play with each other, get to know each other a little bit more. But there's only one thing on our mind: is trying to win this whole thing.
It makes me happy on levels that I can't describe.
Makes me laugh every time.
It really does. It is what it is. Like, what do you want me to do about it, man? All right, Eric, have you got your secret bomb package?
Yeah, I really should be wearing like some type of protection, like bomb opening protection.
Hold on, Brad. If he's gonna blow himself up, we may as well all enjoy this. And while he's doing that, I'm gonna refill my beer. But Brad, this is your moment. Do it.
So I was somehow brainwashed yet again and purchased something from Hockey Barn. Even though I stand by what I've said before, do not purchase from him. Do not purchase from Hockey Barn Collectibles. Somehow I keep doing it, however. Anyway, in the package came this to be opened live on Because I'm Carlos. I am terrified. I'm gravely concerned of what this may be. I am cutting the top of the envelope with a razor. It's not ticking at the moment. It could be booby trapped. I would not put it past Hockey Barn to do that. I've reached into the envelope. Nothing has bit me yet. I was also afraid of poisonous spiders, possibly.
And Bobby is rooting you on here.
Oh, thanks, Bobby. You're a good friend. So let's see. There seems to be multiple things. We have first. We have a cricketer, MG weight.
I was getting excited for a moment. I was hoping it was going to be Don Bradman.
Yeah,
that would have been a beautiful callback to back in the day.
So we have a 1938 cricketer card. Very nice.
Someone off in the distance will be happy that we have a cricket card on here finally.
Yes. And from now on, when it is called for, we will bring this out and show everyone that cricketers do have cards.
Mm.
All right. Next, I reach in, and he can go screw himself.
Wow. Wow.
He can just suck it, and I hate him.
Mm. Mm.
We'll get rid of that.
Mm.
It still seems to be some more. Oh, we have yet another cricketer. This is W.M. Woodfull, legendary cricketer, obviously.
Mm.
Again, card's in really good shape. I can't quite find the year on this one, but I assume it's quite old, like the other.
Brad, this sounds like a new PC for Bougieric there. It sounds like he needs to become like the foremost authority in cricketing.
All right, let's see what else.
Mm.
This is yet another cricketer.
Wow, Hockey Barn's going with a theme there, Brad. This is
This
interesting.
is F.R. Brown. We all know, of course, we know of F.R. Brown and his great cricketing.
Well, I believe also, by the way, don't downplay F.R. Brown. He was also the first 3-pointer in NBA history. It was very exciting.
That was a big moment for him. Yeah, that's true.
Huge.
Again,
Huge.
I can't quite see that. I can't.
Brad, look at that arm though.
Ready to roll.
What's going on? Like what the hell's that?
I just learned something. Is that what they're called? Cricketers? Is that what you say, or is that Eric?
Look, that's what I'm going with. I will defer to Aussie Card Dad or someone who clearly has much more education on this. That's what I'm going with for now. I'm open to being corrected.
Okay, I'm going back in. This might be the last thing. This has got to be the poisonous spider.
They're nice looking cards, though. Eh?
They're clean cards. I'll say if nothing else, those are clean looking
This
cards.
is James Langridge.
Hmm.
And again, these all seem to be in very good condition.
They do seem to be in fact in really good condition. You know, Brad, what I'm thinking is I think Bougieric needs to bring those over, and I think they need to be submitted over to PSA for some slabbage.
Yes.
We need some cricket cards slabbed over here.
Yeah,
Bougieric's going to slab cards. It should be cricket cards. His new PC.
So, as you can see, it is now empty.
Mm.
Of course, we honestly thank Hockey Barn for his generosity and his thoughtfulness, and except for the Canadian sticker where he can suck it. Other than that, thank you very much to contributing to the show. We appreciate it, of course. Going with a long-standing theme of ours here, and so thank you. This is really cool. So
Ozzy Card Dad said, finally, we found the right spot for Eric in the naughty corner. Facts. Good evening, Dave. Come on, the McGuire question was genuine. Then we'll get back to it later. Remind me later after I'm done the slandering. Eric's package has been talked about for years in the hobby. This is the rumor I've heard. Well, at least Trout showed up to play for his country. You call that showing up? Do I have to play the clip again? I won't right now, but I'm just saying, do I have to play? You call that showing up? Man. All I'm saying is Mario Mendoza wouldn't have struck out like that. A real ball player. I guess Kangaroo will pop in the envelope. Oops, I was wrong. Cricket card is a guy born in Boston. True. Doesn't look like a crooked card. Upside down Canadians. This can't get any better. Bobby was enjoying it. Bill Woodfull was an Australian cricket captain in the Bradman era.
hey,
Contemporary to Don Bradman? It's pretty exciting. Robert Dudek says, looks like a 1935 Gallagher. Thank you, Robert. We need more likes here. Thank you, James. Paul, good evening. Can't wait till we find out it's not cricketer and we can mock Eric. We can always mock Eric. Also, good evening from the Arctic Circle. Thank you, sir.
Did you lose a toe yet? I hope you have.
Empty except for the arsenic powder on the cards. Thank you, Bobby. Spreading positivity. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Well, that was exciting. That was good stuff. So good surprise. Thank you, Hoggy Barn. Little does Eric know that one of those classic crime drama self-destruct envelopes is self-destruct 60 minutes after opening. This will be a very exciting 60 minutes. Now I need StreamYard to let me have a countdown timer in the corner. That'll be the next thing. 540 flips. Jason Robertson equals Cricket Hall of Famer. Whoa, bold words, sir.
So
Who's this
do you remember,
flips guy?
Carlos, do you remember when we were talking with Luke about Jason Robinson and that it was going to bring more Filipino people into the collecting his cards? Because
It should in theory, yeah.
This is 100% truth. I didn't even tell Luke this. A couple days ago, I get a call from a guy, and he goes, "Yeah, I watched the show on YouTube. I want to submit some of my Jason Robertson cards." And I said, "Yeah, what a great player." He goes, "Yeah, I didn't really know much about him, but my wife is from the Philippines, and I thought this would be a really cool player to start collecting." And I said, "Oh, we talked about that." A friend of mine said that he thinks it's going to be a spike in Jason Robinson interest because of it. And the guy said, he goes, "Oh, absolutely." He goes, "You should see the amount of people that are starting to follow Jason Robinson's career in our community." And I was like, Luke was right. This is
look on this one. The shamelessness of Bobbles has at least some basis in actual. Now his shamelessness is bizarre. It's a different thing entirely. But like in general terms, yeah, he's playing well, and the community is looking for somebody to identify with who's performing at that high level. That gives them a reason to like tune in and cheer him on, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So why not? Carl's favorite angel was Mike Fetters. No man. Tim Salmon. Just saying. Think about it. I live in a cricketing country and haven't heard of 3 of those cricketers. I think they were where the state players is the first card and the South Australia state logo. Nice. Thank you, Aussie Card Dad. Appreciate the extra education. Some hashtag scholarship out here. Thank you.
There you go. Scholarship.
Dude, all those American aces should be ashamed. Don't forget Otani is in a contract year and already has had a UCL tear. I know, right? And the best thing America could do was some fish dude who struck out. Shameful. If you never heard of Jason Robertson, then he's a terrible sports fan. There you go. I bet he'll trade those cards for a Mike Milbury card. Maybe.
There's Mike's rookie right there. 1977.
Nice. Is that that's 77, 78 or 76, 77?
77, 78.
77, 78.
I love when Eric always pulls out the tops version. Drives me nuts. Tops.
How do you know it was tops? I didn't turn it around.
I can see the color in the front. It's got a little glossy. It doesn't have that good matte finish.
Here we go. Aussie Card Dad says, Eric, I'll send you my cricket cards and you can get a grading deal with BGS. Yes. All right. 2 things I want to touch on here. We want to have a little fun with it. I have it too. There you go. Rough cut. There you go. Thank you, Bobby. All right. A couple of things I want to touch on here. And by the way, Hockey, if you want to bring back the Vladimir Guerrero question, bring it in about 5 minutes. I want to have a little fun with a couple things first. All right. First thing I want to have. I don't know if you guys saw this. Our long national nightmare is nearly over. Brad, are you excited? Are you ready? Are you pumped? You know what's coming? Yep. Boom. The Golden Touch, April 28th on Netflix. Oh my God, only 2 years too late. I mean, go on. Tell me more. We're so close, y'all. We're so close to the stupid freaking thing that should have come out like a year and a half ago.
I'm pumped. You guys, here we go. You guys are going to make.
I'm pumped too, but probably for a different reason than you are.
I am absolutely going to enjoy this. He is, regardless, like him, dislike him, whatever. He is a unique character, and this, if you like reality television, I think this is going to be well done.
Oh, I have no doubt that it will be well done. But I'm just saying it's really, really late.
Yeah,
like it really,
right.
super late, guys.
So much fun, Carla. You are going to have. I feel there's going to be so much content in this that is going to give you pure enjoyment.
Well, this is what I'm getting at. Like, look, the reason that I'm for it is like, this is like born. Look, I'm contemplating watch parties. All right. Like I've got thoughts. I've got theories. There's content to be had here. And I'm willing to work off the back of this thing. And we'll have some, the more outlandish, the better. This could be potentially very unintentionally entertaining.
I agree.
So I'm just throwing it out there. April 28th is what it says, and we're going to see. I did like that Alex Gaimo, who does a lot of work with Golden here, says, so proud of you and proud to be part of this. We're about to shock the world. Oh, I bet you are. So much hard work, so much dedication, so much patience, so much love, so much king stuff. Settle down. Let's calm down a little bit. But fair enough. I guess this is the thing. There you go.
I like to slow down on the highway when I'm passing a car crash.
I may have to look, Brad. All I'm saying is that my Netflix account has been inactive for some time. I'm turning that shit back on late April. Turn it back on. It's like I'm ready. Let's go. I may have to bring back my intermediate critic. I can do web shows. Don't worry, I can do web shows. It's okay.
The biggest thing I'm going to be paying attention to is, obviously this was done in the height of the pandemic, the height of the hobby boom, and what their predictions are, what they're pumping, what information they're giving the viewers, and see now 2 years after how much of that was accurate or good information.
See, do you think, like, I have no idea on the premise of the show, but I think it's going to be more like reality TV on him and showcasing pieces and different things. Like, I don't think it's going to have that investment advice side of things.
I honestly think it's going to be Pawn Stars on Netflix. Like, I honestly think it's going to be Pawn Stars. I think it'll be like very similar. Hey, we got in this thing. We got in this, jersey. We got in this card. We got in whatever, blah, blah, blah. Here's us with cameras talking it up.
Yeah. And I feel like there'll be lots of famous people. Like, I think there's going to be like tons of cameos. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be, that's what it's going to be.
If there is a shameless cameo to be had, it will be had.
There's going to be athletes, breaking boxes with his kids, and he's going to be talking to, Mark Wahlberg and his kids, and it's going to be all that stuff, I'm sure.
What I want to see though, when it was brought up, it was a good point. I want to see if we get the Drake break. Do we get the Drake break? Do we get some of the stuff that Golden was involved with? Some of the stuff he did on some of the live streams and all that? Do we get that included? Like, yes, of course. Why wouldn't you do that? Makes sense. Have at it, man. Have at it. So let me scroll through. Let me get caught up on a couple of these comments here. Let's see. I can't wait for this to watch this and poke fun. Yes, no doubt. So much weekly content. That's what I'm saying. Look, look, short of lighting himself on fire, I appreciate Kenny. Finally, about goddamn time. I was waiting. Jeez. Is this a show where Ken, 9-figure bank account, acts like a cowboy? We can only hope. That's what I said. It's an opportunity here, man. Please tell me it's just Ken's iPhone video. That would be fantastic. Omaha Productions is like, we have like 4K cameras, Ken. It's like, oh, I'll take it on my iPhone. It's fine. And it's like, and he's like put his thumb over like half the shots. He's like partially blocked it. Oh no. Hockey says, Brad, Golden isn't an interesting character. He is your worst used car salesman nightmare. I will be watching the show. The last sentence is the key here.
I know.
Everything that you said beforehand, I hear your words. I will be watching the show. Exactly. Ozzy Cardad says, Carlos knows firsthand how well the last hobby documentary went. Yes, I do. I will be ready. It's not late. They're just anticipating the next boom. I know. And to think I canceled Netflix only until Squid Game comes back, really. There you go. There you go, Bobby.
That's a question.
All right. So, fine. I ignored it the first time. We brought back to it. Let's do it. All right. Vladdy Guerrero Jr.'s the 90s or Vladdy Guerrero Jr. cards? My answer is the second one because 100%. Vladdy Guerrero, like, no one cared.
He
was a great player, but he played in Montreal.
Yeah.
Like, great player, though.
Listen, even I know, that junior is way, way, way ahead of the senior when it comes to the collecting world.
Yeah.
Except for that one senior batting glove cut card. That one.
Well, you've already personally committed $14 million to that card.
Yeah,
that's the bounty. $14 million.
I don't think Junior's ever gonna, come close to that level of card. But other than that, I would say Junior has it. But that one batting glove card is, come on, that's big time.
Yeah. And what I would use, though, as an indicator of this, which actually be a valid indicator at the time, and Brad, maybe this would make sense as well. I would go back and see, did Senior ever make it onto the cover of like Beckett Monthly?
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be an interesting question. Maybe yes, but I don't remember. Like, it's possible.
I remember him.
I would think he would. I mean, he was a big enough star at the time.
Nobody get you, but certain players continuously rotated and consistently got covers. So did he have one or two, or did he have a couple over time?
Yeah, I remember one. I can actually picture one
Mhm.
in my head.
Yeah. So there are going to be moments, but I don't think his popularity ever like hit its apex, because the problem is when he was at his best in the 90s, there's so many big guys. There's Griffey, there's Thomas, there was Bonds, even Ripken when he was chasing the streak. When he was chasing the streak, Ripken was on the hot list all the time.
Right.
There was always somebody else who would be the hot player at that time, and Guerrero never had a chance to be the hot player at that specific moment, even though he played very well for many years.
You know what's amazing? I was just thinking, Cal Ripken, the documentary. There was a really good ESPN documentary on him in the streak that was put out. I don't know how long ago, but I watched it a couple of years ago. And when you watch a documentary, you can really either be like or hate an athlete. Like I was kind of indifferent with Ripken. I just, he was a great player, but I didn't really care. I watched the documentary, and I just was like, I fell in love with the guy. I was like, man, what a great process. His family involved in that whole streak. It was awesome.
That makes sense.
I'm looking forward to their next 30 and 30. I don't know if you guys heard about it yet. I'm not joking. This is true. I saw it today. So the next 30 and 30, or whatever the hell they're called, is going to be about the riots after the Canucks lost to the Bruins in 2011. That's what the whole thing's going to. It's going to be everything that led up to it, and then the riots when they burned the city down.
In fairness, though, the way for the joke for many years was that we could actually have multiple seasons of Canucks fans rioting. Like, the joke for many years for me was, this team won the Stanley Cup, and the Canucks fans rioted. They're not even in it. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
They just do it. It's an annual tradition. It's like Augusta. It's a tradition unlike any other. Stanley Cup final finishes. The Canucks didn't win. We riot.
So
it's just what you do.
So obviously, I'm very, very, very much looking forward to this documentary.
Yeah.
This is where Eric finally starts his own YouTube channel. He goes, I'm going to do episode recaps of this.
Yes. Yeah, I may have to, because it's going to be awesome.
All right, so Drake is going to be in the house. That's right, Tom. So you see Sports Car Radio coming at Golden Heart like a bunch of times. Yes, could you be more specific, sir? Be a little more specific. And they also use the platform, so they do both. I have a 9-figure bank account incoming. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, I can't wait for that. Every time he says it, you have to drink.
That's right. Do we get him burning the 86 basketball? That's what I'm asking. These are the important questions. Do we get the Drake break? Do we get him burning rappers? Like, this is the content I want to see. This is what I want in this documentary. In this series. This is what I want. Carlos, you can do episode recaps. It's so tempting. Like, this would be like the easiest. Like, Brad, this is like the easiest. This is like the cheapest content of like, even if I don't do watch-alongs, like recaps. It's like, all right, so this week on the Golden Touch. Let's talk about the Golden Touch.
Honestly,
what did Kenny do this week? That crazy scamp, Kenny? What did he do?
You're going to do a great job of it. I think it's going to be highly entertaining. It's
going to be awesome.
It's like, Carlos, your recap of the half-hour show was 2.5 hours, but you don't understand. I needed to take like 20 minutes to explain this one scene.
Yeah. We're going back to 6-hour shows as soon as this thing launches.
Kenny's saving the content side of things, if nothing else. He's saving it. All right. Is it just a season of Ken, or what's so-called documentary? It's a season of episodes, presumably. That's my understanding. I hear it's a season. The riots in Vancouver were more competitive than the game. That's what I'm saying. Montreal burns their city down when they win the cup. I know. Agree, Brad. Seeing a good series of documentary on a player can make all the difference. Even a great real interview. Ricky Williams comes to mind for me. There you go.
Yeah. You know what I watched too lately? Mickey Mantle and was it Bob Costas that did his final interview with Mantle?
Oh, the interview. Yeah. I think so.
That was great too. And you could see the Mantle looking back at his life and everything. The Nolan Ryan documentary, which I had no idea about, Nolan Ryan working part-time at a plumbing company, wasn't it? Or electrician in the summers, because in order to support his family while he won the World Series. And then he still took a part-time job as I think it was a plumber or electrician that summer. Like, it's crazy when you think of those, how different things were not 50 years ago, 40 years ago.
Had a summer job.
Right? Yeah. Crazy, right?
It makes no sense.
Yeah.
I think it's fair. So let me scan through here. No, perfect. We're caught up on the comments, so that's beautiful. Good
Boys,
stuff.
I got to take off. I said I was going to stick. I'm going to watch a show with Sherry tonight, and we'll have the show on in the background, so you may see some comments.
Sounds good. I may have to invite a couple people on so I can put Eric back in the corner.
Yes, please do.
It's what everybody
I will
wants.
be
Like I think this is what we need. If nothing else, Bobbles, get your ass over here. Like, I got it. There's some opportunities here. Plus, we're about to get into the Beckett full onside grading. So, Brad, you're right on time. I'm about to go into the onside grading thing.
Oh, that's good.
Have yourself a good night, Brad. Take it easy.
Okay, boys. See you. Thanks for everything.
All right. So, Ozzy Cardnet says the anticipation for the Carlos recap is way more appealing than the actual series. Oh, I'm going to do the recaps. If nothing else, I'll do recaps.
Oh God.
Like I said, I'm not joking. I'm reactivating my Netflix for this shit. I'm ready.
I am definitely going to watch it.
All right, Ken might just get a record number of people watching and win an award, but people will be watching for the wrong reason. That's true. They hate watching's a thing. It's legit. It counts.
That's how Howard Stern became famous.
And yet we do. Yet we do. And I, Brad, absolutely. Yep. Well, SCR try to rein in Ken's parade. They already did that. They're like the like part of the fun of the whole Golden Touch thing is we've been making fun of it so long that it's like, so what new material outside of the episodes themselves, which I'm sure will give us plenty of material in the episodes. But like, what are you gonna make fun of? Like, SCR has already talked about this. Again, their audience love-hate relationship, whatever. They're putting on a show too. It's not stage, but it's like the stuff they talk about Ken Golden, a lot of it has been out in the ether for 10, 20, 30 years. It's not new news. It's not like Kenny suddenly became shady. It's been going on forever. So it's like, this ain't new. But at the same time, yeah, you'll make fun of it, of course. Make fun of it. Why wouldn't you?
I just hope that I am not making this up. When the pandemic hit and we were all, started to go on YouTube and watch all sorts of things and Instagram and people were getting interviewed from their homes all the time because that's all the place you could be. He would constantly be doing interviews from his house and on all different types of sites and platforms. And I would say more than 50% of the time, so more than half the time, he would get interrupted during the interviews that would happen, in the evenings by his wife because she wanted to go to sleep. And he would be forced in the middle of the interview to either carry his phone or computer or put it on pause and go down to his basement where he had horrible Wi-Fi.
That's true, yes.
And continue the interviews from his basement because his wife kicked him out of the office because she wanted to go to sleep. And the Wi-Fi was horrible, so the interview sucked from that point on because of the Wi-Fi connection. And I'm just like, this is the most powerful man in our hobby.
Well, like, look, let's
person in his house.
Like, the joke has always been, Ken Golden has never been the most powerful person in the hobby. Does he have
I should have done this when
yeah, exactly. Like he's got a lot of friends. He's made a lot of acquaintances, a lot of business associations. He sure knows how to like name drop Shaq or Barry Bonds every opportunity he gets. So he's got that going for him. But no, he's been around a very long time. Yes, that part's true. And he's managed to sell it and parlay it into what he's doing now, which fine, great for him. But at the same time, it's like, yeah. Kenny to me is like, he's part of the furniture at this point. Like he's been involved in so many shady things, but he's still around. He's part of the furniture.
Something else. Or she would make him stop the interview to go out and walk the dog.
Yeah.
This would happen during interviews with this guy who has this company, is on Fox News business, he's everywhere, right? Promoting his company. millions of dollars are coming in and out of that company all the time, and his wife is making him go to the basement or go out and walk the dogs in the middle of interviews that promote his company and make him more money. I just would sit there and just be like, is this for real? But that's what would happen.
Interesting. Fair.
More than half the time.
And that's not even to mention his iPhone struggles and iPad struggles. They were
Right.
infamous. Very
Oh,
enjoyable.
God.
They would do $100,000 breaks of product and couldn't like spend $20 to get half decent Wi-Fi to keep things from crashing.
He doesn't have it in his own house. He goes down to the basement. He drops his interviews because his wife puts him in the basement. Oh,
Ken is like that old night table that is seen in your parents' house and 12 girlfriends. Look at Bobby with the analogy. I like it, Bobby. I like it. Carlos said, never heard of the guy. Ew. Who? What kind of an adult says hanky panky? Psh,
okay.
grow up. What's the big deal, Eric? That's what happens when you marry an entitled white chick. I don't know about his wife. I don't pay attention. But there you go.
I wouldn't know her if she fell on me. All I know is this guy's had to stop.
I feel like you should know if someone falls on you, especially in the rolling truck in Manila. Like as a policy, I don't care who falls on you. I feel like you should know what's happening at that point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like just as a policy, I'm recommending to you to perhaps figuring that out.
Okay.
Get that figured out. Get that fixed.
Okay.
We need more content on the LCS instance. Would be a great video. There you go. The fancy ashtray, too fancy to be used. True. This is true. Okay, so this was the other one that I wanted to have a little bit of fun with. He is numb from his cycling career.
I have hit a lot of trees.
You probably have. You probably deserved it, though. All right. Full on-site grading in Toronto at the expo. And I can only assume that Bougie Eric himself is personally responsible for this. By the way, I've heard rumors of what the price is. I'm not going to share unsubstantiated rumors. I need more information. I got to do some digging myself. But if what I heard is true, I will have more material between now and Expo to make fun of this. But Eric, this is I don't want to say fine work by you because I can't call it that, but it is work by you. So what are your thoughts? Full on-site grade. How many cars will you be submitting? So now Eric's attendance at Spring Expo is almost guaranteed. How many cards will you be personally submitting and waltzing right up to Jeremy from Beckett, your personal friend, to submit for on-site grading?
First of all, I'm still mad at all of you from November for not making me more aware that he was on the premises, because getting my picture taken with him would have been the greatest moment in my life.
Without question.
And it was, hey, did you see that? He was over there all day. Why didn't you? It's like, why didn't anybody tell me? So I'm still mad about that. All right. So I'm mad at Bobby. I'm mad at you. I'm mad at Brad. I'm mad at Yannick. I'm mad. Just the list goes on and on. That's number one. Number two, this is going to be a complete shit show. Because A, everything Beckett does is a shit show. B, if the KSA line is a mile long, to get the absolute most garbage of grading companies to grade on site there, and people are lined up for the entire week. What is now watch my fingers, everybody, legitimate grading company? It's going to be chaos. And now how many graders are they bringing? I say they bring 5 or less. Okay. How many machines? How many encapsulation machines are they bringing? I say no more than 2. And it is going to be nuts. Okay. No matter how much they charge, if they charge a little, they charge a lot, the line is still going to be crazy.
So real quick, pause. I'm going to say, if that rumor that I heard is accurate, it's a lot. That's why I say I'm going to reserve judgment. I need to know what the actual truth is. I need to know. But if that number that I saw floated around was accurate, oh, that's a lot.
They're
That's
still
a lot.
it doesn't matter. People are still going to do it because they think they can take a card, go over there, pay a lot, get that thing encapsulated in a legit grading company, unlike KSA, who's over there just making up numbers and slapping them in things. And, saying,
And also MNT, don't forget MNT.
oh, I did forget
MNT. They do on-site grading too. They're the other ones that do. Look, after you're done, the usual diatribe will include it. I do want to add a little bit of flavor to this because I think there is an element to it, but I want to let you finish first, but I want to add a little more. So we'll include MNT as well as on-site grading they've been doing.
If those companies were getting slammed, Beckett is going to get quadruply slammed because now someone's going to buy a card, run over there, get it encapsulated into a legitimate slab, and go right back out on the floor and try to sell it. So it is going to be a freaking madhouse. And I don't believe Beckett can do anything right, and they are going to screw this up royally, and there's going to be fights in line and people screaming and hollering, and it's going to get ugly, and it's going to happen fast.
There you go. I like to think that at the Bougie Eric house, they've already started trying to pre-stream the Golden Touch. That's why he's having those little blips. I don't know if you guys have been hearing them. So Tag won't be doing on-site grading? Alas, no. They couldn't get the AI robots across the border.
They couldn't get the passports.
It's sad. I wonder if it's more than if I sent from Australia to be graded. Maybe. No, like I said, if I saw the number I saw, it was not cheap. That's I left open the question. I was like, I genuinely was curious what the on-site grading price is going to be. Is there a price that people would pay? Yes. Would they pay a premium for on-site grading? Sure. Yeah. They do that anyway for on-site grading in general. But I've listened to folks try to make the pitch that Beckett can recover itself, but I'm like, I haven't seen anything to indicate that. They haven't done anything to change the setup, the system. Their numbers really aren't improving. So it's like, so what are we doing? Like, okay. But to their credit, I'll give them this. I will give them this.
Yeah.
They are the first of the four main, what are considered the four main graders, to do on-site grading. They beat PSA to the punch, they beat SGC to the punch, and CSG hasn't done on-site grading ever. So that is something. They are technically, they can say they're first to market in that regard, so they are. And that is true. They're the first one of them to do it. I would love for all four to do it so that people have options and can decide for themselves what they want to do. I think that would be better for everybody. But for some folks, though, I know there are some cards. That's why I say we always make fun of it, but we'll also tell the truth here. Like for thicker cards, if you're going to submit, BGS probably makes more sense for those thicker cards. PSA tends to grade them down. You do tend to get penalized for those thick cards. So if you're going to submit one of those, you're probably better off doing BGS anyway. CSG, I like the slab, but their secondary market resale value is worse. So if you have a thicker card, that's an expensive thicker card, you probably should do BGS. That probably makes sense. And if you can do it on site, it might actually work out for you. That might actually make sense because people will buy those. But after that, the use cases become really limited. You got to be really into the basketball ecosystem because a lot of the basketball guys have a lot of that. Ozzy Card Dad can speak to that as well. Like BGS still holds some regards, some sway in the basketball side of things. It's kind of meh in the rest of it. I think maybe a little football as well, but like there was a moment in time when Beckett had, obviously years ago now, but I don't know.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Beckett has completely stopped using paper labels, right?
They supposedly have switched over to the metallic ones, yeah, across the board now.
Right. For what it doesn't matter that it's them at the moment and during this point. Anytime you are mobile with something, and there's more tech that needs to be done, you are running. The odds of running into a problem are greater. When you are pulling stuff out of a printer, say if PSA does this, you're just pulling stuff out of a piece of paper out of a printer, putting it between two pieces of plastic, sealing it, handing it off. They're going to have to engrave these, pieces of, metallic, plastic, whatever the hell they are. That's one more thing that can go wrong. You got a line going up and down the aisle from the front door to the back door and back again. and all of a sudden the engraver breaks.
Well, it's not an engraver though. For the metallic labels, it's not engraved. It's printing. Honestly, metallic is a misnomer. Like it's a metallic sheen kind of look. They're already doing it for the 9.5s and the 10s anyway. It's already it's literally all they did was order more of the same labels they already had.
Right, but it just seems like, and by the way, that's like one of the things I like about Beckett is their labels, because I think they look fantastic compared to paper ones and everybody else's. So, but it's one more thing that can go wrong because theirs are more intricate than just a piece of paper out of a printer.
Yeah. Let me read a couple of these here. So Robert says CSG has passed BVG in terms of respect in vintage baseball. That's a low bar though. BVG is real bad. Real bad. And I don't think they're even really doing BVG anymore. I don't know. Maybe they are, but I forget now.
Who knows?
But yeah, CSG, I would honestly give more credence for vintage. I agree with that. So from that perspective, Robert, I do agree. Trimmed Bobby Orr rookies do well. You mean sheet cuts? Sheet cut? They will do sheet cuts, so that is true. Actual basketball collectors, particularly inserts, like to use and buy BGS. Yeah, that's kind of what I was referring to. So there is a niche there for them. If you're in that niche, it's accepted. It's totally accepted. So like from that perspective, I get it. To their credit, they're at least doing it. We've been saying, like Brad has been angling. We talked about it on the Thursday show. Brad has been he's been hammering them. I had a conversation with one of the PSA guys at the last expo. And he asked me, he goes, do you think that the onsite grading? Yes. The onsite grading would do. Look at the size of the line just submitting cards.
Oh my
There would
God.
totally be people up for paying, as long as you don't try to put $500 a card or something ridiculous, as long as they'll expect a show premium. But there will be people that will totally pay to have the card turned right around and be able to put it back on the floor before the end of the show. 100%. Especially with the Thursday VIP night there are people that would get there to be like, let me get this in right now so that I got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Give me my cards and then boom, we're good to go. If you need to do it on Friday, sometime on Friday, fine, I'll come back, get the cards, and then boom, I got 3 days to sell it. 100%. They would totally work if they did that. I think SGC would do well for some stuff if they did that, but it's on them. It's the same thing with when we talked about with Menzie, with the card manufacturers. It would be really good. It would be a good look for Panini or Fanatics or one of those guys to show up. You don't have to go out of your way to come up with like big crazy promos, but like, how about just a presence? How about an acknowledgement? There's a lot of tables, a lot of dealers, and a lot of attendees. Why wouldn't you at least show your face? If nothing else, it would help promote the product. I guarantee it would help promote the product. But this is where we are. That's why I say, even for the hobby boom, for all the hobby boom thing, we still don't have the manufacturers showing up. Dallas, in terms of sheer number of tables, has more tables in the expo. But in terms of the variety and the overall esteem of it, the expo is still probably number 2 behind the national in terms of size and scope and everything. So your manufacturers, and you're ignoring probably the number 2 show in North America.
Absolutely.
That's a shame. And it's a whole market that if you were the only one of the manufacturers that showed up, immediately you'd have an edge. Because Upper Deck obviously will show up, but they can't produce baseball cards. They can't produce basketball cards. They can't produce football cards. So if you're Panini and you just showed up, you'd be like, immediately you got the basketball guys and you got the football guys, and you're giving them something, right?
It's always going to be a hockey show unless somebody changes it. And it doesn't seem like anyone else is willing to come up there and spend the money and time and the resources to try to change it. They're just accepting, nope, that's Upper Deck's place. It's all hockey. Us going in there and trying to promote another sport, sport card isn't worth our time, or we'll just wait for the national and put all our advertising budget there. Well, I think you're making a mistake.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm not suggesting they sit there and spend like huge money and like buy this entire. How about just a presence? How about just show up, do a rudimentary like rapid redemption, so anything. At this point, anything would be a step in the right direction.
Right.
So I don't know. That's just kind of the way I've taken it. So bring it back around to the grading thing. Kudos to Beckett, if nothing else, for at least being the first of the 4 main players, the traditional main players, to at least offer it. I think it's probably going to be overpriced. If it does play out the way that I heard, I'll wait until we get the official word. But at least they're doing something. The other ones still are not. They're just accepting submissions. So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. And that kind of plays into Bobby's comment here, which I agree with. He's 100% right. If nothing else, that's accurate. We'll let the rest of it play out. We'll see how many people participate. We'll see how many people use it, how many people are actually interested. We'll play it out from there.
I usually agree with Bobby on everything. But if he's going to compliment Beckett, I can't get on board that train.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying you disagree with the Burrell?
If he's
you denounce the Burrell with your words.
If he is going to continue to applaud Beckett in any way, I am not getting aboard that train. But any other train that he's driving, I'm on board.
Interesting.
Oh, I hear the keyboard.
No, good news for you. That was me commenting on something on Instagram. So you're off the hook on this one. Later, though.
Dodged a bullet.
For now. All right, folks. So otherwise, several of you are still kind of hanging around in the comments. So thank you all for the comments as always. Also, hit the like button. Eric needs this. He needs this for himself, for his soul. Nope. He needs it in his soul.
Nope.
Question. Otherwise, what do you boys want to chat about? I'm kind of open-ended in terms of the topics. I did leave open. Obviously, we had Brad come in for a little bit. I feel sad now, but I feel like I have to invite some more people because I want to put Eric in the corner. It works better if I have like at least one other person in there and I can put him in the corner. Like I'm like, people, I need volunteers for the usual crew. Like get over here, and you can stand there and stare while he's in the corner. It makes it more fun. You're not coming to the expo, so no trade needed. There you go.
Timmy Two Hats moved to Tennessee, so I don't think I'm going to have to drive 10 hours with him anymore. So
don't lie. It was just so he could do his burgeoning country music career. He just wanted to be near Nashville. He goes, finally, I can live my dream.
Yep. So I think Timmy Two Hats might just fly direct. I don't think he's going to come to Boston and then drive with me. I don't think.
I think it'd be kind of fun though. I kind of would like to hear what his country songs would sound like. Because he already did the Pour Off with Hey Will Hustle once upon a time.
Oh God, yeah.
So like he could have a country song about hard times.
Oh God, yeah.
Like
the Pour Off was.
I can envision it right now. The Pour Off is still one of the most impressive feats I've ever seen on a live stream.
Oh my God, the Pour Off, yes. The going through a hotel hallway and going through the meal carts of people that put their leftovers out in the hallway to be taken, going through it and eating it. Yeah, that was classic.
It was. Ozzy Cardinal says, I'm not a big fan of BGS behind the scenes, but I do and still will continue to buy BGS. A lot of it is nostalgia based, and a lot of it is my rebellious nature in collecting against the masses. That's fine. I'm not saying no. If you're able to get it for a good price, have at it. Why not? There's nothing wrong with that portion of it. So opinions. 331 for a Schmidt rookie, PSA 6 on ComC. Should I buy it? Well, here's the question, Robert. I assume you've done some research. What's a 6 normally go for? And can you make any additional offers? Just because it says 331 in ComC, could you offer 300? Could you offer 320? I don't know. Just a question. Since you ask. Tom says, I've been a bad influence in breaks, telling people to rip them open, even their mem cards, to find the tag with different player name underneath. Surprising how many people are still unaware of it. Oh, yes. There you go. Yeah, trying to see who the actual memorabilia is from. I get it. Because a lot of the Panini ones especially say not necessary from any player or event or whatever. So it's game used from somebody.
Yeah, if it obviously, I only do hockey, and that means, pretty much it's either Leaf or Upper Deck. And if it doesn't, and of course they all could be lying anyway. I'm not an idiot. But unless it says game used by this player, guaranteed by Upper Deck, I'm not giving them any money. I don't care how nice it looks. I'm not, I go to these shows every weekend, and I pick up this beautiful absolutely gorgeous. It's like a piece of art, and they want $300 for it, and you flip it over, and it says, this jersey piece Did not get worn by this player. Absolutely, positively not. He's never seen it, looked at it, smelt it, wore it, touched it in any way. Is completely fake and purchased at Dick's Sporting Goods. Give me $300. There's no effing way I am giving you $300 for something that did not get played in an actual game. It's ludicrous to me that people spend that kind of money. They should be less. The fact that you can go to a dollar box at a show now and for under $10 each get actual game worn jersey cards from the 90s for $5, $6, $7, $8 of Hall of Famers blows my mind. But you'll go to a different product from 2020 and pay $300, and it's something that was purchased at Dick's Sporting Goods. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Shouldn't it be flipped around the other way?
But that's the market. To be honest with you, look, the logic is fine, but that's the market. People have to decide to do that.
Yeah.
This goes back though to Carvin's point. Once upon a time, when I talked about this with Carvin, his point was, if somebody wants to pay that price, I'll give you even a different example. Forget about memorabilia. I talked about that National Treasures, the one with the little medallion cup thing on the side, where you got all these players. You got these cards out of 10 or whatever. 5 out of 10. Nice looking cards. Beautiful looking cards. But at the end of the day, it's an on-card autograph. It's just an on-card autograph with a piece of metal that someone engraved the Stanley Cup on. There's nothing special about it it's an aesthetic. So you're willing to pay that much for the aesthetic, for the brand name and the piece, all those pieces combined, and people freaked out over it and they paid top dollar. So technically that is, but you could argue like, that's nonsense. You can buy an on-card autograph of the same person, numbered out of 10, from this other product at 1/3 the price, 1/4 the price. You're paying 4 times as much. Why? Or 10 times as much in some cases.
Well, at least
Why?
the autograph is real.
But that's not the point though. It was just aesthetic. All you did was sell an image, an aesthetic. And because of that, you were willing to go for it. So real quick, I'll answer this question. So Robert said the min offer is $331. He said the comp is $350. If those are the cases, if you're comfortable with paying a little under the comp price, why not? Seems reasonable to me. I would say go for it if you're comfortable with that offer. If you're good, Bobby, just give me a thumbs up. The Burrell has joined us.
Howdy, boys.
How's it going?
My man, how you been?
Great. Keeping busy.
Yeah. How's the stuff coming up with the site and everything? How's that going?
Oh, right. So another 25,000 pictures to upload. So there you go.
Nice. Well, you can always listen. You can always borrow the slave labor of Eric. We already know, like he's game to basically do whatever. And I've already put him in the corner a couple of times tonight, and I can do it again.
Him down there. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
He's doing great down there. Like, look.
Yeah, he's not bothering anybody. Yeah,
he's behaving himself. That's nice. He puts him in his proper place.
He'll be like Beckett at the show in the corner.
Ooh, I like how we turned that one. Look at that. Look at that. All right. So for that kind of insult, I'll bring us back. I like it. So no, absolutely. So things are obviously keeping busy, so that's good.
Yeah, very busy. Had a lot of things to do, and stuff is taken care of for the most part. Now we're just back on the road, and unfortunately, we won't make the expo this year for the book, or actually this show, but we will be there for the fall for sure. I think it'll be ready in September. It won't be fully ready, but it'll be ready enough. I just didn't want to bring it out when I just didn't want any, how do you say it, negative connotations, oh, it's great with this, and this. It's amazing to me. Well, it's very good to me, but probably be amazing to other people, but it has to be amazing to me. So I'm going to keep it up to that standard so that when it comes out, everything will be there. I don't want anybody saying anything negative about it, because there will be some negatives, because it won't have every single picture, because it takes so long to upload these, the photos. It's unbelievable. So
that's right. Sounds good. So let me read real quick here. So Ozzy Cardez says, wow, I'm agreeing with Eric. I feel dirty. That's usually how it goes.
You should.
Yeah. But he has to glorify custom cards, referring to those. Don't buy member anymore unless it's tied to a specific event. That's fair. That's fair. Yep. So there you go. That gives you a little context there from Rock Latex. So thank you for that. They still pay for a single card and breaks that fake crap, but to each their own. Yeah. That's why I say, like, if somebody likes it and they want to pay for it, that's fine. I say, go ahead if that's what you want to do, but know what you're buying. As long as you know what you're buying, if that's what you want to pay, do it. It's crazy how much Panini has been mailing it in. Same pick across many sets, same font back, no stats or position. So the mem stuff with wrong autos or fakes is cherry on top. There you go. Green Cardboard, good evening. Victor, hey, it's Bobby B. Thank you, Victor. Good evening.
That's right.
Comes down to if you like the card. That is what it comes down to. If you want to pay for it, you offer it. Bobby with the low angle view, commanding respect from the viewers. That's right.
That's right. Looking down on all of us.
Oh, looking down mostly on you.
It's on my phone. It's not on my computer.
There you go.
So that's why.
Yeah, now we fix it. Now he's looking
Yeah,
at it.
that's. I feel better now.
Yeah, exactly. It's much better.
Mm-hmm.
Just got in. Can't stay long, but congratulations on the Mike Trout strikeout. Thank you. And you should be happy for it. You should all be happy for it. Like, I've worked really hard for this. I put a lot of bad juju out in the universe, old fish boy, and I got him. And I got him through my vessel, Shohei Ohtani. Like I said, I have a greater appreciation for Shohei Ohtani than I've ever had.
Juju works.
It does. It does. Topps turned around my redemption in a week. Panini can take patience back. Hey, something. Hey, look. Once in a while, something good happens. Congratulations, Joel. I'm very happy for you. If you got to turn it around in a week, that's fantastic. That's
I don't even know what to say about that. That is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I appreciate it. I like it.
Did,
Mike Trout's strikeout just has a nice ring to it, to be honest. I know. Isn't it wonderful? It's pretty good.
Did Brad tell you the funny story about the cards I submitted?
Oh, so were you submission? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
You know, because Burrell is my pen name, so my name is Robert Robinson or Bobby, Robinson, whatever. So he's sitting there for the longest time. He goes, "Yeah, I didn't have your email, so I had this Robert Robinson guy's cards here." And he called, he left a message. He goes, "That sounds familiar, that name or the voice." And then he realized it was me. I know you're listening, Brad. So he goes, "Oh, how many names you got?" I said, "Just one, really." So he didn't send my card. My cards are coming back. So I did use PSA. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, I actually got word from him that the vintage ones that I sent in were done. So I'm probably I'll have to chat with him a little bit and I'll probably just get it at the expo because at this point we're close enough now that it's like I'm not in a hurry. It's like just go get them, give them to me, and
Save the shipping.
Yeah, we'll close it up there and that's fine. I had the other stuff sent earlier because the vintage was going to take longer, but at this point now that the vintage is done, it's like okay, great.
So what do they classify vintage again?
I think it's 80 and before, 79 before, something like that.
Yeah, I had some 70s and 80s, so it was a little mix between the two. So
yeah, I was going to ask you if you would tell us what you submitted, but that's up to you.
Yeah, I can tell you. Actually, it was my brother-in-law wanted some cards done, so really officially wasn't me. So he had what do you have?
Just say, please say a stack of cricket cards.
Yeah, there was about 14, 15 of those. He had what do you have? A couple Messiers, even a golf. He had a Tiger Woods rookie, a couple other things, but I don't think high grades. He just wanted them graded. So I said, okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Right now, honestly, though, at the lower end of it, it's cheap enough. If that's all you want, it's not super crazy. It's not overly priced, so that's fine. You can have it. Now, actually, let me ask you this question because you shared it with me, and I thought I would ask about it a little bit more. So tell me about the Rolex watch.
Oh yeah, actually, so I have a group in Facebook, and some gentleman who I think he's Russian. He posts he's a big collector out there who collects a lot of the international championship stuff, and that was one of the pieces. You should actually show a picture.
Yeah, I'm actually pulling it up while you're talking.
Okay, yeah, there is some better angles too. He said I should really go get, but anyways, yeah. So they, they never paid the players much, but they really did a great job on awarding. This would be a championship award to the players. So you get a Rolex watch, a beautiful Converse puck, surprisingly Converse, and I think it's a metal stick. It's almost like gold line. I don't know. Something like that, but a very beautiful presentation case and a Rolex watch. And what one did you say it was, Carlos?
I guess just from it's hard to tell without seeing the dial, but I guess Oyster Perpetual because that's usually kind of what that style.
And what do they go for?
Just an Oyster Perpetual. Now it's like $4,000, $5,000. Like it's
back then, I guess.
Back then it would have been
two.
Like what year would have this been approximately?
I think it's like 70s or 80s.
So an Oyster Perpetual maybe like $80, $100.
Make it earlier. That might be early 70s. Yeah.
I want to say maybe like $80, $100 because I think the Submariner wasn't too crazy because again 60s prices, right?
Yeah. Doesn't that say 1965?
Yeah, Converse it would be somewhere right in there.
Oh, sorry.
I
Yeah.
don't
No, I see it. Now I see it. Yeah. So mid 60s, I'm going to say sub $100, but like for that point, like mid 60s, like $100 is a lot of money.
A lot of money back
But
then.
the price of Rolex has escalated beyond right the rate of inflation. So like in that time period, it was worth a lot of money, yes, but it was worth a lot of money relative to like somebody's pay. But at that time, it would have been like something like that. Like certain watches of that caliber were like a week's pay, whereas like today, it's like okay, so how much is it for like if I just buy it at retail? I walk in and I pay exactly retail, not a penny more, not a penny less. It's like, oh, it's like 6 grand, 8 grand. 8 grand is like, yeah, that's a couple months pay if you make a decent salary. And by the way, that's before taxes, not
If
after
you own
taxes.
your house, if you own...
Yeah. So it's not like a small amount. And heaven help you if you're talking about like the day date, which is like, the presidential Rolex. Well, those are 20, 30,000. So, okay, so that's a year's salary after taxes if you have no other expenses whatsoever.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice award. I've seen the NHL All-Star Award, the stuff that they used to give him, which is really crap. Just fake kind of faux whatever. And that's a really great award. When he showed that, I said I had to share that. It was so good.
Well,
That's a nice watch and a great presentation piece. I think that they went all out.
Now, out of curiosity, so let me tell you this. By the way, I'm just letting you know that there's a little bit of an audio glitch, but we can hear you. It's still all right. It's just a little bit of audio glitch.
Is it low?
No,
What it is it sounds like static.
Cracky.
Yeah, it's a little bit of cracking here and there. It only started a couple of minutes ago, but you were fine at the beginning, and then it just started crackling a little bit.
All right, let's see if I can adjust that here. All right. Is that better?
So right now it is okay.
Yes.
So what I was going to ask was, so what I like about it is obviously I'm a watch guy. So I enjoy the fact that it's a Rolex. I think that's really cool. I think from the 60s, I think that's fantastic. And some of the vintage Rolexes are actually very nice. What I like about it though is obviously the presentation. I like the fact it's in the box with the display and the design. It's got the logo on and everything. My curiosity would be, and I wonder if they did anything to the actual watch itself to distinguish it, like engraving on the back or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the face, but maybe on the back there might be something. I could ask the guy, but didn't find out for you. But yeah, very great piece.
Yeah, I would just be curious because I think that would add something to it. Because otherwise, it'd be hard to tell the difference between that and a regular Oyster Perpetual of mid 60s. But either way, it's nice. Like regardless, the watch itself would have value even without the provenance. But then toss in the provenance, toss in the box, toss in the rest of it. It's a really nice overall presentation and package.
Not bad for a trinket, eh?
As far as trinkets go, this would be one of your better ones.
I very much like it, but what championship was this for? Was it
I could look it up, but I don't think I can log
it
off
says
to do that.
Helsinki. I don't know
Helsinki, okay.
So it's,
yeah.
it's Championnat du Monde. It's a world championship.
Yeah,
Okay.
World Championship. So
So there would have to have been some world championship in Helsinki in 1965. That'll
yeah,
help
it's
you
the
narrow
World
right down.
Championship. It's the World Championship at that point.
Oh.
So all the international leagues.
So that
And
to
do
be
we know
blunt, that's very cool.
And do we know which player this was given to?
No, Trecek. Yeah, no, I have no idea.
We don't know. Regardless, though, I think just tacking on, like I said, the watch itself is great. It has amazing value, but then toss in the box, toss in the provenance, toss in the fact you can link it to something very specific. I think that's a really cool
It's the
presentation.
nicest award I've ever seen.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I've seen nice stuff, but I mean that is a nice little piece for a guy. He gets to wear the Rolex. He's got the puck as memento, a little hockey stick to go with it. I don't know if it's a stir stick, a pen, or whatever. It's just kind of cool. Very well done.
I agree.
Yeah, I love it. That's
And
great.
it must have cost him a bit to give him a whole team. That's
I agree. And
Makes
that's
me
what I say. But in that era, that would have also still been considered a really nice prize. Even in that era, it would have been like, this is actually really nice. And then down the road, obviously, now you'd be like, actually, that's a really nice prize. It's very impressive.
Oh yeah. I don't know what he picked it up for, but he gets some great stuff out because not a lot of collectors out that way. I think he's in Sweden. Not too sure, but he picks up all that stuff, and he keeps on showing stuff. It doesn't interest a lot of people, but there's certain pieces, and that one really stood out to me.
No doubt. Quickly grab here. Hagari says, Bobby, good to have you back. You've been missed. There you go.
Yeah, you have.
Good stuff.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, now he's gone. Okay.
Now he
I'm
wants
out.
to go find his award now. He's very excited.
Oh, well, he's got a Spidell twist and what?
He's probably got a Lego watch that he wants to show off. I think it'll be very exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
Collectible. Watch out.
Some of the Legos are. I agree with that. Almost everything has taken its turn now.
Yeah, true.
So good stuff. Otherwise, how are things been going for yourself? Obviously, you're working on the book and all that, the site and everything. You found any, like, obviously you found that as well. That was really cool. Are you out and about looking for things? What are you doing with yourself?
Yeah, that never stops. You're constantly looking for stuff. It's been a little slow of late. I don't know what's going on out there, but it's been very hard to find stuff. I don't know. I don't see a lot coming up on eBay or a lot of the sites that I'm on, and I'm figuring, people are doing a little. The economy isn't doing as well as it kind of could be, but you would think more things would be coming up, but they really haven't. And the show's coming up, and I usually bring a lot of stuff for trade there, and I really don't have too much, surprisingly enough. And that dollar is kicking my butt over there in the US, so it's like everything you want to buy. Like I bought 2 things for $69 each the other day, and then I get the bill in Canadian. It's like $225. What did I buy?
Yeah, the exchange right now is pretty heavy, so you can definitely feel it when you're trying to do the exchange for yourself. So that doesn't surprise me. So I wanted to give a little bit of context, just kind of as we talked. So I pulled up from a site here just to give a little context of it. Let me grab this window here. So this is one of many marketplaces you can get. Bob's Watches out in the US does a lot of this stuff with the pre-owned. So this one's an Oyster Perpetual from around 1969. So give or take in the same
Look how
era.
modern that looks for even today's world. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's the thing. So this would be a late 60s, I think, model for this one. So let me take a look. Yeah, 1969. And you can tell by the serial number. That'll give you the indicator of what it is. That's usually how you do it. So serial number here, this starting with the 21, that's how they determine it's 1969 running year. But so a lot of those, if I'm correct, again, I was just eyeballing it from that picture. That should be about a 34 millimeter watch, which is small by today's standards, but at the time period was a standard men's watch at that point. And a lot of folks had them. And again, would have been worth a pretty penny. So about $4,000 is what they're looking for this. Cash wire price. So just a watch without the provenance, without the extras, without the extra piece. I think it's a cooler package. As a package, I think it makes it way more interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask him what he paid for it. I'd really like to know now.
Yeah. And I would also like to, if you get a chance, I would love to know if it in fact is an Oyster Perpetual. I'd love to see the dial a little closer. And
yeah, you'll see it. I have better pictures, so yeah, for sure.
That's cool. I like it. As a watch guy, I do appreciate that, so I do enjoy it. And Eric's had his costume changed, so that's good. So now you're wearing your mellow yellow.
Well, I was cold. I needed to put something snuggly on. I was cold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the garage. It's cold.
It was the cold chill of your love fest for Beckett coming through.
There it is.
There's so much.
Bad.
I'm looking forward to the vlog footage, which will totally not be staged, of Eric literally dropping off like stacks of cards over. It's like, grade them all, everything I have.
Yeah.
And Jeremy's going to be running around going,
so it is said, so it is done.
Yes.
Bougie Wan.
Yep.
It's like you will be Bougie Wan Kenobi.
Packing up everything. It's all coming.
You should. As you should.
I think they're going to do really well, to be honest. Even at the last show, PSA was obviously the busiest for sure. Just with Beckett, they were pretty consistent at their table. There was people sitting down with somebody at any given time. I think they had maybe 5 different people. So if you had 1 or 2 people sitting there doing, business, it always seemed like the table was kind of full. I don't know where they're going to put the lineup for these guys. I have no idea.
They're going to have to configure that I think that's going to be a question for Steve. He's going to have to be very clever about how he spaces them out to give him enough room to maneuver.
The show is too small at this point. Steve, if you're watching, you got to move like that other where you had the autographs and all that other stuff. It's fine and all down there, but honestly, it's really a lot of people never even got to that area. So I feel sorry for those guys who really set up in that area.
The autograph area.
It's almost like we have to use the other where we had the show before, number 1 and number 2, just to keep a straight flow, of people, because otherwise coming into the main expo and then going down the hallway and then down in that back room where the autographs are, it's nice to be away and all, but there is still another, 25, 30 tables there.
I think that's going to be the same challenge, because before he had it over to the arches and they had to go around. If you remember that configuration where you had to go over into the other area. Yes. This one was in the other area. You could actually go in a straight line if you actually intended to do that. So it was, you didn't have to go through a weird convoluted way to get through, but you still had to kind of go out of your way. And I think that we had that experience when they did the PSA Canada thing with the Hanson brothers and that whole piece, but it was over on the side. So you're kind of like, you're over in this other area and it's like, so where are you? It's over there.
But it wasn't like there was a lot of people sitting there looking, going, "Hey, it's the Hanson brothers." There was nobody around, right? For most part. If there wasn't free beer, there might even be less people. So,
Yeah,
It happens, yeah. But I think it also hurt that the promotion of it, the advertising of it is like, you wouldn't have really known. Like
No.
there were parts of the show I guarantee you would have had no idea that was even happening.
no, I talked to a lot of people and they had no idea. Yeah.
Exactly. So welcome back, Bobby. Let's recount how busy the graders were. Yes, absolutely. The other thing I would add for that, honestly, is that we already know from the KSA experience. We make the jokes about KSA and whatever, but their on-site grading is very popular. Like it is super popular. They've done well with it over the years. They really have.
Nathan has made so much money, it's unbelievable.
So that should be an indicator right there. And KSA is not a top 6, top 8, top 30 grader, whatever.
Keep going. What?
Yeah, like Poopy Pony grading, I think, has already elevated past it. It's already leapfrogged
Yes.
it.
And it hasn't even started. So
Yeah. So it's like, it's not below coaster makers. Coaster makers aren't even in the top 100, but that's a different conversation.
Yes,
Oh, I would much rather have a coaster maker than a KSA.
No, settle down. Settle down. Settle down. KSA's at least been around making their brand of coasters. They've got a higher tier of greater provenance of coasterdom.
Well, there's the KSA were actually, through the boom there in the pandemic, KSA was getting a lot of good money for Gretzky rookies. And
that's what I mean. Exactly. Like it
unbelievable.
actually sold. Yeah.
Not even just Gretzky rookies, like a lot of ones. I was going, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. But
I think a lot of people love the fact it's like, well, they don't have upcharges. Yeah, but it's also like KSA.
yeah, but and that shows how many people in Canada really want to get their cards graded here, rather opposed to sending them. We love you, Brad, but just saying.
But that's the point though. But that's the reason why Brad is pushing. Like we make jokes of it, but like it would be one of those things. Like he's like literally arguing with like, for love of God, if you just do on-site grading, bring a couple people down. There is money to be made here. There's people who will happily, if they can do it in person, they don't have to ship it anywhere. They can bring it and get you to give it back to them in the same show. They will feel way more comfortable. They will pay the premium.
And we all agree that Beckett it's going to be a madhouse, and the line is going to be ridiculous.
It will be, yeah.
For Beckett.
I would expect that. That would be my
Imagine
expectation.
if PSA was grading on site.
Yeah. We would just have a show for them.
Yeah.
They would have a hall to themselves.
That's it.
They'd have that whole other side. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That would just be for them.
That would just be for them.
Yeah.
The hall would be the line, and then down in the thing would be the winding line, and there you go.
Yeah, it'd be nuts. It'd be absolutely nuts.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, there's money being left on the table. That's what I said. For them, there's money being left on the table. I say for the manufacturers, I go, guys, stop pretending we only collect hockey. There are people that collect some of the other sports too. And if you even pretended they exist, gave them a little bit of acknowledgement, they will reward you handsomely if you just treat them with a little respect, pretend they exist for a little bit.
So what is the, here's a question. So what would be the percentage of hockey collectors in the United States with 350 million people, and Canada being 35 million people?
So what percentage is Eric and his sweater?
3. I mean, so what would be the percentage of people who submit hockey in the US compared to people who would submit hockey in Canada? You know how busy Brad is.
Yeah.
And that's not even just hockey. We're talking, obviously they would dominate in the other sports, of course, just saying.
Yeah.
But sustaining itself up here in Canada, just through hockey, I think it could do it. You add the Pokemon, you add all the other sports. I think they could do a good job up here.
But that's the thing though. Like Brad, his business basically proves your point. It proves the model, because these are folks that are at least willing to either ship it to them or catch them at a show and are willing to go through that extra step and are willing to wait for that process to happen. But if you take the folks who have some higher end pieces that they're like, I'm just not comfortable shipping. But if you say to them, okay, come to the expo, drop it off, we'll get it back to you the same day. Okay, I can do that. Then it's not out of my hands for too long. Yeah, it's not out of my hands for too long. I can live with that. That's fine. Okay,
They might even do the Edmonton show, or even the Vancouver show.
Yes. So that's what I mean. Like, there's a certain pocket of folks, and it's going to be some nice stuff that would go through at that point.
Mhm.
That's the key, is that it would actually work.
I think so.
Yeah, so that's we'll have to see. Let me scan through here real quick. Korean Cardboard is saying, what's the topic of Bobby's book? So it's the website. Do you want to describe it, Bobby, real quick for the folks that are uninitiated?
Yeah, it's a website and app. I did books over the years, all hockey cards, collectibles, and merchandise from 1910 to 1990, and that's exactly what it will be. Every finite detail of every set ever issued. So there you go.
Some hashtag scholarship. There you go.
Yeah.
Paul has ... I just wanted to make sure I acknowledge that. ...
I found out some great information on stuff. It's just been, and that's taken me. I've written a few things for Sports Collectors Daily. I put a few articles out there just to get a little bit of feedback. I guess before I go to publishing the write-ups and what have you. I wrote a little bit about the 1910s hockey, and then I'm actually working on another one where the Maple Crispet cards in 1925. I just sent PSA. It's kind of funny. Tim Wong, he's the manager of the graders, and I sent him another thing just the other day. It was about the Maple Crispet baseball. Everywhere it's 1923, and I told my friend about 8, 10, 15 years ago that it's 1925 because it says on the back of the baseball cards, because they did both hockey and baseball in 1924-5. It says you can include the hockey with the baseball. Well, it can't be 23 if the hockey cards are 24-5. So anyways, I sent him that and he goes, oh, okay, thanks. Do you have any proof or write-up? I said, yeah, look at the back of the card. You'll see. So
seems reasonable. Seems a decent return. Robert says,
so I've been on them quite a bit, giving them stuff, so they can redocument. I haven't seen any changes, so I don't know if they're really going to take if PSA is going to take those changes and only grade from there forward those new years, and anybody who wants to submit, but I don't think they're making it too public right now. I guess they don't want people submitting all their cards in. So
yeah, I don't think it's one of those things where, like I said, on the Thursday show, we have a lot of fun with the fact that we'll talk very candidly about a lot of the graders, because I think that's the fairest way to do it. It's the best way to do it. PSA has its position in the marketplace because of resale value and certain things it's done. But that isn't to say they haven't left a lot of opportunities on the table. Like and that's a very generous reading of it, is that like there's certain stuff where it's like, guys, this is easy fixable stuff. Really, it's easy fixable stuff. A lot of the same guys will be like, well, SGC is doing this, SGC is doing that. And I go, all you need to see is the marketplace. SGC's done a lot of things right. They're not perfect. None of them are perfect. But SGC's done a lot of things right. And they're still grading about the same amount of cards they were grading before.
And SGC has 1923 Maple Crispet for baseball. So there you go.
See, they can't even get that either.
Nobody can. Actually, if you do a Google search, it's like 1920. It all comes up, but it's 1925. It's like,
Bobby, you know what made me so happy right now? What made me so happy is if KSA is the only one that corrects it.
Probably.
Like KSA is like, all right, Burrell, you got it.
I got
We're gonna
Bobby's book. It says 19. Well, see, I don't have the baseball listed, of course. So
that's okay. They'll find an article and be like, I accept it. Just make the switch.
So I have some interesting news. Is that Maple Crispet went out of business in 1925, actually, when the baseball cards were kind of being released, and then there was still a redemption there, and there was a company who actually bought them out. Does anybody know that company? Very famous company too.
All right, so this one real quick. Just Kathy says, hi, Bobby, nice to see you. So Miss Wade, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
She's nicer to you. That she hasn't been that nice to me.
She's known you for a lifetime. There's no reason to be nice to you.
Nice to me all day.
Absent makes the heart grow fonder.
She literally sent me a text message like a moment ago, and I go, to accommodate Kathy's wishes, we're gonna make this happen here. There you go.
Okay.
Done. In the corner.
And it should mute it down to really low whisper.
Oh no, I can do that.
Kind of one of those helium balloon voices or something.
Look, that
Trying to be put in the corner.
That's
slowly but surely. Bobby, I feel like StreamYard. I haven't even asked, but I feel like StreamYard is like, what would help Carlos? Someone over in their StreamYard is like, hey, we could do custom layouts and have them screw with people. Approved. See, somebody out here is getting things done, Bobby. I appreciate when we're dealing with a hobby of slow moving, things are just not happening quickly.
Yeah.
StreamYard is making moves. I appreciate they're making it happen right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mom, tell Carlos to stop picking on me.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
So, yeah, to finish up that question or whatever,
ahead.
Maple Crispet was bought out in 1925 by
Nabisco.
Oh Peachy.
Oh,
Holy jumping. Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Shocking. Very shocking.
Very shocking. So at the end of the day, you know, if they're doing redemptions, I guess Peachy's doing the redemptions for Maple Crispet in 1925 sometime.
There you go.
That's kind of crazy. You know, I was digging deeper into the 10s because I wanted to fortify, or the pre-war, to fortify the write-ups. Now the write-ups are almost like articles, every issue. And I really dug in deep, and I've been really honing my research skills into digging as deep as I can. And I've been coming up with these little things that are great surprises. And that is one that's going to be coming. Haven't put it all together completely, but it is very an interesting story. So, and you know, it doesn't change the hobby in any which way. It doesn't change rookie cards, but it does add that extra bit of information because there's not a lot, you know, truly to write about pre-war. Very little, to be honest. You know, card measures this. Most of the write-ups are like a paragraph long. If you want to start explaining about the players in there, yeah, you can add another paragraph, but it really doesn't get into that. But you know, every one that I've done is, I think, 5 or 7 paragraphs at least of information about every company and the issue. So.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. Makes sense.
I've said it 100 times. I'm very excited, you know, for this to be finished and to come out, and I can't wait to send money your way.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll start taking it now if you want. It just, you know.
Well, Bobby, I've pitched this for a while. Like I've been saying, like you could just have Eric send the money ahead of time.
No,
you could have him consistently send money regardless.
No.
I charge him for the like button whether it works or not.
No, he will totally screw me.
And the informational text you request on the side, they'll just supplement for that. So yeah.
I do ask for informational texts. That is true.
Okay. I said it's in my book. He goes, "You're easier to contact than it is looking at the book." And I go, "Yeah, okay."
Mm-hmm. That's the problem, Bobby. The problem is you should be like, "Here's the link. Here's
my
the link where you
PayPal
pay.
Address,
here's where you pay."
That's what is here.
That's what I'm saying.
Once the app is up and running and I'm paying, when I'm at work, I just open it up and boom, there's your answer. So maybe he'll never hear from me again after that. So that's
I hope so. I'm working hard
to promises. This is
more motivation to hurry this up, because I won't call him anymore.
It's not me. I just keep sending Andy so much. I know he's bogged down because every picture he needs to create a 16-digit code for and allocate the right set, the right player, the right team, the right. You know, it's easy for me to crop a picture. Here you go. But, you know, I'm sending him hundreds at a time. And it's just like, wow, you know. So I'm glad I'm not a quoter.
Yep. So Joel here says, any card show I go to, no deal is one SGC slapped cards. They're hard sell. That's been kind of the issue with some of it. It's not that SGC is bad. It's just that people do struggle with it. Again, it's chicken or the egg. You've got to convince enough people to be accepting of it, which in turn helps the sales, which in turn makes it more viable, which in turn makes people more interested. And they kind of feed off of each other, but it just hasn't happened. Carlos, you have way too much time in your hands. Oh, but Kathy, we don't need a lot of time for this one. The beauty of it is how quickly you can make the adjustments now. Allow me to demonstrate.
No, you don't need to demonstrate.
We do need to demonstrate. Like Kathy insists, we have to demonstrate. Watch, I'm going to put Eric here and he feels all special. But then I click the button and now he's in the corner where he belongs. But here's the thing. Here's the beauty of it. I love this. So now what happens is I can very quickly be like, and I'll update the layout. And now Eric is in the other corner. Look at how fast that is. And now I just make a quick adjustment. I'll put Eric in a corner somewhere else. It's not a problem. I'll hit save. I'll hit update. And now he's up there.
Whoa.
Up there all little by himself. Isn't that great? You see how fast I could do that? That's fantastic. So, Kathy, it doesn't take long at all. I don't need much time whatsoever. It's fantastic. It's pretty good. Not going to lie. Let's go put Eric back in his corner, shall we? Hey. See? And the system works. The people at StreamYard have really thought about this. Is proper execution, Bobby. This is what I want to see in other aspects. This is what I want to see in the hobby. I want to see execution to this level, to this degree. That's what I want. I feel like it's the right thing. See? And now I adjusted our size now relative to the little corner in the Bobby. Done.
Just get StreamYard to add that healing voice and we're good.
That's what I'm saying. Working on it, man. Working on it.
Yeah.
But there you go. Now you guys know. Now you know how it works. Boom. Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing, my friends.
Wonderful.
You can move SGC cards for a low price. Yes, you can. if you put it at a low price, yes, you can. That is true.
That just surprises me. I mean, it's a good company. I think their product looks nice,
And they've been
especially
around a long time.
since
More so than a lot of the newer people think. They're like, oh, SGC's like, SGC's been around since 99. Thereabouts, like 98, 99, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's comfortably over 20 years. They were after PSA, but before Beckett.
Yeah.
And for some reason, SGC is like completely forgotten about in the middle. They were in the middle of the two.
And with
Were they
the new
before Beckett?
label, looks
Beckett,
great.
I want to say was 99 or 2000, right there in that very end. I want to say 99.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, like it's not like they were years and years apart,
No,
but PSA was first out of the current ones. SGC was after that. Not long after that, but a couple of years after that. And then Beckett after that. So they were all within that range, all in the 90s, all three of them. But the thing is, they've all been around for over 20 years, is the point. All three of them have been around for comfortably over 20 years. And people forget about that.
hmm
It's a branding issue because SGC got itself niched down into being in vintage, pre-war, and they stuck to their niche so hard that they completely ignored modern for this whole time, and that's still hurting them to this very day. Beckett, despite its failures, has been able to cling to that last little bit of brand equity based on the fact they did modern.
Mhm.
What does that tell you? You have to at least acknowledge modern in those early days, otherwise you lose it. You lose out on it completely.
Well, then they had BVG and
Mhm.
BCCCCCCCCCG, and and whatever else they came up with. Because one
Yeah,
wasn't
some of the
good.
moves put them in the wrong place. Obviously, the BVG grade was one of the ones. I remember when they changed that over, and I just went, "Why would you grade it differently? It doesn't
Right.
really make sense." And that confuses a lot of people too. So
Here you go. So Dave says 1998. I knew it was right in that range. So that's right about where I was shooting for. And then Beckett's, he's saying 2001. I thought it was 99, but fair enough.
Really?
I'm with you. I
Back in
knew they were
2001,
within a few
really?
years of each other. So I'll accept that from Dave. No problem.
okay,
I would have said 10 years earlier, but my memory's obviously wrong.
They were actually pretty close. I remember them being close. Like they weren't that far off from each other. Robert says no set registry hurt SGC, but otherwise they'd be ahead in the vintage market. Here's the thing though. SGC had a set registry. Then they switched domains and URLs, and they said it was too much trouble to switch it over. They had a set registry, and I know that because I put cards
I
in
remember.
that set registry in the OG version,
hmm
and then they abandoned it. Well, sorry.
Well, I think that's just an excuse. I just wonder what the real reason behind it was. It's a thing to maintain, and it's an extra body or two maybe that would
Mhm.
take to maintain it, I guess. So maybe that was just a cost factor.
Right now, SGC's thing, again, in the spirit of fairness, none of them are perfect. I want to reiterate because I want to make sure we're clear about this.
Mhm.
None of them are perfect. SGC's biggest problem is that for all they've done well on the promotion, great customer service, they're really good with engagement. Like they've done so well with that.
Mhm.
They still will make promises from time to time. They'll promise things. They'll say like, "Oh, we got this crazy thing coming up. Crazy thing coming up. Okay, cool. When? We got this crazy thing. When? Turnaround times, fantastic. The promotion of that, really well done. They'll do this thing. They'll take these little pot shots, but the problem is, weren't you going to do a podcast? And they're like, well, we're kind of busy. Well, then don't promise it. Don't discuss it. Wait until you're ready to do it and then announce it. They'll do these little things here and there. They did. They're doing this promotion now with Tops. Okay, that's cool. That's great. But is that going to get you the rest of this stuff? And you're talking about all these other things, but you're doing like one or two things here and there. Like you'll do a thing and then you kind of drop it and forget about it for a little bit. And then you come back to it. The stuff you're doing that you're executing on, you're executing well. But then the rest of the stuff, you'll be saying, we're going to have a big announcement for this. It's like, okay, cool. I'll wait for 2026. You were the golden touch first. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
At least now we have a date for the golden touch. Like we're closer than we've ever been.
Yeah, well, I guess we got what is that? The generational thing coming from Fanatics. So
That's right. We're weeks away potentially from that. That's what I mean. Like there's a lot of it. All right. So Hockey 99. Bobby, rank your top 5 grading companies.
Can you name 5?
I think that's fun.
ACA, Mint. No,
The thing is, he didn't say card grading companies. PCGS, Annex, NGC. It's like, Carlos, you're naming coin grading company. He said top 5 grading companies.
That's it.
He did not say card grading companies.
I don't have a top 5 because I really don't grade cards. How's that?
There you go.
So,
It was top 5 coaster makers. I got you.
oh yeah, sure.
Beckett was definitely before 2001. Like I said, I want to say 99. I feel like 99 is right. I could be mistaken, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it.
I know it was 90s. It had to be.
Yeah. It would have been right at the end of the decade is my recollection, but it has been a long time. SGC was sold to Foreman in 2003. There you go. Zach says, drives me crazy when modern collectors talk like SGC came out 3 years ago. Yes. No, that's what I say. I laugh because they act like SGC is this young upstart. And I'm like, no. They've been around for
The new
a quarter of a
upcomers think
century.
everything's new.
Yeah, like they've been around for a quarter of a century. It's been a while. I promise you, it's been a while. I was there. Big mistake in my opinion to drop it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. STC has set registry and switched the search to random numbers and all that shit. But also they switched domains. Like I remember actually looking into this a little bit just to see what the hell happened with this, because I remembered the set registry. I'm like, am I crazy? I remember it.
Why couldn't they change it from the domain?
I don't remember. Like there was some excuse
Is it
they
old
gave.
software kind of shit?
Maybe. But
Yeah.
there was some excuse they gave. Like at the time when they switched domains, basically the set registry went away. And they gave that as an excuse. And I was like, okay, fine, whatever you say, guys. Yeah, SGS, the red registry. The reason they went to RAM certain numbers to stop people from tracking known card doctor submissions. Well, fair enough. I get you. But the thing is, that doesn't affect the set registry. All you need is a number. The number just has to associate to the card to the set, to the brand, and all that. That's how you do a set registry. It's a database. Just as long as you can classify it in the correct set, the cert number doesn't matter. People are slaves to PSA. No matter how poorly PSA treats them, they come back for work. That's been the case quite a bit.
Yeah, but look at Beckett. It's the same thing. Beckett has treated their customers like absolute garbage for over a decade now. But because they were number 2 for so long, people just kept putting up with it. Their website was disgusting. Their products were flawed. It was absolute garbage. But people kept setting their money in because they were getting money back at card shows and on eBay because it was in a Beckett holder. And that's what it's really all about. It's about how much money I can get resale because it's in this piece of plastic with this label instead of this piece of plastic with that label. And that's what it's all about. And it doesn't matter how bad they treat their customers. Beckett treated people like, trash for, a decade plus. They're like, they keep coming. Why should we change? Why should we do anything better? Improve this, fix that. Why? The orders are coming
Switch
in.
holders that have already been successfully counterfeited.
Yeah. Labels
That'd be
that
good.
fall into the cards. I mean,
that'd be good. We could do that. It's a crazy idea. Crazy guys. We could try that one.
Nobody wants penny sleeves. Nobody.
There is no such thing as penny sleeves anymore.
Yeah, they're 1.1 cent sleeves.
Yeah, something like
1.2.
It's like 2 penny sleeves.
Yeah. Hockey 99 says, what happened to the SGC Go Little? Nothing as far as I'm aware. I think they still have it. You can get a 10, and I think you can get a 10 pristine. I think it's still Go Label. As far as I'm aware. Acronyms. Robert, need to understand history with Dave Foreman. Huge outcry when he bought the company. He is a card doctor. A lot of those rumors out there. Yeah, probably. Yes. True. Hashtag scholarship.
what kind of card doctor, though?
I think a cardiologist.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. My apology. I looked it up. BVG 2001. BVGS 99. I thought it was 99. That felt right. That
BVG.
felt right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And that's fair. That's fine. So this one's for you, Eric. What's your experience at SGC cards at the store?
Yeah, they sell. It's not me at all, but the owner has really done a lot with Beckett, whether it's the autograph authentication or the grading for a long time. So I would say there's probably more Beckett cards in our store than anything else. After that, it would be PSA and a very small amount of SGC. But if the card is if the customer wants the card, they buy it no matter what it's in. But and there's no other slabs in the store. Those are the only 3 brands that are around, and very, very few SGC cards.
I'm glad you spit that out good.
Look at you.
I like SGC. I have no problem with them. CSG,
I like them.
I like, but like I said, I don't really collect graded cards, so it doesn't really much matter to me.
Well, that's the thing for me has always been that there's a difference between holder preference, grading preference, if I'm going to do it, PC preference. Those are different things. I've collected slabs from all 4, and I have no issue if I'm buying it and I'm paying the appropriate price and everything matches up. It's fine. I don't care if it's for the collection, whatever makes the most sense. I consider them all legitimate enough. That's fine for me. But if I'm submitting, then I prefer a certain aesthetic. The Beckett slabs, I've never enjoyed them. I don't like them for what they are. Yeah. They're a little bit clunky for me, just in general. So I will buy a Beckett slab card if it has the card that I want and I can get it at a price that I think is fair and reasonable. I have no issue purchasing that. I don't like the tuxedo thing necessarily, but I don't mind it. I will buy a card in an SGC slab that is the appropriate card for the appropriate price. No issue there either. But I have no issue with somebody that has the opposite. My personal favorite is the CSG. I like the slab. I like the aesthetic. I like the clarity. I like all those things combined, but I also know it sells for the least. So I would, outside of ComC's thing that they now allow me to submit directly from there, which is a nice feature for me, and then I could just have it shipped to me at my convenience. That's great. But otherwise, I probably wouldn't submit to CSG otherwise because I don't have a convenient way to do it otherwise. So go ahead.
I'm going to make a pledge right now that if SGC ever grades on site at the expo, I will wear a tuxedo the whole weekend.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That's bold.
That's a safe one, isn't it?
Yeah, probably safe. You might be like, it's like, if it ever comes to pass, I'll just rent.
Yeah.
I don't have to buy one. I won't be worrying about that anytime soon.
I might just be that T-shirt one, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. I buy them super fancy clear ones that fit in the binder pages nicely. There you go. For the penny sleeves. Yep. Bobby, what are your thoughts on the latest skullduggery? I appreciate the use of the word skullduggery in sports card content. What about some skullduggery?
Sports card content. Well, I haven't really been watching much at all, to be honest with you. So I haven't really, I'll watch Victor every once in a while. I'll watch a PSA show every once in a while. Just tune in while I'm doing if I'm writing, I can't watch anything. If I'm cropping pictures, I can. So I haven't really caught a lot, and I've really been hitting it hard in the last 3 months. So I can't really say that I've been watching a lot. I hear the big news, but there hasn't been very much big news, to be honest.
Well, that's so what's been so much fun for me. Part of the reason why earlier tonight I was having fun with a lot of the content creators who like to complain about a lot of things. It's like, guys, there's really not that much to complain about. You're literally grasping at straws. It's like, guys, most of the stuff is like that. That's why I say, like, if you're worried about staged YouTube content, that tells me there is nothing for you to talk about. Nothing whatsoever. You're beyond scraping the bottom. The barrel is gone. The barrel has been worn down to the point you're now at the ground. You're literally grabbing dirt from underneath the barrel. You're no longer in the barrel. You're beyond the barrel.
Is that Hall of Fame thing over now for the podcast?
Well, Dustin's trying to bring it back. He's complaining. His channel's now 3 years old, so he's sarcastically lobbying to be voted for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame.
Oh, YouTube Sports. Okay, so that hasn't come up yet.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it passed or not. So
we got nothing. We got nothing, man. That's why I laugh. Is like, all things considered, I get a lot of mileage on this live stream out of random nonsense, just because I like that. But because we're not going into it from a hard hitting news perspective, because guys, there's no hard hitting news. The Golden Touch is not news. Like, I'm serious. That's already you guys should have released that a year and a half ago. You waited way too long.
Oh yeah.
Like, way too long.
Late to the party.
Outside of my content, which I appreciate, Kenny, I appreciate it. Kenny, I thank you for thinking of me. Kenny, homie, I appreciate you. I'm just saying, I appreciate you. But outside of that, like, no, the stupidity, like, you're a year and a half late, guys. Year and a half, easily late. And there's nothing that you can say or do that's going to mean shit to anybody.
So many businesses came late.
Yeah. That's where we're at right now, and that's why I say like a lot of the stuff that people will spend their time talking about is like, oh, Dibs did this thing. It's like, guys, it's a startup. Most startups fail.
Mhm.
That's the normal standard. You should Starstock failed, Dibs failed. This other one's gonna fail. There'll probably be like dozens more, but that's normal. That's pretty standard. Guess what? If 1,000 start, 995 will fail. Am I going to freak out about every single one that goes? I'm not invested in it, so I don't care. Now, as a viewer, it's, car wreck wise, like it's pretty entertaining. I get to sit back and enjoy it. That's fun. But outside of that, do I lose anything? Oh, Dibs. Oh, damn. I don't have an account of Dibs. I don't care. It makes no difference. Who gives a shit? Starstock. I didn't have an account of Starstock either. I don't give a shit. Well, why would I care?
That's inevitable anyways. A lot of that stuff was going to come anyways.
Yeah.
Come to pass.
There was a lot of money that came in very easily at that time. A lot of people invested a lot of money into it. That was no guarantee of anything resembling success. That was never going to be a guarantee of success.
Unless it kept going up and never stopped,
Yes.
which was a possibility, but the point zero has never stopped, infinity.
Yeah. So that's why I say when I'm looking at it, I'm like, do you want me to pretend to care for the sake of content? Speaking of staged, should I pretend to be upset about something I don't care about just to create videos?
Sure.
I'd rather not.
Doesn't everybody?
That's where we're at right now, though.
Yeah,
those are the same people that are complaining the loudest. They're sitting there like, oh, this thing. It's like, and we called it and we said this thing and these people didn't say no. It's like, we said no because it didn't matter. And today, I will repeat to you, it never mattered. It didn't matter then. It doesn't matter now, and it will not matter later. Oh, but this person lost their money. They're stupid. I don't care.
They'll all be dust in the wind.
What happened to what was that company called? And I can't remember it, and I used to remember it, but now I can't. Where they were loaning money out to people.
Fraction? Oh.
No, you was basically loaning money out so you could buy cars.
Oh, Investacard. Now, formerly Investacard, and then something else now. They call it something else now, I think. The name escapes me. It was Eddie something from Investacard, but now it's Cardfi?
I don't know, but
it was Investacard. It's something else now, though.
Money Sharks?
It's a different problem entirely.
Sorry.
I think that went away with the dodo bird too. So
what's funny is I would wager that it's not completely gone, but it's something. Oh, what was the stupid thing? It was called Investacard.
Yeah, you're right. And Eddie used to be on Clubhouse all the time, and then when the market dropped, he disappeared.
Oh, Eddie. Mm.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Is that? But I feel like he rebranded. He called it something else now.
Well, I think that's the one thing. If people left themselves open, they could rebrand themselves in a different way, or shift the business a little bit. But yeah, it's hard to go one way or the other in the hobby, right?
Yeah, but it was always like, look, it goes back to what we just talked about. Why would I register anything related to those ones? Where it's like, oh, but that business is out of the way now. It's like, yeah. It was a business. It was a collateral business. It's called a pawn shop. It's not a new business model. Only in the hobby do we act like something that has existed for the longest for time material. It's existed forever, and it's like, but now it's cards, so it's totally different. No, it's not. It's the same concept. It's a pawn shop. It's literally it's called a pawn shop. It is. You go in there and you pawn something, and if you don't bring it back or pay or whatever, then they keep your shit.
That's it.
That's how this works. So Bob Jackson, which fan base wins more, wrestling or cars? Ooh, that's legitimately very difficult. That's like asking me what thing Eric is more passionate about, fake hockey games or chocolate sticks. How do we choose?
I don't even know what the answer would be for that.
That's what I'm getting at. I'm struggling.
The answer is always chocolate sticks, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I gotta be honest, wrestling fans do whine more, but cards, people in cards, man, but they whine about even weaker stuff. And that's saying something because wrestling people whine about really weak stuff.
Well, the wrestling and the recessive gene pool, just thinking they probably whine a little bit more. Sorry, what did I say?
It would be marginal at best though, Bobby. Like the card whining is pretty bad. The card whining is real bad. We're talking like a fraction of a percent here. Like it's almost it's within the gap of within error.
Yeah, if you had two different audiences, it'd be hard to separate the two. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like we're within the margin of error is what I'm saying. We're literally within the margin of error in difference here.
I would say cards are bigger. Card holders and collectors are bigger whiners because there's actual real money and investments there. Well, wrestling lives in a fake little world and it's not real.
Tell it to the listen.
Cards aren't real.
Boston Bruins aren't real.
The
It's
players
not
are-
real.
Yes.
Like it's never been real. Settle down. But the thing is that the people that want to spend money on wrestling memorabilia, the money they'll spend on replica belts, the money they'll spend on action figures, the money
Amazing.
like it's huge money. It's not like insignificant.
Yeah.
The funny thing is they actually don't care about cards.
No.
If they cared about cards, the cards would be like, whew. As it is, there are still little pockets. The reason I've enjoyed talking about the wrestling market side of things is because it doesn't follow the normal rules. It's as if I was talking about gravity, except gravity applies differently in Massachusetts than it does in, wherever Eric Peabody. It's different in Peabody than it is in Salem. It's like you're in the same state. Gravity applies differently. It's 40% more significant in Salem than it is in Peabody.
Well,
Why?
Salem,
For reasons.
the Salem, they have less gravity because that's how the witches fly on their brooms.
And that could totally explain it. But it would make no
Kind
sense.
of like the CFL in Canada. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But like what'll happen though is in the wrestling card market, most of the stuff has very little market. It's very thinly traded. There's not a lot going on. But there will be a handful of very specific pockets. I used an example on a video this past week where I said this one character, this one buyer is willing to pay $15,000 for a couple of these cards. They've literally put a bounty out, $15,000. Who's the next highest bidder? I don't think they're willing to pay anywhere near that. No, there are some folks in that one that will pay a couple of grand,
but yeah,
but not 15. Like the gap between 2 and 3 is like this.
yeah.
So it's like, but does that mean it's worth 15,000? Well, in theory, sort of, but not exactly.
It's always measured on the third or fourth bidder. That's
That's
basically the price.
That's exactly the point. And that's where I found it very interesting. I was looking at it, I was like, okay, that's weird. That's really strange.
If you look at a lot of past auctions, you can see that the jump between usually the third and fourth bidder is really where the card is, and then the two highest bidders above that, that's where it goes exponentially out of control.
Yeah, and I'll actually give you guys an example because I had saved this one earlier. I wanted to share it quickly, and I'll do it just as an example. So this one's on Golden, so not a lot of people will catch this one, but I'll show it real quick. So here's a superfractal. This is Rhea Ripley. I had talked about purchasing a Rhea Ripley autograph at the CSC show. And I purchased the card for $60 and I sold it for about $80 or $90. I actually made some money on it. This is the superfractor for her rookie. It's got the little rookie logo. $4,452 with buyer's premium. $4,452.
She's pretty though.
I understand. But here's the thing. There are a lot of other wrestlers who are also pretty who sell for half as much. So it's like, it's not about just, it's because the people that are willing to pay for that are willing to pay a lot.
Yes.
But you can go buy some of her other cards that are also fairly limited for a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a it's not proportional. It doesn't
Isn't
match
it
up.
weird? Yeah, that is weird.
So that's what I mean. It doesn't work that way. Just because, and she's a popular character, but she's not the most popular character. She's not even the most popular female character. So under the right circumstances, one of the other ones could go for more or a little bit less, unless it's a Thursday. Unless the barometric pressure has gone up 14%. There's no rhyme or reason. I can't cite a specific. So now imagine trying to comp that market. Good luck. It doesn't make any sense. Like I can't break the pieces. Like it doesn't work.
Well, that's with merchandise. That's the same thing I deal with. It's uncomparable.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Look,
Maybe.
I'll put it into Eric's parlance. In Boston Bruins pecking order, we're reasonably confident Bobby Orr is at the top, right?
Well,
Bobby Orr?
yeah. Okay,
Okay.
Eddie Shore. Okay.
So
Bobby.
let's use Bobby Orr as our thing, okay? Let's go with Bobby Orr. Ray Borg is pretty good, but he shouldn't match up dollar for dollar with Bobby Orr. It shouldn't be exactly the same if it's apples for apples, right? What if somebody came over to the top and says, all right, the biggest Bobby Orr card will sell for like 60 grand, 80 grand, 100 grand, whatever. Make up a number. I don't care. The test
$1
issue.
million.
Whatever. Somebody says, I'll pay $20 million for Bork.
They're stupid.
It doesn't matter. The point is, what if they do it? So then is Bork worth 20 times as much as Bobby Orr?
Maybe.
But there's only one guy who'll do it, is the point. He goes, oh, well, how much
Well,
did you pay for the Bobby Orr?
Because if it's an auction, it has to have an underbidder who drives.
But in this
up
case,
that.
though, it's a bounty. He's saying,
the
if you
bounty.
will sell this to me, I will pay you X. So what
There
if the
that,
deal is
yeah,
legit
that's
and it's
the
consummated?
hunters. Yeah, the
Yeah.
hunters. That's what
Yeah.
built the market through the 2000s.
No,
Is
but-
the hunting bounty that a lot of the big collectors. So everybody, you wouldn't see stuff come to the show go right directly to them because they put such a high bounty out.
Correct.
Yeah.
So now in that scenario, what I'm positing to you is, imagine that scenario. All of a sudden, that's thrown the whole pecking order out of whack. But it's really one guy or a handful of guys who are push. So we're not going to readjust Bobby Orr suddenly, because it's like, okay, so it should be 40 million for Orr, but it's like nobody will pay 40 million for Orr. It's this one guy who will pay that for Ray Bork. You don't have $40 million, and if you do, then I'm tripling your like button crate right now.
I don't have $40 million.
But
That's
that
right.
does drive the market up a bit.
It can, but that's the point, Bobby. It can, unless it's so out of whack that it becomes an outlier that people just ignore it.
Well, like Bobby said, and we all agreed with a few minutes ago, it's like the third or fourth sale. Well, so it gets sold for $1 billion, but the next sale is $5,000. And then the
Yes.
next sale after that is $8,000, and the next sale is $4,000. Well, no one's looking at that big number anymore.
Well, doesn't it happen with a lot of number cards, like the 1 of 5s, 1 of 2s, 1 of 1s,
can.
and stuff like
The
that?
reason why that one creates a bit of an interesting question, and the reason I use that specific example, is the superfractors are 1 of 1. So it's a piece unique from that perspective. So the person who bought that is now the highest payer who's ever paid for that.
But that makes sense anyways, right?
Sure. But now there's also an out of 5 version. Okay, so here's the question. Is that worth 1/5 the cost? Is that worth 10% of the cost? Like how do we scale it back?
You can't scale it. You'd have to do a number. You'd have to work that out mathematically.
Exactly.
Like if that one is worth, and it's a 1 of 1, then you have to real scale it down. It would be, I don't know what even the math is on that, but you'd really have to scale it down, because then you're dividing it into 5, because you only going to have one fool that's going to bid the crazy on the 1 of 1, but then you're going to have 5 fools bidding on the 1 of 5s, and that can vary a lot. But it's not even going to be close to the 1 of 1. I would say it's one's 100%. Then you get down into the 50% range, and then 20% range after that.
Yeah.
When you get into 125s, and then 1 of 50s, then you're into the 10% of the top price of the 1 of 1, somewhere around there.
That is where we run into that problem, though. Is that, like in the example I gave here, before the buyer's premium, the final bid was $3,710, and then we attack on the 20% for buyer's premium. That's how we arrived at the final figure.
Okay.
The person underneath that was willing to pay $3,600. So they were within $110. So there's at least one more person that was willing to go right up to that line that got them to that final point. So there's one more person who's willing to at least play. They didn't win. So now what?
Or was it a shill?
It could be, but that's the thing. I don't know the answer to that question. But that all plays into the issue. The out of 5 is more available. What if that other guy's pissed off and he wants the out of 5, and one comes up, he goes, all right, I'm going to pay $1,000 for it. That doesn't make sense. It's out of proportion. It doesn't jive with where the math should go. But if somebody's willing to play that, and he's got at least one person to go with him, then all of a sudden we have another comp.
Yeah, you do get a comp from comparables. So you do look at a similar star of a similar sport and something like that, and you'll usually end up pretty close. But then it gets into crazy stuff when you're talking, especially wrestling. Like that's hard to equate a value to any of them, especially when they just come out. It's like, who knows? Yeah. But you're going to have a crazy wrestling guy who wants that 1-on-1, who wants them all. And if they have, a $9 million, a 9-figure bank account, then how are you going to compete? You can't.
But that was the issue that we ran into when I was talking to a couple of the guys about this. Is I said that's always been the challenge in this market. It is so thin. There's not a lot of products. Topps was the licensee for a bit. Now Panini is the licensee. Topps is going to get the license back in now a couple of years. So Panini is technically a lame duck, but they're producing stuff right now that's doing very well. So, and there are people who they're fans of these people, and they'll pay good money for some of the more premium, more limited cards. So it'll go like this. But if you want some of their nice, but not quite as crazy rare stuff, you can get it for $20. Like you can go get a nice Rhea Ripley card that is not. I bought a Rhea Ripley autograph out of 49 for $60 Canadian.
Cheap.
It's not that difficult, and I sold it for 90 within a month. So I made 50% on it. But the point is, even at 90, it's not $4,452. Like there's this massive gap. Mine was autographed.
Mhm.
So for somebody who bought it in relative terms, that is fairly reasonable, fairly affordable. If you're just a fan and you want some nice cards, I can build you a nice collection of those cards for that character, way less. For $4,000, I can build you an amazing collection. Or you can go after that one card. But that one person wanted that one card badly enough and had somebody else that was willing to go up to that line.
Probably the wrestler herself.
I don't think even she cares that much.
She
But-
probably doesn't know. She just wrote, yes, okay,
Yeah,
take
exactly.
the check.
Exactly. Zach says people in SCR comments all the time wanting to create drama to thin air about content creators. That's pretty normal, unfortunately, in the comment section. PWCC lets you borrow against Revolve Holdings, I believe. That is true. They do have that option available too. You can kind of you can buy stuff and then loan them stuff towards a future sale, and they'll give you a percentage of it, and you can kind of use that to play little shadow games with your cards. I wouldn't recommend it, but they do allow you to do it. Eric
Well,
has his-
it's for their benefit, right? Because then you can just reinvest into their, you want to buy some more stuff with us? Yeah, we'll give you a little forward on this. You sell us this. More, yeah, why not?
Yep.
Good for
Okay.
business for him. Them.
It is. Bob Jackson says Eric has heard about Supermarks whine about wrestling. It's pretty bad. It's a lot.
I don't know what a supermark is.
Basically, what you are for the Boston Bruins.
Oh,
You're a
wow.
supermark for the Boston Bruins.
Okay.
Yeah. So that should help.
Can you give me the basis of the reference? Like what it's a mark? I mean,
So a mark goes back to wrestling's old carnival days. You're basically conning somebody.
okay. So I understand that definition.
You're a
Carney.
mark.
You're
Yeah,
a
super
carney.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Super carny.
Super carney, yeah.
I'm a
Well, Vincent
super-
McMahon is like the ultimate carny. I enjoy very much his carniness.
A Conklin carney. There you go.
Dave says,
To
looks
see
like
it.
the card has a whatnot account to sell cards. I'm sure he does. So does Brian Gray.
Mm.
Brian Gray is a big hit at whatnot.
I haven't heard much from him.
Yeah,
He
he-
likes to, he'll make appearances here or there. He likes
Right.
to cause stir some
well,
trouble
the
from time to
mint.
time.
Well, the mint is coming up, so
Mm.
I'm sure he'll be there, and videos will be made.
Yes, of course.
Like last year when he sat on a important panel. If you remember the panel that he sat on, the women in the hobby panel.
Wow. When I need to hear about women
Oh.
in the hobby, there is no greater expert than Brian Gray.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Indeed. So you just remind me about the workshops and panels. I'll go through a couple. I'll go through a couple. It's still funny. So Ben here. Good evening. Ben, Carlos likes to talk. I'm glad you're new to the show, huh? Ben knows. There's a 52 tops high number common card that was too expensive because his family buys up every copy they can. Nice.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. I've
Well,
heard
that's
that.
fair enough. Bob Jackson says, has that coward, meaning Brian Gray, pressed the red button yet? No, we're still waiting. At least Kenny is helping me out with content. Brian, BG, get on with it, man. Y'all were talking about SCR when I made that comment. Sorry if it sounded random. Nah, no worries. It's all good. Is it still bloviating? I appreciate the use of the word bloviating.
Very nice, Bob.
Good old BG. Like it. All right. I was going to make a separate video about this today, but I didn't have time earlier. But I do want to talk about it briefly here because I'm a big fan. The good old Mint Collective panels. You can pay $599 for the privilege of getting the super duper 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 VIP ticket that gets you access to these panels. Less than that, and you're a peasant and you get nothing.
And how much is it?
It's $599. $599 is the super VIP ticket that gets you access to these panels. So that's the minimum you must pay.
Access. Is that
Access.
Mhm.
Yep. So keynotes, the main stage. You got the Monopoly prison trading card game. They basically do a demonstration of it. That's an ad. Thankfully, I get to pay to watch an ad. That's great. 1 to 2 p.m. Donating collectibles, meaningful philanthropic and financial considerations.
Okay. You're paying $5.99 for that? Okay. Sorry.
These are critical things. You get the appraiser from Alton Insights to tell you things. That's good. 3 to 4 p.m. The future of sports fandom. Industry-leading perspectives on building communities and collecting fans.
Excuse me.
That's so generic, it's almost made up.
It really is. It's just like, yeah, we're just going to talk some more.
Yeah, so here's a Monopoly Prism NBA game. You get to try the board game. Great. Good to know. So this one here, I guess, is
We need the Expo Collective or something. I don't know.
we need something.
Would
Yeah.
it surprise either of you if I told you I know a lot of people who are going to this?
No, you're on Clubhouse. Probably,
Yeah.
It's like mandatory attendance. The fact that you're not attending may get you ostracized forever.
Again,
Yeah,
Again.
probably.
But
So
still.
Monopoly Prism stuff, Panini PNA, whatever BS. Okay, so this one may be the only one that maybe has some value, but again, I'm not paying $5.99 for this. You got workshops on optimizing eBay. So if you're a reseller on eBay, there's some stuff for this. Level up your eBay business strategy. Yeah, your eBay business strategy sessions. Talking about that. They got some eBay folks there giving you some information on their algorithm and stuff like
And
that.
I think that's a good thing for a lot of people. They need to learn better how to use eBay to their advantage. Yeah.
Correct. I agree. So this module here, scaling for success with eBay PowerSell ComC, all levels. So getting some information from the VP Sales and Marketing at ComC and Gene Cook, the VP of Collectibles at eBay. Fine. This is at least, there's some information being offered here. Fine. I accept this. Module 2, selling on eBay and listing optimization. So you got beginner, you got intermediate, you got advanced. So you got 3 different levels depending on where you're at. Fine. That sounds like a seminar. That's good. Fine. I see some value if you want to do that. Workshop 2, collect like a pro with eBay technology and tools. Again, you're getting some of the eBay folks giving you some of that info. So a couple of modules.
yeah,
So
I
now-
agree. I mean, I would actually be interested in sitting in that since I do eBay work, at work for the shop.
Yeah.
I would
It
love
sounds
to
like a retreat.
Well, I think
Get-
that was kind of the argument they were trying to use for it, but the problem is it's hit and miss. That eBay section with the modules, that makes sense to me. Like
Yeah.
there should be more of that. More of that kind of thing totally makes sense to me.
I would love to go up there and be a speaker on telling eBay what they should be doing differently too,
Yeah,
because
right.
they're out of whack. You know.
Oh yeah.
But then
Let
you'll
me
also
tell you
have
how it
some
runs.
But then you'll also have some other sections that kind of play on it a little bit. They kind of go in different directions here. So like this one, welcome to Bullpen and Friends. LCS owners talk about the importance of professional connection in cards. That's pretty generic. New generation of collectors, questionable. Card shop of the future. Your guess is as good as anybody else's. Part of your brick and mortar business, breaking. So a section on breaking. Because
Brick
Lord
and
knows nobody
mortar?
knows how to do breaking. The Hobby Unplugged, a candid interview of the past, present, and future of the card shop hobby, which is from Bullpen LA. That's one market, one shop is perspective.
Didn't we
CSG
discuss all of this on the show today?
What's that?
Didn't we discuss most of this on the show today?
Yeah, pretty much. My point for the Mint Collective last year was that a lot of the stuff they were talking about is freely available in about 57,000 other places. And the experts, while they have some knowledge in the space, they don't have any special knowledge that I would pay for. This sounds like free seminar shit. You make
They've been
it
in the
free and if
hobby
anybody
for
wants to
3
show-
years. Don't you respect them?
No, I don't.
They're OGs. Come on.
I'm a hater. I respect no one.
Yeah.
CSG grade school with Andy Broom. So like CSG grading school, they actually do stuff like this anyway. I would like a more expanded version of this. This is only an hour.
I'd listen to that.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'd be chuckling, but I'd be in the back.
my point though is that there is value to some of the stuff here,
Sure, there is.
but there's not enough in totality to make up the
Because they
price.
got to grade cards live on stage. I'd be interested in that.
My point is
I'm
there
in for-
is some value to some of it.
I'm in for $100 right now.
Yeah.
Exploring new markets through data and trends. And here's where we get into the card ladder section. Rise of periphery collectibles markets featuring tickets, magazines, photography, video games, and more. So basically pumping random shit. Okay.
Well, no,
great.
that's good though, because that part of the hobby is actually tickets are phenomenally large.
You think you're going to get much value out of 45 minutes where they broke it, where they include all 3?
Well, yeah, and photographs too. You know, that's another big thing that needs explanation because a lot of people are very ignorant when it comes to photograph. First generation, second gen, third gen. You know, so I think a little bit of education there might help a lot of people, and it'll save me a lot of emails. Anyways.
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
don't think though 45 minutes, you're not going to get enough on any of those topics to really do anything.
Is this scheduled time? I can't really see it. So,
12 to 12:45.
oh, okay.
You got a solid 45 minutes to cover
So
5 different
where's
categories.
lunch?
I don't know.
It's 12 to 12:45. That's lunch.
They don't. You do not get lunch.
Oh, you get a
The
sandwich.
hashtag scholarship never ends.
You get a sandwich in a little plastic.
You do not get a sandwich. Don't lie to the people.
$5.90. I better. get
$5.99 does not get you a sandwich.
Come on.
1 to 145. Institutional
wrap?
capital. Yeah, institutional capital investment in collectibles. So you got somebody I've never heard of, Peter Inanciali, Catherine Harrison, I don't know who that is. Ursula Levine is the guy from Collectible. And Slava Rubin. Maybe he's related to Michael Rubin. I don't know who
There's
that
your
is.
sandwich.
Sure. Collecting cards. Here's the good one. Collecting cards after the bubble. Navigating a new normal in the hobby industry, a.k.a. the old normal. We got Justin Gack,
That's
Joshua
political.
Johnson, and Chris McGill.
Oh, Chris McGill's going to be there. There.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's basically co-sponsored by Cadillac. Christina basically organized half of the shit. So, of course, the card ladder guys are going to have a whole section.
I'm gonna ask Chris if he could just fill me in tomorrow.
Yeah, on a new normal? Tell you
So-
about the new normal?
Just can you just tell me what you're gonna say? Because I don't want to go to Vegas.
No. 4:15 to 5 o'clock, collectors to corporate, hobbyists working in the industry. Christina from Card Ladder, Susan, Suze, Jeremy Fulton, Tops, Jack Archer, PSA. I don't know who Jack Archer is. I actually heard of him from PSA. Jeff Hofferer, Panini. I think he's Pack Geek, so I think that's the guy. And Billy Cilio. So Billy will be at the last of these. There you go.
So it's the whole,
But I'll just ask Jeremy, Billy, and Christina to tell me tomorrow.
Yeah, you can pretty much get the whole thing.
so this is a clubhouse meeting, really.
Basically, yeah, it's a live clubhouse meeting. And then you get some live podcasts. So you got Luca Nation Network. That's a waste of time. Sports cards in 2028. So now we're reading the future. And we got Fanatics Collectibles, who haven't done anything yet to be part of the future, but they're planning to be in the future. Jesse Craig from PWCC. Scott Ruskin from Beckett. Moderated by Floating Head.
I didn't know that.
Sports cards in 2028. Industry-leading views on what to expect in the next 5 years from the lens of manufacture, marketplace, and authentication and grading. Moderated by Floating Head.
Wow.
I know, right?
What a clique of people, you know.
I am beyond excited. $5.99 is a hashtag bargain.
You know, you can put 25, 30 years into researching being a historian, but you never get invited anywhere.
So Bob asked, and I have answered.
What was that? I can't read.
Is the floating cranium going?
Okay.
Indeed. Indeed. And I'll be hosting a panel. Be excited.
Yes, that would be interesting.
Brian Gray has a table at Dallas Card Show. Always looks busy on his laptop and phone to interact with people. Fair enough.
He'll talk to you. You can walk up to him, talk to him. He'll talk to you for an hour.
He's approachable.
He is. He'll talk to you all day long.
He's been known to spin a yarn.
Hmm.
I started a 52 tops registry on CSG. I have one card. I have completed 0% of the collection. I have the 10th highest graded rank set. Yes, Carlisle. Yes. I'm so proud of you.
Yep. I knew there was one.
A panel of how to open a box. Yes. Soon. Offer $10 pre-grade service. There you go. Now it's time to visit Vegas Actor. Weather is nice. The Soaring Skull. I love that we have multiple monikers now. I appreciate it. Listen, I'd go to Vegas just for Vegas. I don't need any of that bullshit. Don't waste my time with that crap. Bobby, we know this.
The
Vegas,
$5.99.
say the word. $5.99. Are you out of your mind?
That going on the crap table, man. Anyway.
I got a ton of things that I could do in Vegas for $599. I could even spread it out and still get way more mileage out of that.
And get a steak. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We could get a steak, go to Cirque du Soleil, gamble a little bit.
Yeah.
Instead, let's do a panel on hobby in 2028. Screw you.
We just discussed all half of this anyway, so.
The hobby in 2028 is reruns of the Golden Touch. We'll still be analyzing it 5 years from now. What a disaster, y'all. Do you remember that? Oh my.
Someone's got to record this. We got to look at this in 5 years and go, mm-hmm.
You got a lot of stakes in Vegas for $5.99. I know. That's what I'm saying.
Well, at least they're putting it on.
Look, I have no issue with putting it on. I separate out two things. I have no issue with them putting it on. From what I understand, the dealers at the marketplace section, they've taken a step up on the dealers. So they've got a lot more national dealers and stuff. So I think if you just want to go visit a show, I see no reason not to do it. My point is that I made fun of it last year because the whole seminars and symposium and everything was kind of like bullshit, way too expensive for what little you're getting out of it. And yet again, I find myself, the CSG grade school, I think, could be interesting. They do those, though, on their own. When they want to do, like, in Florida, they'll do those semi-regularly where they'll potentially interview people that maybe want to work for them or that they might want to do. But they'll also give you, like, a full seminar on grading and let you do some sample grading yourself and give you some tips and tricks and stuff. I see value to that. There was some stuff in there that I saw value to. I do not see $599 out of value, is my point.
No, and how many people showed up at the last one? Did they have a count?
I don't think so. I think it did okay for what it was. I think most people went through the normal. Like they didn't buy like the most expensive ticket. I think they went to go get some of the other ones.
And is this money philanthropic or not?
Oh Lord, no! It's for profit. It's all for profit. Like one day access to like the
Not
regular
for profit.
stuff.
It's still for profit, but any which way. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
one day access to like the regular base is like $25.
Oh, is it? Just to
Yeah,
get in?
like for one day, like base ticket, just go to the marketplace and stuff. It's $25.
But you don't get to know any seminars or anything.
Alas, no.
Okay.
There is a
'Cause
gold.
then
pass-
it's worth it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like at the lowest price point, like again, if you're having the seminars and people can kind of drop in, drop out, whatever, or maybe pre-register for free. Hey, I'd like to check out this panel. I'd like to see this thing. I could totally get it. But the only way you can access the panels is the mint experience, which is $5.99.
Yeah, but most of those are on every podcast that's out there. They're all explaining the same information. I don't see anything that you're really going to get out of it. Not that I've ever been and know the difference, but I'm just saying. But going forward, I guess that you have to operate in a different manner in a little bit of a downturn economy for the basketball and baseball and football and whatever else that's went down. Hockey's been pretty good and stable, so just on a Canadian sense, just give them that little poke in there. Yeah.
But yeah, I think though, like I did, like I said, if I had a little more time today, I would have gone through all the panels and just cackled again, probably just put a bunch of $1 Million Man memes.
Yeah.
It would have been just a bunch of that. To
You'd
be
have
fair,
your finger down on the button hole.
Just-
Yeah.
I'm just
It
going to
is
press it
nice.
over and over again.
It's definitely nice though that as much as we want to joke about it, we actually found 2 or 3 things that actually seemed interesting.
Yes.
Where
I still didn't see lunch.
Not $600 interesting is my problem, but
Yeah,
yes.
You
Interesting.
better get a Reuben sandwich or something out of
yeah,
With our luck, probably you get a fruit cup. Probably they give you like, here you go. It's like,
Yeah.
continental breakfast would at least give me a croissant,
Yeah.
jerks.
And they don't put cherries in those fruit cups anymore either. Bastards. You gotta have that red cherry floating around there because it's like a surprise. You gotta have
I bet
something.
you the pizza won't be as good as the Expos was last November. That was some good pizza.
Oh yeah, really. Mm-hmm.
I
I like
enjoyed it in relative terms to what you could have been paying for. Like you could have done worse.
Mhm.
Well, that was the November before with the whole hot dog incident. That was disgusting.
You do know you could go outside. There were literally restaurants outside.
Yeah,
Oh,
but,
lots
It's
of
like across the street. You just
Yeah,
walk
but
across the parking lot. Like it's there.
yes, but this past year there was no need for that because the food was good.
There you go.
yeah, it wasn't bad. It was
There you
okay. Well, it was all right.
So my question for the chat. So how many of y'all are ponying up at $5.99? Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like I'm.
Now, so you pay the $600.
Mm,
You have not flown there yet.
mm,
You have not paid for a hotel room yet,
nope.
and you have not eaten.
Well, back in the day, in fairness though, and Bobby will attest to this, the best part about Vegas was that the gambling subsidized so much that the room rates and stuff was like actually very fair. Like compared to like national, like
Even the flights.
yeah, even like flights, like the flight and hotel combo, and you could go to a really nice hotel for relatively little. Like now, it's been a long time now. Obviously, things have changed now. They've prices have steadily increased.
Yeah.
But about 10 years ago, when I went down with my buddy, I want to say it was like $1,200 for the two of us for like 4 or 5 days, and we were at the Wynn, which is a very nice hotel right on the Vegas Strip. Like it's a very nice hotel. So in relative terms, like per night, it was like a little over $200 a night, which
That's not
isn't
bad.
that bad. And that included, by the way, that included the flight. Like it wasn't crazy. Like we got flight and a really nice luxury hotel. The expectation was that they make the money on you're going to gamble, you're going to buy food, you're going to take in shows. They'll make the money on all the other stuff and
Sure.
get you. And that was the idea. So like they're not going to kill you on the hotel. And if we had been a little bit lucky in our timing, some people would get free comps too. Sometimes you get comped up to a nicer hotel room, like for free. Here you go, just comp it.
And lots of free meals.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's
So-
good food too. It's not junk.
Yeah. And if you just want us to be strategic about it, you can eat well. You can treat yourself to some nice meals as well. But you can also, if you just need just regular food, you just need something to fill yourself up. There's a lot of stuff that isn't as crazy priced. if you're not going to the most touristy, like the fanciest name brand stuff, like you could go and when I went to the Planet Hollywood, the Earl of Sandwich they had there, it's like these are like the sandwiches are very good, but because it's a sandwich, most people are thinking about it. But the locals would line up because it's like, well, actually, for the price, this is actually really good. You're getting a way cheaper meal. You're getting like a full. You'll be full, and it was like $12 or something, which isn't too bad. Like you're at, and then go compare it to a meal anywhere else. It's like you go to a restaurant. It's like that'll be like $120, $150 a plate.
It's not a Expo $12 hot dog from
No.
What was it called there?
It was the Earl of Sandwich.
Oh, Earl. Hi, my name's Earl.
Yeah, they went for they went for it, man. It was the Earl of Sandwich. It was good.
Yeah.
I will say it was good because they did instead of butter they did the mayonnaise. So the mayonnaise that melts on the bread onto it. So it was good stuff.
There you go. Well, they call it mayonnaise.
No, you freaking Canadians with your mayonnaise.
That's Las Vegas, you idiot. It's the United States.
No, gross. You're disgusting. That's gross.
It's Las Vegas, you schmuck.
I understand that, but you're saying it was so good and delicious. That's because you people up north put mayonnaise on everything. So
I do.
gross.
It's really good.
I was gonna say he does.
I do. Yeah.
Disgusting.
You're questioning the Burrell. Settle down.
That's twice today.
Every
Yep.
chicken, salmon, tuna, salad sandwich is made with mayo.
I eat tuna straight from the can, and
There's too much.
You eat
mercury.
tuna with the can.
Yeah.
You don't even open it.
the whole can. Mayonnaise is disgusting.
Just go away from the strip, and there's a lot of great restaurants that are way cheaper. Yeah, 100%. Like if you move a little bit outside of the strip, that's one thing. And then the other thing that a lot of folks, because when we were there, like the first thing we did was look around. We did a little bit of puttering around, and you'd go to a bunch of these places, even simple stuff, really dumb stuff. Like, oh, somebody's thirsty, they need water, and they go to all these places, and it would be like this. It's like literally just walk into the pharmacies. Just go get the water from. It's like $2, $1. Like it's a pharmacy. They're just charging normal price. It's just walk in and get your stuff. You want a snack? Go to the pharmacy.
Yeah.
A couple of bucks and you get everything you need. And it's like you're good. You don't have to pay the ridiculous prices. Just walk into a pharmacy. Just go find them. They're all over the place. Most people weren't looking for them.
Or go to a nice pancake house or something.
Exactly. Like there's a bunch of spots, and if you are willing to go during happy hour and a lot of stuff, drinks are cheaper. You can get cheaper food. Like pick your spots, man. Pick your spots.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Duke's mayonnaise, or make it from scratch. Eric eats Miracle Whip. Probably facts.
Miracle Whip on some
I don't
things
eat
and Hellman's on
anything
others.
Nope. I don't eat any of that. Oh, just thinking of it makes me want to vomit.
You know
This is
how
a-
many tons they sell of that stuff? My gosh.
This is a man who gorges himself on chocolate sticks and like
And
begs for
there's
crumble
no
cookies.
mayonnaise in it. And there's no mayonnaise in it.
Yet.
Do you know
And
why? I think because you guys been branded. I saw a couple of restaurants in Boston and they were kind of serving these hot dogs and whatever. And they just slap mustard on it, whether you want it or not. It's just like everything's mustard. So how can you even like mayonnaise when you've been mustardized?
Mustardized. Well, he is wearing a mustard colored hoodie over there.
I do
Yeah.
like mustard.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why he's wearing the hoodie, that color. That thing's probably been stained in mustard for years and you wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's a blue one. It was blue before.
I don't know, man. But yeah, if you're gonna go to Vegas, no, man. The point of going to Vegas is there's tons of attractions. You can go visit a bunch of go take in a show, go check out a game. Like now they've got the football team and they got the hockey team. Pick one, go visit a game, go take in a UFC event. There's so much stuff I'd rather be doing than going to the Mint Collective.
Well, they should have an online Mint Collective, like a live version that you could kind of tune in for $5.99. It might save you a bit of money, and at least you get people going there.
Well, do the
Not
panel,
every-
do the panels in a stream. You could do panels in a stream.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I
They
know
call
that's fair.
Steve Menzie. He knows all about it.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'd pay a small amount of money to watch
$5.99.
that
And you
eBay.
get a Reuben sandwich
and,
delivered.
Get a Reuben sandwich delivered. We know we'll get Eric's ticket if we say it's $59.99. But what do you get? You get a
mail.
free coupon to Crumble Cookies.
Mm.
Mm.
Apple tree cookies. Wow.
It's
Maybe.
not good.
I'm just saying, throwing it out there.
Yeah.
But anyway. All right, so I made fun of Mint Collective, got that in. Got in my trout slater. That's always
I
good.
think
I
we
appreciate
all did.
that was wonderful. I appreciated that. It was good. I think that's really it. Anything else you guys want to kind of chat about? We talked about a lot of the other stuff. Like made a lot of mileage out of outside of like until the Golden Touch thing starts and I get my recaps in.
Oh,
Soon.
God.
Soon,
That'd be
Kenny.
awesome.
Kenny, we'll be
Yeah.
seeing you soon. We'll be seeing you soon, Kenny.
Kenny, Grading Companies, Mint Collective. Yeah, we covered the bases pretty good.
This weekend, I'll be seeing a few former athletes. We're having 2 signings, one Saturday, one Sunday. We're having former Major League Baseball pitcher and the last 30-game winner in baseball history, Denny McClain's coming in tomorrow. And on Sunday, we have a former Boston Bruin who's never done a signing before. And his name is Hank Nowak. He had like
He's from the 70s.
Yep, he had like 1 hockey card.
And 47 of them in SP Signature Legends.
Yes,
At least 47 of them. Hashtag
at
legend.
least. Yeah.
Hashtag
So,
legend.
I think we're going to have a lot of people showing up for him because if you have a Bruins piece and you want to get as many Bruin autographs on it as you can, he's never done a signing before
Because he didn't have much to sign.
We made
What
up
was his card? Was his card 1974 or 75?
Eric's going to go find it from his files.
No, it's right here.
So Carlisle says the best and most acclaimed Southern chef in Atlanta/Athens, Georgia is actually Canadian. There you go.
There you go.
Remember the Vegas card show reviews? Attendance was terrible from our... Yeah, a couple of the Vegas shows didn't do very well.
I can't see that.
So Hank
year?
Nowak, left wing of the Bruins.
Oh,
76, 77, I want to say.
76, yeah.
So so that's going to be exciting. I think we're going to have a huge crowd for him. Also in the area this weekend, there's a lot going on in my general area. We have Rick Middleton doing a signing in driving distance from me. We have Andy Moog, Derek Sanderson.
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on in Boston. Amazing. And we got nothing going on in Toronto, really, is there?
Yeah,
Not really.
there's a lot going on.
Like other than the expo, like between that, nothing. But you guys don't have an expo, so there you go.
Well, we have the Shriners coming up.
Oh, the
that's-
Shriners. Don't
that
they wear
is
those
a-
funny
No,
hats?
he's not talking about a card show. He's literally talking about Shriners walking across the street. Like they're
Oh, yeah.
coming. Like they'll walk over and like,
Those
hey,
hats with the little
yeah, we're the
thing.
Shriners. Hey, how's it going?
Have you, Bobby? You said you've been to the Shriners show in the past, haven't you?
Yeah, one time.
Yeah. So
It's a decent sized show for sure.
it's a 3-day show,
And
it's
that's been going
very,
on for what, 30 years?
Yeah, and it's very, very large. It's the biggest one in New England. So
And how much? What's the Beckett on-site grading cost?
They don't grade on site there.
Ooh, come on.
They save it all for Toronto.
yeah,
Apparently.
no on-site grading unless something changes, but there never has been that I can recall.
It's the Shriners show.
Well, maybe Kenny will come by and promote the Golden Touch.
There's been PSA DNA JSA type of autograph authentication, and they take submissions.
You.
But PSA takes submissions, but no, there's no on-site grading.
No, it's not that big of a show.
I see.
It's Boston. It's not the stuff will get
Well,
stolen.
yeah. Compared to Toronto or the National, it's not a big show, but it's a pretty large show.
I expect footage from the Shriners, Eric.
Yes.
I strap a GoPro onto yourself.
That's what needs to happen.
I
And
think
we'll compare it to the Mint Collective and see who's better.
Ooh, I think that'd be good. I think that'd be smart. There
And
you
we'll
go,
do
Hockey
it.
Barn Collectibles. We did maybe about an hour and change in Hockey Barn. We opened up your package. Eric was very
Oh, you missed
appreciative.
it. Yeah.
Very appreciative.
Yep, we thank you for these nice gifts, and we had a lot of fun opening them and checking them out and showing everybody. There was one thing that was in the envelope that somehow got thrown away, but that doesn't need to be discussed. But
The white
cricket
powder?
cards, these cricket cards, fantastic. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
357, good evening. Hello, Carlos and everyone. UConn going all the way. I have not paid any attention whatsoever. I know that there was a major upset. I want to say the 15 seed won over number 1. I remember that broke a bunch of brackets. I did not make a bracket, so I have no idea who's in it. I have no idea who's still in it. Does anyone kind of want to fill me in where we're at right now? What stage are we at in the tournament?
Are we talking about UConn women? Because that's really
I guess so. I have no idea. Like I'm very serious. I don't care about basketball normally. I will watch a little bit if I have a bracket going on. Yeah, sure. But it's like, no, if I don't have a bracket going on, I think did Shohei Ohtani play for one of them? Like, I'm not paying attention. I don't know, and I don't care.
I've said this before here, is that here in all of New England, nobody cares about college sports.
Yeah, 357 says for the men's. So I guess
Yeah,
question is UConn going all the way?
Nobody pays attention.
So 357 or anybody else? Who's
Don't
left? How far along are we? Are we at the Sweet 16? Are we at the Elite 8? Are we Final Four? How close are we? I don't think any number one seats are left in the men's bracket. All right, thank you for that. Yeah, so that's my question. I don't know what stage we're at. I have no idea. I haven't looked it up. Then I missed the Fish Boy talk. It was brief. We had a little bit of fun playing the video earlier tonight, a couple of times. There was a little Fish Boy talk. Got a little Fish Boy slander in there. I agree with Eric. Read college sports. There you go. Getting some support there, Eric.
Yeah, it's just nobody in New England cares about it. It's just not followed.
I honestly don't think. I honestly think March Madness is interesting because it does have a lot of viewership, and I honestly think it's most people are interested from the perspective of brackets. If you got a pool or you got a bracket or something going on, then yeah, you're. There are basketball guys who are like into basketball, period. But majority of people, like, if I'm not a bracket or my bracket got busted or whatever.
Oh, there's plenty of people that have brackets and they're doing it simply for the gambling, but they couldn't tell you the first thing about college basketball around here because no one pays attention to it.
Eric doesn't use card savers upside down. I think that's a valid point.
What's a card saver? These types of things? Is that what these are? Are these card savers?
Yeah, and coincidentally, you have a Beckett one, which is
Save
great.
cards, yeah.
And it's important that you have a Beckett one, which is really important.
There is a Beckett one. How about that?
I know. Yeah.
That must
Wow,
have-
those are
How
rare.
convenient. First one he grabbed in there. Got a Beckett one.
Yeah.
How
Uh-huh.
interesting.
How did we?
that must have come from work.
Oh, yeah.
Right at the top, first thing he goes, my precious.
Yes. Stole from work. I mean, borrowed. I mean, something.
Well, acquired.
Acquired.
Yeah.
So maybe you got to go to maybe the next time you go to the expo, you got to try to acquire a few cards, and then security will be like, "Hey,
yeah. Mr. Castanetti, yeah."
So Zach says, "Sweet 16, 2 number one seeds lost tonight. All right, the number one seeds are dropping quick
today, Bobby, about setting up a table and bringing all this really old Bruin stuff up there to sell. I'm like, how can I sit at a table all day and still walk around for 8 hours? Well, you can't. I go, then I'm not doing it.
You leave the covering over the table and walk around.
Yeah. I'm like, no.
Sorry, didn't sell anything.
But that's what he wants me to do. He wants to pay for it all, obviously.
Really?
He wants me to go up there and get a table and sell some of our, really good vintage Bruin stuff.
Like, what do you guys got?
I don't know.
I saw pictures. There's nothing.
You lost me at really good Bruins stuff. That's the part that confused me. I'm like, really good Bruins stuff.
You're a jerk. Shut up.
There's already a Bruins guy up there, anyways, isn't there?
Plenty of people up there selling Bruin stuff. I buy it all, bring it home.
No, he's from Boston, actually.
Oh, Bob. Yeah, Bob. Bob will have a table. Well, he had a table the first year I came up, and then last year I think he just walked around.
Oh, did he? Okay, I can't remember. Yeah.
Yep.
USA Patriot cards.
Harvey's kicking around.
Well, Harvey's always around. Yeah.
Yeah.
USA Patriot cards. Good evening. You guys rip any Disney? Bouge Eric. We pull in some Mickey Mouse rookie cards. Well, actually, there wouldn't be at this point because there was the one with the Walt Disney, right? There was the one with the Walt Disney back in the 30s.
Yes.
And I think Mickey Mouse was on that card as well. So
33 Opeachy actually had and Tops.
Yeah.
Not Tops. What's the other? Opeachy did 33 and there's another company who did it in the US.
Yeah, I know. I think Jay would know this one because he's very familiar and in tune with a lot of those cards. But now they've got those Disney cards. They got some shiny ones. You can get a Mickey Mouse shiny card.
I am anti-Disney. I'm not a fan.
Interesting.
And I have taken my kid to Disney World, and I went to Disneyland in 1984. And
I went in 19.
I've been to Disney 3 times. and I never, ever, ever want to go again or give that giant rat another penny of my money.
So like the raccoon,
Disneyland?
your raccoon, you ended up fighting Mickey. Is that what happened over there? And then Pluto came in, and, like, put the boots to you.
Was it Disneyland or Disney World?
I went to World twice, my honeymoon, and then we brought
That
my
Florida?
daughter. She was 10. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then I was in 1984, I went to Disneyland in California.
I
went
think
to
Joel
Disney-
has the right idea here. Eric, I think you're anti everything. It's pretty
There's
much
something-
it's
there's
pretty much
something-
facts.
I went to Disney World in 1972.
Yep. Robert here is Will's Cinema Stars, Walt and Mickey. Not sure if it's the rookie. Could be. There was definitely one where there's the two of them in the 30s. So it's as good a guess as any.
Oh yeah, they had an album and everything for the Peachy.
All right. So honestly, I've always been puzzled why graded cards don't have the label at the bottom rather than the top. We call that the bougie Eric standard. Zach
And-
says, Journey fun watching kids playing Win or Go Home. A lot of them playing their last game they'll ever play. A lot of emotion. Like I said, if you enjoy it, it's like anything in entertainment. If you enjoy it and you're having fun with it, have a good time. But I'm just answering honestly. I'm not paying attention to it. I don't care. I agree. It's pretty much more enjoyable to watch compared to the NBA. That's fair.
Disney?
Well, the NCAA tournament. Disney might be better watch the NBA anyway. So.
Mm-hmm.
Has Eric ever been to Wally World?
Once, and it was closed when I got there, and I don't want to talk about what happened.
I knew it.
Mm.
It was bad. There was an incident with the security guard, and I don't know. It's just
Well, honestly, we could talk about anything. It's like, so I went to the convenience store. There was an incident with the security guard. I went to the supermarket. There was an incident with the security guard. I went to the local park. There was an incident with the local police and the FBI and the CIA.
I may have pulled a gun on him and made him ride a roller coaster with me and my family. All right.
Don't lie to me. You put a gun on him and you told him to give you a piggyback ride. You sick bastard. I know how it is. I get it.
Yep.
Mike VV Cards. Any thoughts on UD's announcement this week? Flagship Hoppy refresh for 2024. Sounds like they're adding more inserts. Not sure if they're changing anything else. We did talk about it a little bit earlier, Mike. And also, I believe they're going to increase the print run. I do think it's interesting that they're throwing the one-on-one. The Connor Bedard timing is very interesting. I think some people will definitely be intrigued by that. I also think they will print more of it, and there will be lots of it out there when the time comes. So that is kind of my thoughts on it right now. We'll have to see how it plays out. But that's just kind of the assessment we have based on the past and what we would probably expect. You add more stuff, more inserts, probably that means greater production, more cards, more blasters, more everything.
More money.
Mm-hmm. Has Eric ever been to the grocery store and only got what was on the list? Eric?
And one of those things wasn't mayonnaise.
Yes, I have gone to the grocery store and got only what was on the list.
What if the list was only mayonnaise and different brands and flavors of mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise.
Would you spontaneously combust?
I wouldn't go to the store, because as soon as my mother would hand me the list and said, go to the store and buy these things, I'd look and it would be mayonnaise, and I'd be like, there's no way I'm doing that.
But you would get turkey legs, right?
I don't want to talk about that.
All right.
I'm still banned from Market Basket. I caused a scene.
Pretty much is what we expect. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if the alternative was Death by Beckett's Lab?
Every time I go there, the woman behind the counter, I swear she remembers me, and she gives me this look. So it's.
So
Not-
Eric, you didn't get an invite to the Mint Collective? You're not in the group?
I did not get a from the Mint Collective. I had people encouraging me to go, and I was like, "There's no freaking way I'm going."
Encouraging to spend $5.99 or encouraging to go just to the show? Or come as a
You already
guest?
know a bunch of people there. You know Floating Head as the
Billy.
leading coaster maker in the industry. You've got
But-
connections.
Billy?
Yeah,
Well, but I don't think Billy would help you so much.
No, I'm just, yeah.
He does know Billy, but I don't know if that would help or hurt his situation.
No, I was talking to him today. He was giving me a hard time as usual.
But what you're saying, you have enough connections at that point. There should be a hookup somewhere in there.
Yeah, I don't know about hookups, but I was encouraged to go, and I said no. I don't think I'm doing that.
What would you be encouraged to go for to learn what? eBay?
About cards. He's new to
Be
them.
there and hang out with everybody and participate in the whole thing, and I'm like, I don't want to.
A $5.99 social.
Yeah, no, it's good that the Clubhouse app is free.
You better get a Clubhouse sandwich out of that.
Mm.
Mint Collective, Clubhouse, and a Reuben Chaser
I wonder if we could DoorDash a turkey leg to Eric's
with
store.
lots of mayo.
Bob, please don't give them ideas. Come on.
Just saying.
Technology is a wonderful thing, Bob Jackson. Technology is a wonderful
I just
thing.
hope my mother's asleep and
She's asleep by now.
I don't want to have her rehash the horrible episode that we had at the store that day.
But the problem is, doesn't it concern you that at a certain point, like, just a question, Bobby, help me out with this. Does it not concern anybody that every time there's like, if the majority of the stories about you are like, do you remember, I don't want to discuss that episode or the incident or that one time at band camp.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of that.
The point is, there is a lot of that. That is the point that I am making.
There is. And I seem to be the common denominator.
That's basically what we're talking about here. Yeah.
Yeah. Fingers are pointing one way.
I'd appreciate it though if people would just stop bringing up the turkey incident. It embarrasses my mother, and it just gives her more reasons to be disappointed in me.
Would it make you feel better if at this point we make sure to do absolutely nothing that would isolate you or make you a specific target of our attention at this moment?
You're going to put me in the corner.
Without a promise, yes.
Just saying, maybe I will.
I feel as if I'm in the corner again.
It's packed actually. Yeah.
Could be. Not sure. We'll find out. We'll find out later. There'll be more Bedard Young Guns than 9091 Fedorov Young Guns. Maybe. Only way Eric goes to the Mint is if Marcel is there. I think that'd be a valid reason.
Oh, that would be something.
He could hang out with Marcel. They could have their own panel.
Yeah, that would be good. I'd pay money for that.
Yeah, that I think that would be something that I'd be intrigued by.
$2.99 maybe.
Perhaps.
So there still has to be a sandwich.
I was gonna say, at the bare minimum, you should include like at least give us a decent discount. Help us.
There's no lunch. There's no lunch break in there. I don't know what they think. What are they giving? They have to give sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are just mad because Marcel and I are friends.
Are you
No.
friends really? Because I was talking. Anyways, no.
You know, he called the shop just before Christmas and asked if I was, after he was done talking to Phil, asked if I was there and wished me a Merry Christmas. So I'd say yes, we're besties.
Well, Bob Jackson has the question that I was asking.
I can see Eric there. Phil, are you finished talking? Let me give me the phone. Yeah. Marcel, yeah, I'm here.
It may have been something like that.
Just saying, we're throwing it out there.
It could have been an accurate statement right there, Bobby.
Most restaurants don't serve turkey legs. Yeah.
No restaurant serves turkey legs. I don't know of any.
No, Eric will try. That's how we get booted out of the first restaurant, by making these ridiculous demands.
Yeah.
Swanson makes it good.
Well, don't confuse Eric anymore. If we give him additional brands, he'll never get out of the supermarket. By folks he knows, Eric is referring to Beckett's Jeremy Murray. I know. There is someone with over 1,000 of the GOAT's rookie cards on ComC. And Bob Jackson says, "Who's Marcel?" Small man in the corner. Tell us, who is Marcel?
Mm-hmm.
No, he's my best friend ever.
Ever?
He's a bigger friend than the giant hat guy. He of the Purov.
Anybody is a bigger friend than
Is Tim coming?
Wait, you said anybody. So is Bob Jackson a bigger friend to you than he of the big hats? Is Jeremy Murray from Beckett a better friend to you than he of the giant hat? Tell us, little man in the corner. Tell us more.
I would have to say yes. Timmy Two Hats is just a giant pain in my ass.
Is he coming to the show?
I love him, but he's a giant pain in my ass.
Is he coming to the show?
I don't think he's coming in April.
Okay.
That's kind of surprising. He does kind of make the circuit. Is he working on his country music career right now in Nashville?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Still got a lot of body space left for another tattoo.
Yeah. I definitely think he's going to be there in November, but I don't think he's going to be coming in April. Last I talked to him, he said he wasn't.
It's kind of traditional. A lot of people don't come in the spring. They usually come in the fall because the hockey season is more
But
bright.
with him, he could change his mind at any moment.
Yeah.
It really comes down to, does he have anything better to do?
No.
That's the big question, right? So, and I mean, he did just move. He's still getting settled down there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So,
yeah.
I mean, you know, he just got married recently, remember? So I mean, you know, he's got a lot going on.
He's playing for the band.
Traveling constantly. You know, he's going out to the Mint, and then he's got another one, and another. It's always something.
Always going to the Mint Collective. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, God.
Cool. Has to.
Listen, and my question, my concern, out of all the panels I read you, did you notice no Tim from Slabstrong panel? What about marketing in the hobby panel? Tim's tips. Wear a big ass hat.
Listen, as much as that guy drives me bananas, and I've thought about drowning him in the tub a couple of times.
That sounds vaguely like admitting to a potential crime. Go on.
That kid has done something it's pretty impressive, from having absolutely nothing, zero.
And he'll tell you about how he has nothing. The poor office still
and
on.
how he ate from garbage bins.
Yes, there's a lot of that.
Watched him
more
do
than
it.
Eric Myers.
I've watched him do it. Yeah, their pour off was something.
He
else.
did win the pour off. As far
He
as I'm
did.
concerned, he won the pour off.
I don't know if Eric was ever actually poor. He just had some life circumstances that put him in a really bad place in life. But that's a whole nother thing. But
well,
anyway,
the good news is if he ever runs into any financial difficulties, he knows a good place to source cards that he can totally buy from. Wait, no, he knows a guy. Never mind. Go on.
I'm just saying, you know, as much as he drives me nuts, he's done some amazing stuff in the last 2-3 years to get where he is now, and I can't take that away from him. I just, it's very impressive what he has done.
He's got to shift gears now.
Yeah, and he has. That's why he's in Tennessee. That's why he's working with Mike Geo at Card Shop Live, and he's got his irons in the fire in a few other places, and the connections that he's made is incredible. He knows absolutely everybody. He is so personable and so outgoing, and he just pushes himself on you, and you can't say no to him. It's amazing what he's done. It really is. So jokingly, you said, you know, that he could do some kind of forum on marketing or whatever. The guy's a master at it.
Oh, I was only semi joking.
Yeah,
I know. Be honest. He probably has a better argument to being able to actually deliver a talk on it than some of the other panels that I went through.
It's the hat thing. I mean, he only wears one outfit all the time. I mean, it's not the same one, but identical outfits, because no matter where he is, he has this idea that people are going to recognize him. And so he wears the same black sweatshirt. It could be 1,000 degrees out.
So it's nothing to do with the hat, right?
No, so it's the giant hat.
Well, the thing is, he also has 1,000 versions of that giant hat.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the mini me hat on the side too, which
Right.
is that, you know.
So he's got the big hat. He's got the mini me hat. He's got the black sweatshirt. He's got the jeans and the sneakers, and it's always the same. So, and it's like, dude, it's 1,000. You're sweating. You're off. Take your sweatshirt off. He goes, no, I can't. I go, what do you mean you can't? He goes, it's my thing. I have to have it on.
So basically, he's his own mascot for his own product. So he's like Colonel Sanders with less chicken.
And without the white suit.
Yeah,
But he
Like,
kept
he
it on.
really
Yeah.
puts a lot of thought into this stuff, and I mean, this guy just walks up to people and gets a business deal. It's amazing what he's done.
Does it count as a business deal? As I will give you $20 if you go away? Is that a business deal? Because you can
It is.
land that deal.
Technically,
He's
it
got
is. man.
20, whether it be he or me or anybody, you got 20. Now you have $20 in your pocket that you didn't have before. That sounds pretty good.
These are
He's
facts.
moving.
These are facts. Bob Jackson says, is Vinnie Vincent going to the Mint Collective? And if so, you should be attending. The second part was not a question. The first part was a question.
I said I'd pay if Tim went. There still had to be a sandwich there, but I mean,
Yeah,
BLT maybe. I don't know.
if Tim took it seriously, he would, and really went over how he does what he does. There'd be a lot of information there that people could take and use, because it's not like,
Wear a big hat, wear the same clothes. Okay, yeah.
and don't be afraid
Don't be afraid.
to get in someone's face and be like, hi, this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. I want to do business with you. And this is what I can do. And just be unbelievably self-confident and have a plan when you walk up to these people. And It's worked
It's
time
revolutionary. I know.
and time again.
I bet you could have gotten the turkey legs if you had taken the
I think
spreadsheet.
I think so too.
I think people have gotten away from it though, Bobby. Now it's all, I'm going to send you an email. I'm going to send you a PowerPoint presentation. He's still that guy that will walk up to you, put his hand out, and look you in the eye, shake your hand, and tell you what he wants to do. And it has just worked. And you want to get a meeting with Nat Turner? Ask Tim. You want to get a meeting with Jeremy at Beckett? Ask Tim. You want to
Wait, if he needs a meeting with Jeremy and Beckett, shouldn't he just ask you?
I mean, whatever it is, he can do this stuff now. From a kid that didn't have a pot to piss in Rhode Island 3 years ago, to he can do anything he wants in the hobby.
He's done well. I give him credit, 100%. We just like having fun with people.
Oh, I love busting on him because he's a giant pain in the ass.
It's a nonstop ball busting weekend. I got it.
Oh, he's. I'm going to kill him.
Officially, yeah.
Have you considered that when we record this and it's played back later at the trial?
Oh, I don't care. No, I'm going to admit to it. I want credit.
Well, at least as long as you want credit.
Oh, I want full credit when I kill him.
I'll plead the fifth.
All right.
I like it. So on that murderous bombshell, potentially, allegedly,
there's only one person I'd rather kill, and that would be Name. So we haven't mentioned him yet tonight, and I just want to say that there is one person more that I hate more than Timmy Two Hats, and that would be Name. So I don't know if he's listening. I don't know if he's going to pop up in the last second, but I hate you, and that's pretty much all I have to say about that.
Eric truly is a hateful man.
In 10 years, you'll get to meet Name, and you'll realize, going, Eric, who?
Yeah.
We were talking on what show?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. His. Do you know he has this roving upper deck card thing that's going all over North America?
Yes, I know.
It's coming to Boston. And so he wants me to go. So I have to go stand in front of this freaking truck with his face painted on the side of it, I think.
What, runs you over?
And be like, oh, okay, I want to see these indigenous cards that guy on the side of the truck made. Oh, yeah, I guess I kind of know him. All he wants to do is put me in my place and remind me that I'm nothing compared to him. I hate him.
Who would, honestly, Bobby, who would spend their time trying to put Eric in his place?
It's hard to think.
Well, I think that's a good spot. Well, now I'm trying to decide here. Now I'm stuck. Eric in the corner. I love even numbers, but I think we pretty much hit a solid end point. A lot of the discussion tonight, but at the same time, it's like 8 minutes. So should I just leave you in the corner, make fun of you for 8 minutes, and then call it a night?
I don't care.
It's a tough one.
He doesn't care no more.
That's a tough one. What are you gonna do? Went to Wikipedia and heard of 8 famous Marcels. Name all 8. Let's go. How's your app project going on, Bobby?
My what
update
project?
for Bob Jackson? The
app.
Yeah.
Like I said before, you can rewind a little bit, but it's coming along strong. It's going to take us till the fall to get it done, but by that time, we should be pretty happy with how things are going. So, and remember, Andy's doing the CFL on top of that. He's got a lot of stuff to catch up on too. So it's not just my stuff he has to do. So he's the only coder really, and I'm basically just doing all the hockey myself. So.
I forget for the CFL, is it also vintage the same time period, or is it adjusted?
CFL goes right from 1910 all the way to current days.
Oh, so we can get the Rough Riders,
Right up.
the Renegades, and the Red Blacks.
Everything, yeah, red, black, yeah, all that stuff. So he does everything right up to current, because CFL is easier. They didn't go crazy in the 90s except for the Jogo, but it's obtainable. Where the hockey, if I did the 90s and I started now, the uninterested part of that would just kill me, and then it would be another 10 years
at least,
and Eric would be old man by then.
Well, what you could always do is you could always release it in the fall as intended, and then give Eric the code that's time delayed for when you finish the 90s.
Yeah, okay.
So I think we could charge him in the meantime. It's completely fine.
Yeah, check daily.
He wants the 90s stuff. Eric doesn't care about anything before 1991.
You know, I
Well,
could do
it's
90.
post.
I could do the cards. That would be easy. It would just be all the other stuff that you have to satisfy. Because I'm doing all this stuff up to 1990. To not do that and just do the cards, because the cards are easy. They're all been documented for the most part. It's just a matter of
Yeah.
transferring it, and then pricing them out isn't too difficult, but it's arduous. But it would be adding all the food issue, and the food issue was crazy. How many cereal boxes were issuing between 90 and 95? It'd be
There was a bunch. I know that like in 91, Kellogg's had the thing in there,
Oh.
and then they had a bunch of
I know them all, but I mean,
Lisa
it's
products.
like there's so much, and it wasn't just that. There was so many craft things. Oh, there's so much going on.
I have a
So,
Gretzky.
But none of that stuff really has value enough to even be worth a page in my book on if you did it that way. So, you know, when it's internet, it doesn't matter. But I'm just saying.
Sorry, Eric, I can't hear you down there. Can you
What?
speak up from the corner?
I said I have somewhere around here. I have a Gretzky Campbell soup can still, kicking around. So
Here.
yeah, there's tons of stuff.
Is it big whip? Sorry.
Wow. You know, if worse comes to worse, if Tim ever gets hungry enough and they decide to do another pour off, you could give him the can.
You could. Is it empty or full?
What, Bob?
Is it empty or full?
Oh no, it's full. Yeah,
That's what I mean. So you could give him the can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still
He can
good.
eat.
It's good.
He
It's
can
got
eat.
enough salt in it. Don't you worry. It's preserved.
And I love salt. I already mentioned that earlier tonight. Salt
I
and
like
good.
mayonnaise. He likes salt.
Ugh. I'm gonna-
And Eric likes Tim.
Yep.
no, I do not.
Yes,
Bob
you do.
Jackson with the final full question of the evening. By the way, thank you all folks for the comments. I do appreciate you chiming in. It's been great as always, a lot of fun. Especially like I said, during these times before I like to call it before the golden era of the hobby, when the golden touch fully kicks in and I get to do my reviews. Kenny, I'm so ready, Kenny. Let's go. LFG, as the kids say. LFG. So Bob Jackson says, favorite donut type.
Probably the honey cruller. We used to call it French cruller, but now it's a honey cruller. I don't know why they changed it, but it's a lot smaller. It was comparable to the chocolate stick of the 70s in Toronto.
Yes, yes.
Eric,
I'm not answering this question.
it's
I
kind of obvious.
I think we all kind of know. I'll go with the Boston cream. Unlike some people who abandon the heritage, Bougie Eric. You denounce your own people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Disgraceful. Disgraceful. As a matter of fact, I was chatting with Carl. I'll give a little story here at the end. We know it's the chocolate stick. We all know it's a chocolate stick. But the point is, I was chatting with Carlos Sr. He's feeling better. He's out and about. I was actually with him yesterday. He wanted to do some errands, so he needed a set of hands, and I needed to do some stuff too. So I was like, yeah, okay, fine. We'll take care of your errands. We'll take care of mine. All good. So we were riding around, and he wanted to go get a bite. He wanted to go to Subway and get a sandwich, and I was like, all right, fine. But before that, he wanted to get a coffee first. So I was like, dude, we can go get the food after. He's like, but he was out, but I want to get my coffee. I was like, fine, okay. He goes, do you want anything? I was like, just give me a Boston cream. So I got Boston cream donut first, and then I went to go get a sandwich after. So we sat down and chatted for a little bit. So he's feeling much better. He's out and about. He likes popping out, although he needs to pace himself. He needs to take his time. But it's good. So yeah, so if they need anything, I can just, right now I've got the time. So right now, if they need anything, I can hop over and run some errands. I did discover though, much to my unfortunate chagrin, I decided, all right, well, since we're out there, all right, I have to renew my health card. So Bobby knows this in Ontario, we got our little OHIP card, whatever. And it's free. You can get it renewed. It's free. I just have always been too lazy to do it. And I was like, okay,
Oh,
fine.
you need your picture renewed, don't you, or something?
Well, you can take the picture there, but what happens is you need a little bit of paperwork. So you can just take your ID, something that proves you're in the province. So that's fine. And basically, as long as you got like 3 things together, and I think you can just have a credit card with your signature on the back. 3 things. So I go, no problem. I got all that stuff. All right, great. Boom. So I go, all right. So walk into the office, no problem. And they say, yeah. And I hand them the card. Now, quick question for the chat. Anybody else? My health card has expired. The health cards could expire. There was an old version that didn't have a picture on it, and then there was later version that have a picture on it that can expire.
Is that the white and red one?
The white and red one was the one
Old
before
one.
the picture. Yeah,
Oh, well,
I had
long
that
before.
one, but I had to switch it to the picture one. But the
Yeah.
picture one that I had expired.
Okay.
Eric, how old is your daughter?
18.
Okay, she's almost as old as the time that mine's been expired.
Really?
Mine expired in 2006. I went to look at it. I was like, oh shit.
You're still covered. You're still
No,
covered.
no, I've been using it. You know, basically they're like, yeah, whatever, I'll put the number down. Like they really don't care for the most part.
It's free healthcare up here, so it
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
You
no, but I agree. But I go, okay, what the hell? But here's the thing: I hadn't looked at it in so long. I was like, I knew it had been expired for years. I was like, all right, let me just replace the damn thing. It's free. I've got a little time. Let's go. Let's go to the office. And they go, yeah, that one's been out so long. You got to be put back in the system. They go, you got to go to this other office. Oh, like screw you guys.
That's it.
This is
going
bullshit.
another 18 years.
It's like, but yes, it is 17 years since mine has been expired, and it is almost at the age of majority.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah. Hashtag no effort.
Yeah, no,
None.
none.
Can't be bothered.
He's right. Lazy.
Yeah. I've got it since I have the time now. I said fine. I'll make an appointment at the other one. I go, all right, what do you need to do? What else do you need? As long as I got all, I'm going to call them and be like, what do you need me to bring? I don't want to waste my time. I'll make an appointment. I'll come over here, take care of it. We'll do it all at the same time. What do you need? Because if they need anything else, it's like, just tell me now. Just tell me now. It was a shame because I actually got to the office. There was no line. It was perfect.
Wow.
I was like, oh, fantastic. I walk right up to it. I go, hey, great. Here's the
Run.
stuff. Here's the thing. I'm ready to go. Oh no, you got to go to the office. Come on.
Yeah. You hit that one time.
The
when
one time
universe
I
and the
literally got,
moon
I was strutting
aligns
right
the
up. I had all my
stars
stuff with me. It was right in my hand. I'm ready to go. Got to go to the other office. Oh, screw you guys. You're killing me, man.
Government.
What other office?
Apparently there is another office that has like the fancier computer because they're literally like, you got to put it. It's like, you can look this shit up. You've got a computer in front of you. You're telling me you can't look it up. I need to go to the fancy one. Jerks. Yeah. Odds the golden touch is mostly just marketing for golden auction. 150%. Yes.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yes, most definitely.
Does Eric like marshmallow fluff? He likes fluff.
Fluff is made 2 cities over in the city of Lynn, and around here we have fluff and nutter sandwiches where we add the fluff.
I'm sorry. Repeat that word. The what in nutter sandwich?
Fluff.
Fluff and nutter. You add it's fluff and peanut butter.
What's fluff? See here, you know,
When he says fluff and nutter, I almost feel like that's a euphemism for something inappropriate that teenage boys would do to food.
Nope. This
kind
is
of
real thing.
I'm just saying, like you're hearing it, Bobby. When you hear this word,
fluff is liquid marshmallow. I think.
Yeah.
Is it?
Well,
Yeah.
It's not
thick
liquid.
like mayonnaise.
No, stop it. That's disgusting. So yeah,
It is true. It's fluff.
It's all the fluffernutter, and
Fluffernutter.
that's what we eat. And
Is there nuts in there?
it depends if you have
No, in
chunky-
fluffernutter.
it better not
Why is it
listen.
called
Without
nutter
nuts,
if
it's a
it's
fluff no
fluff?
nutter.
It's a fluff no nutter. Yeah,
Is it?
I'm a creamy peanut butter guy. So
There are so many jokes. Please go on.
So in my fluffernutter,
Bobby,
I have
How is it that it's always the food thing that Eric like buries into it, and he'll say these things, and it just
Pepper on
goes
his hot
on and on,
dogs.
and it's like,
Lots of
that's
pepper
what
on
it's
his hot
called.
dogs.
I didn't invent it. It's been around for like 100 years around here, man.
do like people from Massachusetts like are they missing a chromosome? Like is there like a specific problem?
Like
Yes,
it's
there's
like
people
England.
around
There's no
about
such
that.
thing as a salad there.
Oh, that's disgusting. Now you're just being gross. I can't. Is this show over?
Almost.
It was until you fluff and nuttered all over the place.
That's it. Yeah.
This is your fault. This is
You're
like chalk and
fluffing
stick.
off.
I did not do this.
He was fluffing off. What do you expect?
Like Bobby, like very similar to chalk and stick. I asked a very innocuous question, a very simple question,
Let's
And
not
then-
combine the two.
and then we were led down this not so primrose path to where we end up now.
Someone asked if I like fluff. I've given you a history of it. It was made in Lynn, 2 towns over, and we use it to make sandwiches.
But why do you call it fluff or nutter? Isn't it just fluff?
But when you mix it with the peanut butter in the sandwich, it's a fluff and nutter sandwich.
Okay.
What
So
kind of
have
peanut butter?
another nutter butter peanut butter sandwich cookie kind of thing.
What kind of peanut butter are we combining there?
Smooth,
I just
real smooth.
creamy. I don't like peanuts in my peanut
Butter.
Even though peanut butter is made out of peanuts.
I don't like chunky. I like creamy.
There's only 2 kinds, isn't there?
I hope so.
I know.
For the love of us, I hope so. I genuinely hope so.
Actually, I seen one that just recently. It was well done peanuts, so it was darker.
What? So they roasted the peanuts first?
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, they roasted them dark, and then they would make peanut butter out of them. So sort of like somebody, you ever get that dark chip and that one dark chip in it?
Yeah.
Either
Well,
you like
I
it or
had
you
some.
don't.
I had some kettle chips actually that I got from the store, and it was the it's kettle chips, but there was salt and pepper. They actually put them, but yeah, they basically kettle chips, and a bunch of them were actually dark. They're actually pretty good. I like them.
The
was a
little,
fan.
little darkness is good. Yeah.
I was a fan. It doesn't have to be the whole box, but it's if there's a couple in there, that's fine. Mix it in. That's cool.
Yep. We dip them in mayo.
Eric, what do you get in your pizza?
I don't know,
Oh.
lots of things.
Fluffernutter?
But no fish.
Fluffernutter?
And no ham.
Who has fish on a freaking pizza?
People put sardines
Anchovies?
on it, man. Anchovies,
Okay, that's
sardines,
different.
gross.
No, I understand, but to answer the question,
When you go fishing, you don't go, "What'd you catch?" I caught an anchovy. It's like, what? That's bait. Come on.
well, he could always have put trout on the thing and choked.
Right? Yeah.
That's
Bones,
true.
So what do you like on it? Sorry.
I like cheese mostly, but
Well,
vegetables.
it's a pizza. It has to have cheese, right?
Yeah, but regular plain pizza's great. And then if not,
Really?
pretty much anything as long
Regular
as
plain pizza is a piece of
Regular
flatbread.
pizza, plain pizza
Is a
is
piece of flatbread.
Regular plain pizza. Yeah.
I like all kinds. I just don't like fish and I don't like ham.
Yeah,
What
what do you have
do
against
you
Michael
like?
Ham? We like Michael Ham. He's a great guy.
No, I don't like
It's like
ham.
saying
No,
what donut you like. Like, what pizza do you like? Do you like a Canadian that has bacon and
no,
pineapple? And,
Eric really loves Canadians.
no, I hate everything about Canada. It's been like that for the last couple of years, actually.
Well, they
Uh,
invented
It's
hockey.
okay,
So
you're
saying
banned from coming this
I
fall.
think I know
well,
why.
Eric. Well, the thing is, hockey was invented in Canada, so Eric hates
True
hockey.
enough.
Confirmed.
And Bobby Orr was born just north of Toronto.
Yeah, and he hates Bobby Orr. Confirmed.
We just
Double
had his
confirmed.
birthday.
And Derek Sanderson. And we can keep going. It'll not stop.
I may see Derek on Sunday. We'll see.
You should tell him you hate Canadians,
Yeah.
I'll tell him.
I'll
and
tell
then,
him.
and then throw some fluffernutter in his face. That'll teach you.
Yeah.
He's lived here since like 1967. He knows where Fluffernutter is.
He
Or
should.
so you claim. Don't ask him about fake Newtons. Facts.
Oh, please.
You
no.
know that the Fig Newtons are not named after Isaac Newton. When a lot of people think that it's actually named after the
Who would think that?
Morons would think that.
it's named after the town of Newton in which the factory is.
So the town of Newton is beside Peabody,
No,
Thr-
it's far away. From
south of Salem, and east of Fluffernutter.
So Fig Newtons have nothing to do with relativity, right?
No, it
Oh,
has to do with
okay.
the town of Newton where the factory is.
It has nothing to do with fucking Newton. Really?
Does anybody
The
actually order a
cookie-
pizza
the
with
smartest
ham?
cookie you'll ever eat is a Fig Newton.
It's not named after Isaac Newton. No.
I just feel like we should randomly name. We should basically make up Massachusetts cities, and we're probably not far off. I'm a big fan of Fluffernutter, Massachusetts.
That would be Lynn.
Shouldn't be a Fluffer Butter.
It's,
Maybe.
They're smooth, chunky, and super chunky. There you go.
I'm just telling you what it's called.
Anchovies
Yeah,
are
they're
super
super
salty.
chunky. That's right.
Eric doesn't eat pork.
I eat some. I like pork chops. I like pork roast. I don't like bacon. I don't like ham.
You don't like bacon, like pea meal or regular side bacon, or not,
No
neither.
bacon. No Canadian bacon. No.
So you're against mayo. You're against bacon.
Boy,
No.
those are two top Canadian.
It sounds to me like you're against freedom. It's like as a proper American, you reject freedom in all its forms.
I don't like bacon and ham. I'm sorry. It's gross.
Really?
Interesting. Carlos, can you get some fig guelphs? Yeah, it's like freedom fries and guelph. we reject Newtons.
Yeah.
It's like they're called fig guelphs over there.
I used to like Fig Newtons growing up. They were pretty good
They are good. They're made
because
right.
I do like dates. So
Yeah. 357 says everybody likes bacon. Real bacon, not
figs.
Canadian bacon.
No, not everyone likes bacon. I hate it.
But are you a person though?
most everybody talk, but people have. There's a booth at the expo called Bacon and Freaking Eggs. So
Nice.
you know,
Carlisle asking a valid question. Ever spread fig preserves over chocolate snip, Eric?
I have not.
fig preserves.
Fig preserves, yes.
Ooh. Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Those fake preserves, are they fluff?
Yeah. What about a fig Newton and a fluffernutter?
You could dip it.
I may try that.
Mm.
Never
What's
thought of
the,
that.
see, we're getting all the philosophical questions here at the tail end. What are the difference between a fig, date, and a prune?
I have no idea.
About
This is
600
your
miles
opportunity to
and
make
where
up
they're
some
grown?
random shit about fig, date, pruneville. You know,
Well,
south of
Prune is a
Massachusetts.
dried up plum, right? It's a dehydrated plum, and
Yes.
a fig is pretty good, and a date is, they're Middle Eastern, so yeah, there's a lot of miles in between them. Let's just say where they're grown.
There you go, Bob Jackson summarizing it. I like that. Kathy, good evening. He doesn't eat
He is
anything
here.
cured. Ham, bacon, corned beef. Thank you, Kathy.
And corned
Thanks,
beef.
Mom.
Now you see, Kathy, why I put him in the corner. That's why I did it earlier.
So he can't have the Reuben because the corned beef, right?
Mm.
I'm not eating that. That's gross.
You like the sauerkraut?
No.
Now,
No.
Kathy, question about this. Can you give us any backstory on the mayo thing? Because the mayo thing's weird, man. It's really weird. What's up with that?
Mom,
Well,
go to bed.
Some people like mayo and other people like Miracle Whip.
No, it's gross. All of it.
The only difference between them is one has malt vinegar, which is the Miracle Whip.
Oh my
It has
God.
more of a tang.
Talking about this.
It's just eggs and oil, man.
It is so gross.
It is the grossest, greatest thing in the world.
No, it's so gross. Oh my God.
So for dinner, I actually made homemade pizzas, and I actually had a pineapple and bacon pizza.
That's disgusting.
Of course, it had cheese because it's called a pizza for a reason. So that's my favorite pizza.
I'm just thinking
Yours
it's a
is-
little bit late. Otherwise, I'd make something with mayonnaise in Eric's honor.
No, that's
Oh.
disgusting.
Oh, you can put it on a nice sausage too. Is good.
No, Eric likes the sausage only a certain way. He likes some
Yeah,
nutter
lots
butter
of
on it.
pepper.
He likes some nutter butter on it. Does Eric like?
Can you imagine? No, I won't even go there.
This should
And
have
no, notice I didn't say
much-
fluff or nutter. I said nutter butter. Y'all heard me.
Yes, I like mashed potatoes. What? Who doesn't?
I feel like it's a setup.
Who doesn't?
I don't know if I trust. Listen, we didn't think anybody had this kind of an aversion to mayo either.
That's disgusting. I don't even want to hear the word.
You're not even using an allergy excuse either. Like if it's an allergy thing, so be it. Whatever, it's whatever. Or you're not into it. It's not your favorite thing. I can get that too. It's a preference thing. Whatever. But the aversion, the strength of the aversion is, I think, what makes it fun. I got grossed up. I am a zit scene in Animal House.
No, that was awesome. Everything about that movie was awesome.
So you're saying you're a man of many contradictions.
So it seems. What's your favorite pizza? Pizza. I like it with cheese. That's pizza.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, as long as it doesn't have bacon or ham or, or gross.
Okay.
fish.
Anybody? Bostonites have no sense of flavor. Pork chops and freaking, I don't know, and turkey wings. Sorry.
So Kathy says I like Miracle Whip myself.
Stop
He hates
bringing
all.
up the turkey stuff, please.
I told you I came back with a vengeance for tonight.
She's already disappointed in me. All you're doing is reminding her how much I'm a disappointment.
I think that's a valid thing. I think it's good to have that consistent reminder.
It is consistent, yeah.
I hate the idea of mayo, but subs and sandwiches aren't the same as that. Fair enough, hobby champs. Fair enough.
That's what? That makes no sense.
We can't account for your lack of taste, Eric. Eric, what do you put on your sandwich? What goes into the Eric?
What kind of sandwich am I having?
I don't know. What kind of? Maybe pick your favorite sandwich. What kind of sandwich are we doing? You have a choice. What do you want in the
I
sandwich?
don't know. A roast beef sandwich.
Roast beef, mustard and mayo.
No. Mustard and black pepper. Lots of black pepper.
Why do you have to put pepper on everything?
I like it.
That kills everything.
No, it's good and I like it.
A little bit good. See, I like that pepper bacon.
No, bad.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can get behind that. All right, I like it. So
I'm
Joel's
trying
got a ranking here. So you got Hellman's, Duke's, Blue Plate, and Miracle Whip. So he's got an order for it.
Well, those are mostly American brand. The Hellman's and the Miracle Whip. Those are the two distinct ones. I don't know about Duke's. I've never had it.
This is disgusting. This is the worst time I've ever
Miracle
had.
Whip for some things. Miracle Whip is good for your egg salad or chicken salad. Certain things. on a sandwich. It depends on the sandwich. You choose Miracle Whip or Hellman's is the other one I like. So
I love the fact that if I'm going to go look at it later, I'll go look at the stats and the engagement will be like, Carlos, what happened? There's like 5,000 comments there at the end. It's like, guys, we started talking about food and mayonnaise, and Eric was like fighting the chat. It's just here.
Well-
and I knew someone would finally say it. I bet Eric puts Grey Poupon on a sandwich because he's bougie. Yes.
Grey Poupon. I don't know if he'd like grainy mustard.
No, it's I like a little of it. Yeah, I don't mind it. I wouldn't slather a sandwich with Grey Poupon, but a little bit, yeah, it's good.
You like
BL-
Grey Poupon? That was the
BLT
best
BLT.
line ever.
BLT, Eric, without mayo, it's not a BLT. They need to rename it the
yeah.
MBLT.
Or
Just gross.
Clubhouse.
I
When
wouldn't
you're
eat-
right into Clubhouse.
I wouldn't
Without-
eat that to save my life. That's gross.
Yeah, it's got bacon right at the beginning of it. The B.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's just stop right there. It's gross.
Now I kind of wish I had bacon. Bobby, this makes me sad.
Damn.
Now I
I
kinda
had
wish
it tonight, so I'm good.
Even people who don't like pickles agree the Chick-fil-A sandwich is better if the pickles were on the sandwich before they remove them. Thank you. Carla.
We have Chick-fil-A here yet?
I don't know. I've never
I
had
think
thought we
so.
did. I thought we did. Maybe
Yeah, I
it's-
haven't seen where it's been built, so I don't know.
There's one in walking distance from where I am right now, and I've never had a Chick-fil-A sandwich, so I don't know.
Well, everyone says it's real fresh and good, so I don't know.
Never had it.
I cannot
not like-
speak to it.
It's not like McDonald's where it's been heated up and sitting there in the warming tray for
I don't
22
like.
minutes.
I don't eat McDonald's. Think McDonald's food is.
And you would
gross.
think if you saw the movie based on it, you would think the McDonald's would do better since they were founded by Batman.
You think?
You think with being as meticulous as he is, like you could do better. Come on, Batman. This is how the Joker started.
that
It's your fault.
you're onto something.
You did this. Batman could have fixed this. He should have fixed this, and he didn't.
Mhm.
I'm disappointed.
They got froze by Mr. Freeze.
There you go. SCR posted a pic on IG with them and Sasha T. End times are upon us. Ooh, scandalous.
See, there's a name from the
Ash
past.
is still out and about.
The history books.
I've got him on Instagram. He still posts and buying and selling stuff. The thing is, he's mostly doing it in and around Burbank. He'll
But
buy stuff, sell it to Burbank.
Why
buy
is
it
he
from
not
Burbank.
on the Mint Collective?
Because, like, here's the thing: for all the flack that Sasha T got, I think he just realized the content thing was just a pain in the ass, and he goes, "Screw this."
Yeah.
And he goes, "I'm just going to buy and sell." Here's right now, California has so much going on that it's like he can just go to a bunch of shows, go to Burbank, sell stuff, buy stuff, sell stuff, buy stuff. Just move it arbitrage from one spot to another, make his money, and he doesn't have to care.
Yeah.
Go on social media, post some stuff. He was selling some vintage as well. Like he's got modern, he's got some vintage, and he's doing a little bit of both, buying and selling. And it's like, I bet he's probably making fine money without even having to worry about the YouTube and everything. He just doesn't care. He goes, check my
It's-
Instagram, it's there.
It's tougher. He came in at an easy time for where everybody made money. So
But the truth is, I don't think at this point, I don't think the YouTube can be an enhancement to what you're doing. It's not necessary. If you've got enough stuff going on otherwise and people buy and sell from you, then you don't really need to care.
he's just another guy who's doing stuff that
Yeah.
got on YouTube and
That's all
Yep.
you got to do. Yep.
Yep.
Based on chat, I can confirm Eric eats cheese pizza, tuna out of a can, and fluffernutters.
I do.
that's about it.
Marietta, Georgia, we had a Kentucky Fried Chicken called the Big Chicken. That's because the restaurant looks like a big chicken.
Well, there you go.
I like these factoids. I'm a big fan of the Big Apple. Bobby, you remember the Big Apple?
Yep.
Yeah. It was one of the excuses. My family used to go down to Ottawa semi-regularly in the summer. It was always an excuse that we drive by. It's like, so are we getting the pie? Getting the pie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since you're driving by. Delmar show today. There you go. I think we have the stuff to make a fluffernutter. Maybe I'll try it.
It's delicious.
So I'm very proud of us for getting comfortably an extra 20 minutes out of
Yeah.
fluffernutters and random mayo and random BS.
Yes.
And that is how this show works, people.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Yeah.
we don't even have the golden touch yet. We haven't even been able to milk that one dry yet.
Oh, that's
And
gonna
I
be
will. And when the
7
moment is
hours.
right, I will.
Back to 7 hours. Oh God.
No, I think that's going to be, listen, I got to do reviews. That's going to be some standalone videos for
yeah.
that. So guys, the golden touch. It's like Mr. 5 Acre. Kenny. It's going to be, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to have some fun with that point. At that point, the hashtag content gods have once again smiled upon us. Yes.
I would say.
But thank you, Bobby. Thank you for joining us in and hanging out. I appreciate
No
you.
problem. It was
It's
fun.
awesome to see you, buddy.
Yeah, good times, good times. We had a little bit of old school energy and some fun with it, so it was good. By the way, chat, fantastic for you as well. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. You really got into that food thing at the end, though. Y'all got real excited about that one. We got into the fluffernutters. That may be another year end. The explanation of fluffernutters. Fluffernutters.
Well, we all have that nasty habit of eating 3 times a day, so.
I can't wait for the Golden Touch reviews. Oh, it'll come. It'll happen, my friend. It'll happen. It'll happen. Yeah.
We need to see a package of that next time when you come on.
For what, the fluffernutters?
Just the fluffer.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think I have some. I can go get it if you really want me to.
If you can do it in the next couple of minutes, I'll finish off a couple of things. Go ahead. He's getting some fluffers. J-Cat. Carlos came in late to respond to it. Sort of. I kind of dismissed it as irrelevant as it is, but yes, it sort of did. You have to. It's in the replay. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't care. I genuinely treat it the equivalent of if you go to a video and you get somebody who just posts a meme comment going, "You suck," and that's basically how I treat it because I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. Thanks for sharing. Your opinion is noted.
I think we have that here. We have that fluff, I think it's called. And people put it on sandwiches, which is totally weird, but whatever.
What's it made out of, though?
It's made of marshmallows, I think.
Okay. So like whipped marshmallows or something like that?
Yeah, so it's thick. It's pretty thick.
Okay, sure.
And I think, we who else does that? There's something else similar to that. I can't remember.
So he's got himself a canister. Marshmallow fluff.
Oh, that's the fluff. I know that. I've seen that before. It almost looks like Cool Whip.
Fluff or nutter. The sandwich made with marshmallow fluff and peanut butter.
Also, it's peanut butter mixed, blended in. So it's peanut butter flavored fluff.
And then you have a recipe for never fail fudge.
And look at the size of the package. Like, really.
Well, that's like a single serving. Eric usually
the size of Eric's head.
Yeah.
Single serving for Eric.
Yeah.
It's light. Yeah. No calories.
And
he's a fluffer nutter pumper.
Yeah. 40 calories.
Yes, 40 calories for how much?
Teaspoon.
Yeah.
40 calories.
And it has no fat or cholesterol. It's gluten-free.
Oh, thank God. I was worried. I was worried about having
or cholesterol. Gluten.
Just out of curiosity, can you next time order the one with extra gluten?
What's that look like? It's white.
Yes.
Where's the peanut butter?
You gotta. No, it doesn't come with peanut butter. This is the fluff.
Okay, this is the fluff of the nutter peanut. You can't call it a peanut butter and fluff sandwich. You have to call it a fluffer nutter sandwich, just to be more Boston.
You got a container of this. You got a container of peanut butter. You spread some on one piece of bread. You spread the other on the other piece of bread. You put it together.
So basically, dessert.
So basically, you got a whole table full of fluffer nutter.
Fluffer nutter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
interesting.
That's cool. We'll have to try that at the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's basically it, J-Cat. Like at this point, like I just shake my head when it comes to that stuff. Make a fluffer nutter and eat it. There you go.
I'm hungry. I think I'm going to after the show's over. I need something.
Whole loaf of bread. Carlos trying not too hard to laugh at that comment. I'm trying so I am flummoxed. I am perplexed at how much mileage we've got on this shit. This last segment is like, I just let it run. I'm not going to explain it.
It's a real thing.
First you fluff it, then you nutter. And it says, Bobby, exclamation point.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Anthony. All right. Well, I'll let the fluffer nutter pumper do his thing on his own time. That's enough.
Yeah.
It's enough.
Hold on. Where is it?
Ingredients, yeah. Okay.
I think we have the same stuff here. We have similar.
Corn syrup, yeah, of course. Corn syrup and sugar, because of course.
Lynn, Mass. It's 2 cities over. It's on the other side of Salem.
So it's Lynn, Mass. You got that. And then you got Fluffernutter, Massachusetts. And then you got Salem. And then you got Peabody.
Mm-hmm.
And neighboring it's Shelbyville.
Somerville.
Yeah.
In the winter.
The thing. Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. MIT.
Yeah, it's an independent state.
Harvard.
MIT is now declared independence.
Oh.
We're just gonna name colleges in Massachusetts.
Well, no, like if we check the
pretty
map
easy
at
to
this
do.
point, we're not completely convinced that's not how the map works now. Are you sure that they haven't all just declared independence? It's because of the Fluffernutter Wars of Off 4.
Maybe.
It's been very complicated. There was a lot of complicated times.
And they're universities, not colleges. Sorry.
Don't forget the mayonnaise. True.
Oh,
Mhm.
cool.
Probably grew up watching TV show Three's Company. That is a very random tangent. We're not going there.
Yeah.
Where's the hot dog
That's-
shop?
Where's the hot dog? What?
Don't answer it. Just move on.
Leave it be. Leave it be.
And we'd be peppered with questions.
I was gonna say it just lead to down a dark path.
Should I
Maybe
sing?
8-hour show.
Should I sing the theme song from Three's Company?
Tell you what, you can sing it while I put you in the corner and take us out. Anyway, all right. So, folks, appreciate you this evening. It is once again.
Come and knock at our door. No, never mind.
I was gonna say, is that all the lyrics you know?
No, that's how the song starts.
We've been waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you.
The only thing you've been waiting is for Fluffernutter. That's no lie to
That's
people.
it.
That's where you have it. Anyway, folks. So those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. So thank you for that. Thank you to the Brad also for joining in earlier in the chat. Thank you for Bobby to joining in the rest of the evening, hanging out. Appreciate that. And for the rest of you, back same bat time, same bat channel next Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And I'm sure by then Ken Golden will be in full scale promoting the hell out of the Golden Touch. And I'll get some mileage out of the promotion leading into the Golden Touch. I
There's a
want
whole
previews.
show.
I want previews. I want preview trailers. I want all the fixins. I want all the fluffernutter. All of it. And we need some mayo on top of that. Let's do it. Mayo on top of it.
The real
Sounds good.
thing, folks.
Yeah, the man's going to stuff his face after we go off. So anyway,
Oh,
folks,
wow.
have yourself a great evening. Take it easy. We'll catch you next one.